I didn't realize how long that outro. I thought that was going to be a little bit better timed. What up, everybody? How we doing? How we going? How's it feeling? Ugh. I really thought that was going to be a very well-timed entrance. What up? How's it going? Oh no, something else is playing. Wait, no. I didn't make a playlist. Oh, that's just The Witcher. I've never played The Witcher. I can't play that. How we doing? How we doing? Oh! Are we ready? Because we're gonna do it this time. Daggerheart went fine. So if there's something wrong with this stream, it's all fucking Matthew M. Dog Mercer's fault. The sweet double M himself. Ugh. It will happen. It must be. Okay. And I think, for the first time in our fucking lives, we're going to do a short intro. This isn't going to be a just chatting stream that just so happens to be under that just so happens to be under TTRPGs, you know? We're going to get in there. Thankfully I had homesick today. Oh no, Perfunctionist. I mean, oh no for you, oh good for me. I'm glad that I can at least bring some joy to the sickness. But we're not doing this. I almost got into my just chatting era again. We're not doing it. Look at this. I already set it all up. Oh wait, we're not starting soon anymore. Wait. No. Don't peek behind the curtain. It's all bespoke. It's all very fancy. It all automatically changes. Let's see. No critical role. Is that still on screen? Roll isn't on screen at all. Well, that's awkward. No critical role spoilers. There we go. There we go. Spoiler-S. That's not how you spell spoilers. Dang it. I'm so professional. There we go. And we're starting because I'm mad at this episode. I'm mad at these last 2 episodes. I'm mad at this Chroma Conclave bullshit. Thank you, Paige. I'm mad at all of it, and I will not sit here and do all my normal song and dance. We're gonna get straight into this shit.
You never cease to impress me.
Thank you, Zenshi. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you found it as well.
Okay. You go up. Make a roll stealth check.
Okay, we're gonna need to rewind a little bit because I don't really remember what's happening. I believe they just found their secret clasp tunnel, right? I mean, it's not actually from the clasp, but probably built by Daxio, who built their whole keep. But I think that this was an add-on, so maybe Daxio, maybe a dependent. But it was said to be clasp-esque, you know? CR's a bit quiet relative to me. Everything's a bit quiet relative to me. That makes sense, though.
Zero light vision. I'm
Better.
on it.
I go ahead and light up a hand.
Okay. So you guys, all of you like low light, dark vision. You're fine. Percy's the only one who really needs the aid in this. But as you continue forward, for a good 25-30 minutes or so, the tunnel comes to a small stop, and there is a very simple rope ladder that leads.
Yes, this is episode 4. Oh, also, before I forget, wait. Did Argent? Yeah. We don't really have a formal within the... Okay. I forgot. I believe Argent is Hans? I don't remember. It's hard to remember people's different names. But someone rightfully pointed out, I think it's Hans. That I'm going to... Oh, gosh, this is going to be so complicated. No, it's not. Wait. Why did I think it was going to be complicated? 7. Within the Critical Role Spoilers chat, please use spoiler tags when discussing any Critical Role spoilers outside of Campaign 1. So the stream is a no spoilers zone, and the Critical Role Spoilers chat is a nothing that's not Campaign 1 spoilers zone. So I am adding that to the Discord rules because I believe Hans was telling me that it needs to kind of get re-explained every time. So I'm adding it to like the main rules. You're already watching CR content? Ah! It's insane.
Leads upward.
There we go.
I hit it.
So I added that to the Discord, the main Discord rules that people have to look at regarding the spoilers chat stuff.
Okay. Who's going up first?
Anything past that?
The ladder just goes up, and it goes into what looks like a small wooden slat. Like it's not even a door. It's just almost like a wood pallet.
Get up there.
Thing.
See what you see.
Sneaky dick.
Okay, and at the bottom of the ladder, because she's right behind me, you never cease to impress me.
Okay. You go up. Make a roll stealth check.
25.
Alright, good to know. So as you get up to the top, you feel the kind of the wooden slats on top, and as you push, there's not any weight to them. They just give way immediately. And as you push it aside, you can see you're in the inside of a small wooden structure. It is enclosed, and a little bit of the morning light is kind of peeking through the space between the slats of wood. Looking about the general size and height, it appears to be almost like an outhouse structure, but there is no actual outhouse here, or at least where there once was.
This is so interesting. Wait, 1.25, right? This is sort of like, okay, I was highlighting during my kind of theory talk last stream about how the during the Winter's Crest, right? Vox Machina discovered that the blue crystal was sent by the class, but then seemingly never followed up on it. And this is, again, where they've had a tunnel built into their, like, safe haven, like the place that they fucking go lay their heads down to sleep, and they don't even know what's on the other side of it. And it's like, my guys, you built a sapper's tunnel into your stronghold, and you don't even know where it goes. You don't even have it, like, you know, patrolled or whatever. So I thought that was a little funny. And I do think that just outside of it being funny, haha, Vox Machina so silly, I think it is a bit of a lesson in... I know that Matt takes great notes, and I know that the players typically take good notes, but it is maybe a lesson in, like, reminding the players about things. Like, they definitely should have checked out this tunnel at some point in the past. And that's not necessarily on Matt. They forgot. But it will... I do think that players' memories can sometimes... If the players' memories are the only things that you trust, it can sometimes take it out of the fiction a little bit, because their memories inherently of, like, you know, what's going on within the story, their memories are going to be worse than the, you know, character memories. So sometimes as a GM, you need to bridge that gap a little bit. That was indeed me. What about the thumbnail suggestion? Okay. I was thinking about the thumbnail suggestion. I will probably do it. I just don't know how soon, G-Herka. Because it's a good suggestion. It just takes an amount of work, which isn't that high. Like, the amount of work is pretty low, but I just have to, like, do it. Whereas not doing it, whenever I set up a new stream, I just hit copy settings, and that copies over everything, including the thumbnail. So nowadays, I don't have to do, you know, any amount of work for the thumbnails. So I like the suggestion, but I need to build up, like, a little bit of a backlog of, like, you know, all the numbers. I just need to, like, take an afternoon to do it. And I have not done so yet. But no, good suggestion. I will do it. It's just, I don't know when. In my game, we have, like, 15 things we know about but haven't followed up on. Yeah, it's more like the scale of things, you know? It's more the scale. But it also does sort of speak to... And this is a tough thing as well. This is a very tough thing to balance, of how much free time to give your players without giving them new hooks. Which, like, I like the way that Matt transitioned them into this arc, where it was basically like, hey, we're doing, you know, for this arc, we are doing the Briarwoods. Why am I using the mouse? We went from the Briarwoods, and then we kind of lowered the stakes a little bit into Winter's Crest in Whiterun, and then we lowered the stakes a little bit more to hunting Daxio. And then there was this kind of middling period where they went to General Krieg's house. And you thought, you know, this may be kind of a bottle-esque episode, right? Where it doesn't really mean anything. But actually, it's not a bottle episode. Uh-oh. it is actually the start and the beginning and the foreshadowing for the Chroma Conclave arc. So I think that I thought this was good. When we were going out of the Briarwood arc, I was like, man, how is he going to handle this section? Like, this section is really tricky, and I'll actually say this is like more like Battle of Amon. And then from Battle... No. Why can't I... Okay. Why can't I scroll? There we go. From Battle of Amon, then we go into Chroma Conclave, right? So I was curious how Matt would handle this section, because I feel like this section of my DMing is one of my weaker points of like how to actually like smoothly transition parties. And watching it, I thought he did a great job, but the slightest itty bitty teeny weeny nitpick is maybe in here. We have sort of a like a reminders episode, you know? We have like reminders of like, you know, oh, like remember the blue crystal, you know? And like as the DM maybe go through and remind the players about all of the things that they've kind of forgotten about. Not like deliver them a list, you know, figure out a way to do it narratively. But I think maybe there's, you know, an even lower point between these two that can sort of be the cleanup between the arcs. Overall, I think Matt did amazing, better than I normally do. But even iterating on it, I think maybe that's where to place those sorts of reminders. Oh no. And now we're back to no spoilers. So yeah. I think that's maybe something I realized. Again, I think he did it really well of this, you know, of kind of lowering the stakes and like transitioning us out and into an arc. I think he did really, really well. But I think in between that, we maybe could have some more reminders. When they're also playing less frequently before this became the show, they were playing like once a month, once every 2 months, which is exactly like, and for a real life game, you're going to have, you know, people cancel. Sometimes people aren't going to be there. If you run games without people there, you know, there's all sorts of real life things where players are just going to forget shit. Like, you know, it's like simultaneously the player's fault for forgetting it, but also I don't blame them at all. Because your character's memories, you know, this is real life for your characters. They're going to remember everything. Whereas you as a player, you have fucking actual real life. You know, you have like the family drama and friend issues and job stuff that like is occupying your time outside of the game. So it's very reasonable for you just to forget about shit, you know? Whitestone. Did I say Whiterun? I think the last step is 10 times too small. The last step was a bit of a cannonball. You're not wrong there. See, I feel like that's what the Krieg House visit was about, to remind them of that instance, because it was more primarily important to know. That is totally fair. That is absolutely fair. And when I say, you know, a reminders episode or a reminders session in between these, this is I think I would slot the things here that are maybe not that important to the next arc. Like, certainly things that are impactful and that, you know, they might want to like clean up a little bit. But things that aren't directly impactful to the next arc. I totally agree that Krieg's house was reminding them of things that would be most relevant to the Battle of Amon and then later the Chroma Conclave arc. So I'm saying, yeah, kind of like put something here that is sort of in neither of the arcs, because hunting Daxio was still within the Briarwood arc, and I'd say that General Krieg's house is the intro to the Chroma Conclave arc. So kind of have a between the arcs episode. where we go and like clean everything up, make sure there's not like a ton of loose ends just flying around out there, like a secret sapper's tunnel into your base or, shit like that. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Like this sort of structure of having this, this delaying episode might feel weird in practice. It's just a theory that I have that it might work. But overall, like I said, I think that the way that Matt managed this escalation and de-escalation was very, very good. I hear we get to see you GM pretty soon. Oh yeah. Pretty soon. I need to get some confirmations, but I think I'm tying things down. Yeah. To be fair, it'll be a pre-written adventure, so you won't get to see the full scope, but yeah, soon enough. One day in game can sometimes equate to 1 month of real time. Absolutely, yeah. It can be so long between, the actual events of the game. Yeah.
You just need to convert it to the exit of your tunnel.
Smells like jerky.
Right there with you. There is a door that leads out.
Okay. I will crack it an inch and look through.
Okay. There's a chain on the outside of the door that keeps it shut, with a big, thick lock at the bottom.
Is there enough room to get my hand through to the other side?
I'd say yes. With your experience and your lithe form, you manage to just eke it through, and you can get your wrist past. But anything beyond the mid.
Double joint.
And with that double joint, you get close. So yeah, you can reach it.
All right. So I can feel a lock there.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna one hand pick this lock.
Okay, go ahead and roll. This is a difficult maneuver, even with your experience.
All right.
Given that you can't actually see the front of the lock, you're having to literally feel your way through it.
Yeah.
Roll high, you
Got this
pointy eared
shit.
bastard.
Never 20. It's like unclasping a bra.
Uh,
How do you do that?
that's
30.
yeah.
30.
With a single moment, you're actually feeling with one thumb. You're feeling for the vibrations of each tumbler on the inside of the lock, and as each one progressively clicks, you eventually get to the fourth one before ting, and it hangs open loosely within a matter of 40 seconds. You kind of wish other people had seen that happening, because that was pretty cool maneuver. But you know at least.
Come on up. It wasn't even locked.
He's so modest. Oh no, we lost an Ashley.
What do we do with that?
We lost an Ashley.
Say again?
Oh, no,
Lost
we
an
lost
Ashley.
Ashley.
Oh, I've got it.
All right.
Clear
so,
it down.
as you all climb back up, you
Stealth, everybody.
You
I
get-
cast
Oh, she's going to call back. She said we turned into robots. She disconnected.
okay.
I cast pass without a trace on us.
Okay, good.
Pass
So
without a
Wait,
trace.
wait! How's Trinket gonna climb up this rope, y'all? Polymorph?
I do have polymorph. Oh, no. We need to make him tinier anyway.
Make him a little mouse.
What do you want him to be?
Oh. Shut up!
which for the record, Trinket going through this tunnel kind of looks like the cleaner in Labyrinth. It fills the entire tunnel, and he's just like having to pull his way through.
Okay.
Static electricity slowly
Polymorph
building.
him into, like, a very small raccoon. So he still has...
A wisecracking raccoon?
Like, he's got hands, you
I
know?
can make him
like
like
old things.
I can make him
Hey,
What about a
question.
Wolverine or a badger?
I have a question.
Yes.
Honey badger doesn't care.
He doesn't give a shit. He just takes what it wants.
If I polymorph Trinket, can I then use Beast Sense to be able to like see through him? Would that be able to work?
What does Beast Sense do?
Beast Sense lets me see through the eyes of a beast.
You can do that with Trinket regardless.
But does it stack with polymorph? Like if he is polymorphed into, I mean, I guess he's still a beast.
If Beast Sense is concentration, then not. You would lose one to do the other.
Oh right.
Yeah, and
polymorph
Beast Sense is
concentration?
concentration. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So one or the
That's
other.
fine.
He'll be with us.
But if I like turned him to a bird, I can make him like an aerial scout.
Oh,
Is what I was
yeah,
thinking.
yeah,
Like the
Talk like a
wards
bird.
in Game of Thrones.
Or you can become one yourself.
I'll
It's like
What are you doing?
Vegas.
I'll make him a cute little.
Gotta be
little,
cute.
like sewer rat or like.
No!
Oh, you said a raccoon. Can I?
No, it's funny. It feels it feels a little bit slower, in terms of like them like debating these rules or whatever. But this is the sort of conversation that I think is good to have at your own tables. Of like, yeah, like it takes a little bit of time, but it's also why I am generally a slower level upper and I always encourage like starting from level 1 because these sorts of conversations, the higher level you start, which I mean we know they all started super high level because they were transitioning over from Pathfinder. These sorts of like litigation conversations on combos and rules, I think they're important to have. Like I don't think you can just like skip over them, otherwise you get a wind walk scenario or the fireball incident. Like these are good to litigate at your table. But the lower level you start and the slower you level up, the less often they're going to happen. You know, like per pound, you know, like per time spent. But if you start at super duper high level, especially with something like Druid, trying to litigate like what does work at the same time as others, it'll happen a lot more regularly because she has so many fucking spells and they all, you know, do like relatively, or no, they don't all do relatively unique things, but they all like litigating those combos is just going to take some time. They have internet connection problems too. Relatable. I've said it once, I'll say it again. I'm not going to stop saying it. I cannot believe they still have her on a laptop when they have all of these fucking geek and sundry on-screen elements. Black Magic Design in here can't figure out how to put a webcam on screen. Come on, dude. She did specify cute sewer rat. She did, and Laura's still mad. It's strange going back to watch this now that I know so much more about D&D. I knew nothing when I first started watching when they were first streaming. Yeah, it's really cool. I think that's a lot of people's experience, Zenshi, of like, I think a lot of people, this is their kind of intro into D&D nowadays. I definitely think that like we've debated a little bit on like, was, you know, how responsible was Critical Role for D&D's rise? And I think that it is very debatable, but I will say, I think it has been one of, if not the top onboarder of like zero experience or like never having heard of D&D into D&D type of people. Like, I think that it has been one of the largest like onboarders. And yeah, I think it's very, very cool.
Oh
my god.
I like Critical Role. It's very weird for me that I am like a Critical Role channel now, because, you know, I had basically no experience or no and very little desire to have any experience with Critical Role before I started doing Critical Eyes. But it's fun. I talk to people now about Critical Role. I'm like, oh, but then they did this and this section, and they're like, okay, whatever. I am all alone. I only have the chat to talk to.
God, make him something. Flying squirrel.
Will he still get his armor?
Can I make him a lemur?
You can.
But lemurs are slow, dude.
I am
Raccoons are cool.
not. I am
Holy
not.
shit.
How about a
slow.
red panda?
Actually a
Red
problem.
panda!
I'm gonna make him a red panda.
Red panda. That's cool.
Wait.
That's cool.
Can a red panda climb a rope ladder? Any better than
Red pandas are like raccoons.
Well,
As she
red
completes-
dragonflies.
As the rest of the party climbs their way up during Vex and Keyleth's bickering over what form Trinket should take, Trinket, if you've ever seen a bear roll its eyes before, this is the moment as it fills the entire tunnel, it goes with the kill me now expression. Eventually, you decide on red panda.
Yeah, it's
What type of bear is Trinket? Is it supposed to be like a brown bear or a black bear? Can't, like, I know sun bears can climb really well. Can brown or black bears? I don't know. I feel like I don't know if Trinket can climb or not.
good. It's a good breed.
The mystical red panda from Wildmount.
Brown.
You extend your hand and Trinket's form flings into a small, temporarily elevated red panda and falls to the ground.
I love you! He's
Runs
so
up.
cute!
Runs
I
up.
pick him up,
Yeah.
and I put him on my, like, tell him to hang on me.
Goes and wraps around your neck, kind of like your
You're
the
best,
foxtail you already have
buddy.
there, and just kind of wrap it
I
around.
pet his little head, and I love him.
You guys climb up, and as you emerge, you can see now you're at the very, very back of an alleyway that is buttressed against the inside of the outer wall. So you're inside the city.
Yeah.
You're in this small, very, very well kind of out of the way alleyway, this back alley that ends at your outhouse, as well as a secondary one next to you that appears to be functional based on the smell. And there is just trash and junk back here. It's definitely one of the forgotten corners of Iman.
You have your map.
Yeah,
Change
we're
this
right
up.
That's right.
Where's Gilmore's again?
Abadar's Promenade,
is
to
number
kind of the
one.
Let's
northeastern
stealth. Can we all stealth?
of the
Oh,
Econ
that's up here. He's up here. Wow,
Yeah,
we have
and
to
we've
cross
got-
the entire city.
Well,
And we've got Pass Without a Trace.
But we could go along the wall.
let's do it.
Yeah.
We could
Go along the outside
all
of the
way
city? Let's
do it.
along the outside
Dude,
wall.
does Sam have a hand-drawn map? Is that
But
what
we
I'm
could
seeing?
go.
Is that what I think this is a player-drawn map of Iman? Fucking awesome, dude. That is one of my biggest things that I think I started doing very early that I think is like a very I don't want to say it's like a cornerstone of my style, but I think it's very like prominent within my style and maybe not so much in others. Of like, I never give my players a world map. I always encourage them to draw their own maps. Because I think not only does it give you that note taker's sort of pride whenever it's useful, but also it leaves some room for like ambiguity and like maybe things being incorrect or like improperly notated, which can create drama and tension. So I love that they have a hand-drawn map of Amon. I think that's great. What up, Ghost Man? Sierra was kind of a crazy change of pace for me once it became popular, because suddenly there was a D&D story everyone could be in on and discuss with context. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, it's kind of a meme at this point, like, oh, me trying to tell people about my campaign, you know, and it's just like the person all alone. Like, it's so hard to talk to someone about your at-home game because there's so much context that they do not have. But you're totally right, Hans, of like, with this, everyone can talk about this crazy D&D campaign and all the shenanigans that went on while having the absolute full context. I think it's his size is what's causing the issue here. That's fair. Also, to be fair, it's also a rope ladder. Like, even if a bear can climb a tree, they probably can't climb a rope ladder. So that's fair. What up, Mustang? Similar to telling people about a novel you're writing. Yeah, absolutely. But now you're all kind of reading the same book to an extent.
Along the wall.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Go along the outside of the city.
Let's
Let's do it.
along the outside wall.
Okay.
Do we want to go through the city or along the outside of the city? We're going to take the long way or direct path?
The long
way, the slow way, careful way.
Take the beltway.
stealth
Take
it.
the beltway.
Stealthy. Stealthy.
All right, everyone roll stealth, please.
You had 10 because
We add 10.
Ashley, stealth is you as well, with disadvantage, but you had 10.
Bam.
Still there, Ashley?
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Ashley!
Son
Oh,
of a gun.
damn it!
I'm gonna hang up on you. I still love you, but I'm gonna hang up.
All right, so call back on you guys. Stealth checks.
This is
20, 39.
19.
25.
33.
23.
25.
All right.
You added 10?
What?
Add 10 to it.
Pass without a trace.
35 then, motherfuckers.
29, sorry.
Okay, there we go. And 19 with the plus.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
good.
rolled shitty.
Okay.
Still pretty.
All
Oh
right.
man, it's digitally.
There we go. Hi, Ashley.
Sorry, Ashley.
Digital Ashley.
And she's
Hello,
here.
hi, I'm Pike. I
she
am
still
happy to
muted?
be here.
I forgot.
Ashley rolled a 4, she texted me.
Okay, roll a 4. Got
So
it.
14.
14. Okay. So you guys step out of this alleyway, and the first thing that catches you is the visual.
Chain back the outhouse.
Okay, so you chain it back to the lock back on. Okay. As you step back out into the center of the first road, you come.
You know, something that I'm surprised at, and maybe I just missed it, right? It is hyper possible that I because I haven't read the rule book every single line and with as much detail. I am surprised that I haven't seen any method for group checks within Daggerheart yet, given how prominent group checks are within Critical Role, at least up to this point. Could very much just be that I didn't catch that rule, or it's in a section that I haven't read yet. But I am kind of shocked, and it's something that I would really, really like to see out of 5.5 or 1 or whatever. Is some sort of method for doing a group check to make up for maybe weaker links at certain skills. There are rules in group checks. One helms, the other give them advantage. Perfect. Okay, that's awesome. Good then. Okay, because that's something I'd really like to see out of 5.5, because there are so many times where you just don't want to split the party. Like, yeah, maybe it's a little silly that the gnome in heavy plate is sneaking along with the rest of them. But in terms of how people actually play, they're not just going to leave the gnome out in the forest or back at the keep where she probably should be. Like, if we're falling like deep into the realism of the scene, like Ashley or Pike probably just shouldn't come with the party. But that's not how most people play, because it's kind of lame unless everything else is also revolving around that realism, and like the DM is like very much keeping that in mind. So I think for systems like D&D, like Daggerheart, like, you know, anything that is basically as rules heavy as D&D or lighter, I think needs some sort of group check system.
Across the crossroads to this alleyway, you look up and you can see there are, even through the night, a good 24 streams of smoke just billowing out from different parts of the city, where throughout the entire evening there's just been buildings burning, crumbling, or fires of indeterminate origin throughout the city that are still spreading. There's the perpetual smell of smoke and dust in the air, and you can see every now and then the wind will blow a bit and a little bit of ash will be thrown up in the air and kind of come to rest. Much of what you see around you is intact.
I don't believe that's Raji Herkub. To my understanding, and maybe this is a rule that I've just missed in my DMG read-throughs, maybe, but to my understanding, there's no group check system. The whole 50% succeed thing is just a common house rule. To my knowledge. Maybe I've absolutely missed it, but I don't believe that's raw.
The buildings directly around you on this side, everything seems intact, though there's very little signs of life on this immediate corner. It looks like either everyone's inside or this part of the city has been abandoned, or people are just keeping out of the streets at this point. So, what do you guys want to do?
Go along the wall to the other side to get to Gilmore's.
Okay.
Sneaky.
All right. You guys coast along the wall to the very southward side, trudging up across the main gate, which, as you can see now, there's normally a very heavy guard presence on the south gate to Amman. The gate is currently partially open, and you can see a bunch of the guards, as well as a number of individuals in the city, currently frozen in place in the midst of a sudden bit of chaos. You can see the guards with shields and pikes at the ready, screaming and looking up into the sky. Their final moment, trapped now in that frozen, horrifying visage. You see people running, trying to make their way out of the gate, and just couldn't quite get past in time. And the gate itself is a large sheet of ice that is frozen against it. It is slowly thawing. You can see the ground around them is turning muddy with all the moisture that's slowly melting away as the day progresses.
And they're like the people in our keep. They're past the point of healing.
You can certainly check and inquire.
Here we go. Hit one.
They've been here for 8 hours at least. They're gone.
Yeah, leave it.
I want to see if Cure Wounds is... I'm going to just try.
I assist.
Okay. So you go up and you reach out and cast Cure Wounds on one of the frozen bodies, and your hands touch it, and you can feel the ice itself still very cold to the touch, though it's damp and the moisture is gathering and dripping down off certain elbows and portions of the body that are the lowest. You complete the spell, and you feel the warmth of the cure spell extended past your fingers, with no sign of reaction or life within the body. This poor woman, apron on, looking over her shoulder, running, holding what looks like what little belongings she has, is just there, her final moment captured as she stares off in the direction of where you assume Borugal swooped towards the south gate before making their way towards Greyskull Keep the night before.
Let's go before we're discovered. Quickly.
Okay, go.
As you guys tread across the main thoroughfare, and it's the one point where you're kind of really inescapably out in the open as you're taking a moment touching the corpse of this woman frozen in place. Vex, you catch out of the corner of your eye what appears to be a figure stepping towards you in the center of the street.
Wait, you see someone?
As you notify the rest of the group, you guys look over and you can see now stepping.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It was just such timing of like Matt like delivering this like tense hook and the Skype dunk dunk.
From one of the alleyways, there is a humanoid figure walking through the road, cloak draped behind in the back, hood up, wide shoulders, and is not seemingly making any attempt to be unseen or really hiding their presence. This is somebody who is beelining it for your group.
Okay. Crazy shot in the dark. Because I think the obvious answer is that this is someone from the council or someone, that they knew. 175 has the rule for group checks. What? Have I absolutely missed this? Or just not remembered it? Wait, I gotta sign in off screen. PHB 175. Let's see. Have I always been assuming? Because that has happened to me before, where I just assume that something is homebrew, like a very common homebrew, and then it turns out to be a real rule. I have had that before. Like flanking. I always heard that flanking was a homebrew rule that was carried over from 3.5. And then on a reading of the DMG, I was like, wait a second. It is absolutely like, I mean, it's a variant rule within the DMG, but it's in there. Oh man, I don't have, I can't look it up on D&D Beyond. Wait. Oh my gosh, if it's on page 3 of the section playing the game. Working together. Sometimes 2 or more characters team up to attempt a task. The character who's leading the effort, the one with the highest ability modifier, can make an ability check with advantage, reflecting the help of the other characters. A character can only provide help if the task is one that he or she could attempt alone. Group checks. When a number of individuals are trying to accomplish something as a group. So that's the help action. That's just the help action. To make an ability check, everyone makes an ability. If at least half the group succeeds, the whole group succeeds. Otherwise, the group fails. It's so funny. Group checks don't come up very often is the next line, and they come up so often for my group. Shit, there you go. There you go. Yep, it is page 175. It's like 3 pages into the playing the game section in the PHP. I got nothing else to say. Just me then. I do that a lot too, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've always played with that rule, but again, I definitely thought it was like a 3.5 homebrew or whatever. Like that is interesting to know that it is raw. Yeah, that's fine then. That's fine then. I think if 1D&D keeps that, we're all good. I couldn't imagine them coming up less. Yeah, dude, they do it all. Group checks come up very consistently. People just don't know how to read, apparently. I certainly don't. That is confirmed for me.
In this moment.
He's heading towards us?
Yes.
He sees us?
They're heading right towards you.
I take out an arrow and say, stop.
Oh, wait.
So
I was going to say, I think the obvious, thing here is that it's a member of the group, maybe seek or assume, maybe paladin nerd that implicated them for killing the old lady. But I'm gonna take a big swing here. I don't know why. I think that this is Earthbreaker Groon from Vasselheim, the dude that was like watching Grog's pit fight. I think it's that guy. I have absolutely no reason for thinking that other than Matt describing the super broad shoulders. And I can't think of any other NPC that has been described like that. Earthbreaker Groon is the only person I can think of, maybe besides Grog's dad from Story of Vox Machina. Could be Grog's dad. I don't think it is, though. Earthbreaker Groon is the only one who has been described as, like, big and imposing. So I think that it's Earthbreaker Groon.
Flame hands.
Okay.
Get it going.
The figure kind of stops for a moment and pulls the hood back, and you can see now revealed a looking humanoid, but the figures are more intense and thick, a very square jaw. The skin has a slight kind of grayish-green tint to it. It looks like one tooth underneath, and this is a half-orc individual wearing black cloak and very simple set of leather armor. If our guest would like to step onto the stage.
Oh! This is not at all what I thought it was. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
What's not a way to
you guys know, we have
predict
a guest joining us this evening. We have the illustrious and talented Jason Charles Miller, who is in
Where's he going?
you guys right there. Between,
Right here?
yeah, there you go.
I'm in.
Who's Jason Charles Miller? Am I gonna...
Come squeeze.
Jason's going to join us for this evening of gameplay.
My first action will require me to get up, so...
Okay, well, we'll just get low for the moment just so I can introduce you. So you can say, hey. this is Jason. Jason's a voice actor. Actually, the voice
I was not expecting the fit. That's crazy. What a crazy hat. That's so sick.
in Drizzt.
This guy reminds me of a of the lead singer in a metal band in Kansas City. That I'm not gonna mention, but well, I just did mention. I'm not gonna say the name of, but he reminds me a lot of especially with the tattoos and the fucking skull cowboy hat. That's such a sick fit.
Still Orton right now. If you want to.
Shut the fuck up.
You didn't know that?
Yeah.
He made the music for the intro, so he is a musician. Okay. He gave me big, metal musician vibes, like metal singer. Like he kind of has the same energy as oh god, who's the lead singer of Disturbed? He kind of has that energy about him, you know? Not in a bad way at all. It's sick. I wish I had these rings. That ring is so fucking awesome. Oh man.
Know that?
Yeah,
Surprise.
that's pretty awesome. As well as the writer of our theme song, our Critical Role theme song, which we are working on a new.
He's the lead singer of Godhead? Okay, we've actually stumbled into an area where I'm always like, I'm not into music, whatever. I'm a little into metal. I had no idea that this was the lead singer of Godhead. That's crazy. And he's also a voice actor? What can't this guy do? He's the voice of Drizzt. Drizzt is animated. Was that in a video game? Dude, wait. He had to wait for an hour. He did have to wait for quite a bit. Which, we've talked... Because, how much long... A lot of this is Critmas. A lot of this... It's only a 2-hour, 42-minute session time. Matt ends his recap at 10. So, he had to wait about 40 minutes. No. About 50 minutes. Oh, that's tough. It's... Okay, I will say... To some degree, man, it's really hard. Because during the Vasselheim arcs, where, we all know that the guest players are coming in, it's kind of essentially about the guest players during Vasselheim. I was very hard on Matt for how long it took him to introduce them. For this dude is coming in on maybe one of the, most... impactful episodes in a while. So I don't necessarily blame Matt for taking his time here as opposed to Vasselheim. It's still a long ass time. Out of the 2 hours and 40 minutes, he missed basically a third of the session. Maybe closer to a fourth. I'm doing my math wrong. Closer to a fourth, I think. But yeah, that's quite a long time to wait to get your guest player in. But this is a very impactful episode. So I think it's a little bit tougher here, It just needs the chin piercing. Exactly, dude. Streams live music on Twitch? Damn. Okay, that's cool. That is a problem with guests on CR. Yeah, especially again, depending on the episode and the episode type that you're wanting to get them in on, it can be a lot harder. But maybe I'm trying to think of the beginning of this episode. You could have had him just roll up to the keep before they left, kind of like Allura did. You could also have him be okay. This is a little silly. This is a bit silly. You could have him be coming out of the other outhouse next to them. I know they didn't wait that much longer, but or he could have been trying to break open the door, and when Vax picks the lock, he's standing outside of it, and it's I didn't realize it was occupied. There's maybe some opportunities to get him in a little bit quicker. But this is a serious episode. You want to bring him in on a bit more of a serious tone, They get a first row seat to the whole thing, which is probably pretty cool. They do. That's fair. But also, I doubt that, I'm sure that he's, a friend of the cast. but you know, who knows if he's actually like as into Critical Role as like an average audience member. Like I think he's probably just like coming around to have fun. We also don't know when he arrived. That's true. Could have been fucking late. Yeah, Mans could have not been there when they started recording. That's very, very fair, Dr. Hoovy. Wait, what? What are we talking about, this arc being cursed? Is something wrong? Wait, what? Was I gone? Why? The stream's current bitrate is lower. What the fuck? Why? That's so weird. It's not even telling me that I'm dropping any frames. Normally, Streamlabs will tell me if I'm dropping frames, but you were gone on both YouTube and Twitch? You're joking. Dude, what? But we're back now? Why was I gone? I don't even, that's the crazy thing, is I don't even see like a distinct reason that I was gone.
Mine like went out for a second and I'm doing a speed test now and it's at 28.9.
Ah, dude, I can't handle this. Man, Paige is doing a speed test and apparently it's like crazy low right now.
Oh?
Back?
It just got way better.
It got way better?
Like literally 2 seconds ago it was at 30 and now it's at 248.
Okay, maybe it was like actually like Comcast's fault or whatever and not like our internet.
Well, it was completely out for a second.
It was completely out for a second?
Like I googled speed test and it was like, I can't bring that up for you.
That's so crazy. Yeah, now I'm running a speed test on my end. Yeah, I'm getting good speeds now. Oh my god, dude. Why is this art cursed? That's now YouTube's telling me excellent connection. That's so weird. Try refreshing, Daniel. Yeah. Finally get the experience live. Dude, it's so frustrating. It's so crazy frustrating, man. Maybe do you want to run an ad now or push back? Let's push back. I think we'll run an ad when we next take a break. Had to close YouTube to get it back, dude. That's so crazy. I don't know what's that. I actually think that was a completely different internet issue, which is so wild. Why must the arc be cursed?
Is there tiny tables?
So suddenly the orc begins to utter a series of strange, it sounds like double talk and gibberish.
I'm reading his damn lips as he's.
But we're back. Okay, good. Goodness gracious. That was terrifying. I was like, I don't know what's wrong. Oh my god.
He's doing it.
All right, and you knowing thieves can't pick up the details, so you can let her know as well. The rest of you see this orc just speaking nonsense, and a very brief reaction from the twins.
He's just trying to get us to
been
join
under a
this.
lot.
Oh, but as I was saying, when I think the stream crashed, now we have player-to-player whispers. We started with Matt to players, and then players to Matt, and now the players are speaking back and forth to each other. It's fucking crazy. It can't handle both your and Matt Mercer's hair at the same time. What can I say? The luscious locks. Remember back in early 2024 where there were like 3 weeks of crazy tech issues? I hope that it's a long memory back in the day. This will all be really funny in hindsight. We can all hope, AKL. We can all hope.
Stress, all right?
He's trying to get us to join Scientology.
Our thetan levels are off the charts.
Off the charts right now. My thetan level's at like 16 right now.
Yeah.
You're a member of the clasp then?
Yes.
Ah.
You're the first faces I recognize. I've been hiding here since the attack.
You recognize us? Why? How?
I'm a member of the clasp.
Oh,
Did
right.
you all make
Sure,
it?
That's
This
right.
guy.
That's right.
Yep.
We were there recently.
When you left? I don't know. I was on a mission up above ground when the attack happened. I'm trying desperately to get back to see who is left. My name is Garthok.
Garthok?
Yes.
We're Vox Machina. I'm the de facto leader. My name is Scanlan Shorthalt.
I know who you are, and you're the first people I've made myself visible to. You're the first people that I recognize or even know that I could trust.
How long have you been through the city? How much has left?
It is not. It's undescribable. There is incredible destruction.
Have you encountered any more survivors?
Which you have, as you walk through the city, you have noticed there are many survivors through the town. A lot of them have kept inside, but there are a number that are actually running through and looting the town.
What was your name again? Garthok. Garthok. What of the spiralings? What of the leaders of the class? All I know is what I knew before the attack.
The art is cut off? What do you mean? You mean like this side of the screen? Like his like strength, whiz, all that? Yeah. That was just to get the on-screen elements to where they're readable but still fit. This was about the best I could do with like this amount of overlap. Because yeah, if I reorder them, you'll kind of see. If I just put this one above, they kind of overlap like that, which actually normally is okay to like have this one be overlapping more. But then if I ever do anything like this, actually that's not even too bad. Okay, maybe I can actually just have GX overlap Obsidian. That might actually work. Okay, never mind. We'll do it like this.
We've come here looking for survivors. We don't intend to stay long. You're welcome to come with us.
Are you
We were
are
going
you
to
one
go.
of the people looting? You said you saw other people doing the same.
I'm not a looter. I was on a classified mission above ground, and now that is all gone to shit, basically.
There is a very interesting effect of making Garthok. I actually need to take a note about this, Garthok. Garthok clasp member, also a PC. Because there is an effect of making a clasp member a PC automatically makes the entire organization slightly more trustworthy. Like, not significantly more trustworthy, right? But a little. It's kind of like what I was talking about with the I think it was Kit, like the artist that played the wizard that they ended up like killing the old lady in like the process of defending her, right? They automatically sided with her, right? Instantly, instead of the broker or whatever. And to be fair, he was throwing off creepy vibes. But there is an effect of making this character a player character, makes them and the things that they are connected to inherently more trustworthy. Just more trustworthy. Not necessarily all the way up to a level of trust, but more than they were before. Which is weird when I am so suspicious about the fucking clasp right now, right? I am so suspicious about the clasp, and so I don't know if one of my theories is that maybe he just wanted to speak Thieves' Cant, but didn't want to be a rogue. And so Matt was like, oh, you can be a member of the clasp. Like, I'm wondering if that was like a sort of like Matt decision, or if potentially this, he has watched a decent amount of D&D, and who's like, or not D&D, Critical Role. He was like, I want to be in the clasp, and he doesn't even know the background of like what the clasp is or any potential issues with it. I don't know. It's an interesting effect, though. It's an interesting effect. The WoW blood curse was so bad that epidemiologists actually studied it. Oh my god. Way better than I could do. Oh, yeah. An interesting way to get exposition out as well. Let it come from a guest PC, which is cool. It definitely is. It is a very interesting way to be like, yes, I, the guest PC, off stage, have been around the city. Because if they encounter just a rando NPC that says something, the PCs are going to be like, oh, can I insight check him? Can I do this? Can I do that? But if it comes from a guest PC, these players are going to go along with it, boom, much more quickly. So I do agree, D-Sonics. If Matt has given him a little bit of a lore dump or a little bit of an expo dump, this dude can give it in a way that the other players will more readily accept than if it came from just some NPC.
So I'm just trying to get back to our headquarters.
Garthok, are you familiar with tunnels or secret passageways around the city at all?
You could say yes, absolutely.
Are we near any?
We need to get across town and not be seen.
We're trying to get to the Abadara's promenade.
Wait. Show me your brand.
As he reveals the back of the cloak, you do indeed see the brand of the clasp, the same one that you
Dude, fucking JCM has like an actual brand. He's just hardcore. He went and got it tattooed before the session. That'd be fucking crazy.
Between the shoulder blades.
Do you know each other?
And just
I know of him, right?
There are certain tunnels that traverse underneath Iman, specifically amongst the clasp. However, two of the locations to the south of the city, one in the graveyard district and one in the temple district, which you guys are just adjacent to right now.
Dude, are they former lovers? Dude, that is actually something that I haven't really... I've talked about, making guest PCs be very important NPCs, like making them be very impactful for the specific reason that, players trust them a lot. I don't think I've ever had a guest PC be someone from someone else's backstory. But it seems like Garthok and Vax know each other. Or maybe know of each other. So it is a very interesting aspect to pull it out of someone's backstory. It's a neat little detail.
Those are the two that immediately come to mind. The temple one that you are nearby seeking has been completely demolished and is unusable. There's the one to the graveyard district. There's one to the north of Abdar's Promenade. That could possibly be I've used to you. Those are the only ones that come to mind that are nearby.
Well, if we're heading that way anyway. We stopped by Gilmore's and we do need to check in with the clasp anyway.
Maybe.
They're going to be helpful.
Maybe.
Are we on the open right now?
What are your interpretations?
Can we fucking get inside somewhere? No offense, gob, top, whatever the fuck. Can we get inside, please?
We need to get to Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Do you know where that is? Yes, I can lead you there. Underground? I could if the temple entrance wasn't destroyed.
I might be able to clear it out.
You want to walk towards the temple?
We're near the temple district now.
We can take the tunnels under.
But if the entrance to the tunnel is destroyed, it's best not to risk it. Let's just
make
keep
a lot
going.
of noise clearing it out.
Yes, true.
Best to skirt.
Building to building.
Are you okay with stealth?
Oh wait, you know what?
I'm
I might be able to tunnel us to the closest tunnel system. From right here.
Do it then.
Alright.
I cast.
How do you intend to do this?
Work your fucking magic.
Move Earth.
Okay.
6th level.
Whoa, you're using a 6th level spell right now?
Do we want to do it now?
Well, we're not near the entrance to the tunnel right.
Look at that lore bit, like right now. I don't know that.
No, I say we just stop.
Are we alright?
Yeah, save that.
We can save that for an emergency.
I'll save it.
Okay. It will take you, at the rate at which it moves Earth, it will take you probably a good hour to 2 hours to
Get to the tunnels?
to get to any sort of system that he might be referring to.
Alright, let's just walk. We'll walk faster.
All right, so Garthok, I'm going to have you roll a stealth check to move alongside the rest of the group.
Great.
Nice.
Noise.
That is nice.
Whoa. 25.
All right.
Does he benefit from Pass Without a Trace?
No, he arrived after the spell was cast. But he doesn't. But as you guys continue to move forward, he also kind of dives into the shadows and.
That's not how Pass Without a Trace works, right? Am I incorrect about this? I believe that Pass Without a Trace just affects people in a vicinity around Vex. So if any of them were to leave the vicinity, they would lose the benefit. And if he comes in and she's willing to give it to him, I believe he benefits from it as well.
Very similar way that you've seen Vax do before. This orc definitely understands the resources of light in the absence of it.
Thieves.
He's played some Assassin's Creed.
He's just hitting you all up in the shoulders for change. All right, so
Is that a dice game?
It's a band, they're very good.
exactly. So as you guys push forward, kind of staying towards the outskirts of the city, you do come across on the outer area of the Temple District a humble neighborhood that has been completely reduced to cinders and ash. There is probably a good 8 to 10 buildings that are just piles of black, still burning wood, dust, and broken stone. You can see on the outskirts of some of these piles of rubble bodies lying in the street, the skin charred black and cracked as the face and arms are curled up in those final moments of agony. You avert your gaze and continue pressing onward. And you can see now many of these large temples in the center of the city. You can see folks gathered to them and clustered on the inside. You can hear people shouting and folks trying to deal with this current circumstance befalling the town. You continue to move out of the sight of those clusters of.
I'm right, Albie. Okay, cool. Matt tends to have his guests built around important story beats, which is interesting. I have not, been here, I think, for anything like that. Like, I haven't seen that at all. But I totally believe it. We will certainly have to see, which does, that does potentially like exacerbate the issue of trying to get them in. But it could also be cool for them. Like if they know that that's the deal, like they are important, they are here around an important story event. There can be an amount of that that's cool. I will say the only risk there is that the party, a party as suspicious as Vox Machina, people that are immediately going to kill the elderly, like this is not a trusting group of characters or players. So I do think that putting in guest PCs around super impactful events that they're just like, yeah, come along. I think that's that can maybe reduce the feel a little bit, just because it might feel like they're slightly acting out of character to just like bring along this rando because they know that it's a guest player. But if you're Matt, you can also use this guest player. So there's kind of a bit of both to it. A little bit of positives and negatives there. Sorry. Wait, what? Sorry if I crossed the line? Oh, I don't remember you crossing the line. If you did, I didn't see it. There's still unlearning 3.5 in Pathfinder. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And potentially 4E? Is that where they started? But yeah, no. They're absolutely still unlearning a lot of that. Add in 3 minutes, can't push anymore. Okay. Let's take a quick break then. Let's take a quick break while I'll run the ad now. And we'll go get some water, we're making crazy good time. We normally wouldn't even be started on the episode yet. So since we're making such good time, we can take a little bit of an earlier break. So we'll run an ad for Twitch and then go and get some water and be right. Oh wait, no. Wait, I can't even manually run it. Why can't I manually run it? That's weird. Wait, let me try to refresh. Okay, I can run it. Okay, there we go. Run the ad break. Okay, running an ad break. See you in a second. Boop. Oh, I don't have any music. No, this always happens. This always happens. I never have music. Damn it. I forgot to unmute. What's up? Twitch just ran another ad. Dude, what do I have set up wrong? Twitch is off its fucking rocker, dude. Okay. All right. I think we're good. What up? How we doing? Okay. I think we're just back into it. Let's do it.
Survivors that are going to their various deities for aid and comfort. You push further towards the center of the temple district. You do catch out of the left the sound of breaking glass, specifically to you, Vex, in the distance. As you glance over and look, you can see 4 individuals climb out of a window with sacks over their shoulders. They all kind of gesture to each other and go running off northward, deeper into the city, carrying whatever goods they managed to acquire from the interior. And as you progress, you do notice that a lot of windows have been broken. You don't know from the inside or outside. Some may have been just from the impact of the attack. Some may have been from individuals that have been moving from building to building. It's hard to say at this point. There's such disarray around you. As you skirt along the very far end of the temple district, you see a portion of the neighborhood now is in itself encased in ice, kind of like the individuals you saw at the south gate. This is another area where a Vorgal made its way through, and you can see another array of icy coffins as other individuals who were trying to escape are locked in place. You can see a small group of living Amon residents that are currently gathering the dead and trying to take them out of the open and possibly give them proper burial, whether it be people they know or not. But there is a look on each of their faces of just desolate acceptance of what has happened and trying to process this.
Can I slink back to Vax? And I say, you still think that what was inside that skull is worse than all of this?
I think it is probably equal to this. We've been burned before, Grog. This was going to happen whether we wanted it to or not.
Yeah, but we could have done something about it. I'd walk on.
Okay.
Big if, big man.
The clouds are beginning to gather up over the sky as you continue forward, and the little bit of sunshine that came through this morning is now covered in what looks like coming rain clouds, which may be a boon to those buildings that still burn, and possibly an annoyance to a giant fire base or a dragon in the center of the city, but nevertheless, the weather is quickly shifting. As you begin pushing into Abadar's promenade, you can...
I like that bit of character work. It's an expression of a I don't want to say a minor flaw, but like it is a bit of an expression of like stubbornness, you know, of like, hey, like look around, I was right on Grog's part. And I like the response from Vax, and I don't have a super complicated opinion. It's just, yeah, sometimes the heroes are a little bit petty and will sometimes twist the knife a little bit when they shouldn't be. And that's a way to play a good, flawed character.
See the central bazaar before you, a memory of it, this sprawling landscape of multicolored tents and carts and what was this bustling marketplace is all closed down, and a portion of it appears to have been torn through. You can see broken bits of wood and wagon wheels tossed asunder, like apparently one of these dragons may have smashed into the center and just let loose its fury. You can see spatters of blood across elements of the ground, but no sign of a body, as there are a few groups that are going around trying to gather what they can, but the place is also picked clean. You notice that a lot of these tents and these carts are empty of any real valuables. You're uncertain as to whether or not the proprietors took them themselves or they've been picked clean by looters. You begin to approach with a very, very nervous heart the corner of the bazaar that leads to Gilmore's place. As you approach, the nervousness is met with the visual of a large stack of black smoke that rises from that direction. As you push through with increased haste towards that area of the bazaar, you see Gilmore's Glorious Goods, as well as 2 other adjacent buildings, completely destroyed. Piles of rubble, and what you can see, what looks to be a group of about 10 individuals that are currently picking through the rubble and gathering what they can, moving over wood and brick.
I stop stealthing and I walk right into it and start shouting, "Get the fuck out of here!
Keep your voice down.
Get out!"
As you do that, all of them kind of turn over and look, and one says, "Get your own shit, all right?"
Move on! Now! Now! Now!
He kind of stops and looks about the other one. The other guys all look at each other. Look, we're all just trying to stay alive here, okay?
I pull out my gun. You heard the man.
Yeah, big sword comes out too.
Fire hands.
Don't test us.
We've had a really shitty day.
You've had a shitty day.
We've all had a shitty day.
Well, let's make it all sorts more shitty. And he pulls a short sword from his side, and all the rest of them pull their blades out, and they say, "Look, we saw this first. We're gonna bring it to him and save ourselves."
Fucking gut you like a fish
Stop.
and take your innards
Stop.
out your mouth. I will not!
Stop! You will take it to him?
Who's him?
Thorodak?
They all kind of, with their weapons out, kind of tense their shoulders and say, "There's only one way we're gonna survive this."
Listen. There's so much more available to you. Buildings up that way. Not with your time right here.
Honey, we've already picked plenty clean from this pile. This is our third time back.
Be your last time back if you're not careful.
Is it worth your death? Bringing this to him, is it worth your death? Because you will die here.
You know what? I think I'd stand a better chance against a lot of you than we would with that thing.
You just thought wrong. Step on and go find loot somewhere else. At least then you can present it to him and not die here. Don't be stupid. Find loot somewhere else. At least then you can present it to him and not die here.
I'm on like Vex's wavelength, and I think a bit of Laura's wavelength of like these are just like random dudes, right? Like I don't know. I mean, I understand what Matt is doing. Like, there is very incorrect, dude. Yeah, like, I understand what Matt's doing. I was like, this is a cool interaction. I'm down with it. The moment that the gun, which none of these people have probably ever seen before, the knife from the very dangerous looking dude and the smoke sword come out from the Goliath, like, yeah, you probably move on at that point. And they're also saying, like, oh, we've already picked this pile clean. This is our third time back. It's like, okay, then why are you making such a fucking fuss about it, dude? I don't know. Like I said, I understand the point of the scene, but this is an example of, like, hey, sometimes the monsters need to run. So, like, you know, I'm not the type of DM that does like fucking will saves or not will saves. What the fuck are they called? There's a very common homebrew. It's like not morality checks. God, what am I thinking of? It's like a courage save. Unless they're casters, the fire hand would be my clue, honestly. Yeah, also that true. Yeah, also the fire hands. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. These... Yeah, I feel like sometimes Matt is not great at having the monsters leave, especially when the PCs are very directly telling them, like, hey, walk away, like, we don't want to kill you.
Don't be stupid.
Make a persuasion check.
Bax, please let me off the check.
Not caring about their lives anymore because, you know... I mean... It's not necessarily that they don't care about their lives anymore. Like, if they didn't care about their lives anymore, they'd kind of just be, you know, rolling over, whatever. This is like, not only do they not care about it, I guess in this case, you know, this is actually kind of similar to, not the castaways. What the fuck were they? The refugees at Grayskull. Someone, I think it was G. Herka, brought up doing, persuasion versus Thordax intimidation. Maybe you could have something like that here, but even then, they are not even telling those people, hey, do not, like, loot, don't, you know, serve Thordak or whatever. They're literally just saying, don't pick over this specific building. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Like, to a certain point, there's just, like, an enhanced level of stupidity. Where it's like, you know, Vox Machina is not telling them, like, oh, like, go and get all of the shit for Thordak back. They're just saying, hey, this one that by your own admission you've already looted twice, just don't do this one. You know? Marinate them very drunk or hopped up on something? Maybe, yeah. Giant ancient red dragon wins intimidation every time. I mean, yeah, but that's the only way I can see this even being remotely plausible. Grog Travis has been itching for a fight for a long time now. If you're saying that, like, Matt is trying to give them a fight, I think that doing it against the citizens of Amon is maybe a iffy way to go about it. when, you know, they are in this position and sad because of the destruction of Amon. Like, if they had gone in and immediately started cracking heads, like, yeah, sure, whatever. But they are actively trying to get out of it, like everyone, including Grog. Grog is trying to intimidate them. Grog didn't just, like, start swinging. and Matt is making them, I think, act a bit irrationally here. Citizens or criminals? I mean, criminals are citizens. Vex is the former member of the criminal syndicate in the city, and Gorthak is a current member. You know? So it's, yeah. I don't think that the fact that they're looters has any real effect on the morality of the situation.
Checking.
Oh, I rolled so poorly. Anybody want to assist me?
It's a little late for that.
Hello.
You got-
How about 10?
Okay. You can see as he's kind of like holding his short sword to the side, he goes, you know, it may be stupid, but there are other stupid things in this town. Like walking in the middle of an ambush there. At which point, a dagger comes.
I've got passive perception!
I know.
Motherfucker!
You
Motherfucker!
Instinctually move your head out of the way as it past you, as you see another individual that was kind of like keeping low to the rubble, flung a dagger at you, and the rest of them pull their weapons ready and are about to enter a fray. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Fuck these assholes.
This is everything I wanted.
This is everything we need right now.
It is.
Therapeutic ass kicking. That's pretty good.
They may win.
No.
They
Fuck
will
that.
not win.
We're way more pissed
They
off.
work for a dragon.
I mean, even if it is an ambush, are these, again, people that do ambushes have a certain amount of common sense. We will see how skilled these people are, but if they really just get absolutely stomped by Vox Machina, like, professional ambushers know when a target is too strong to hit, you know?
No.
We'll see.
No, they're assholes who are
just looters.
pawns.
This is just going to feel really good.
Yeah.
But they're
It's gonna
innocent.
be tuna. It's
Yeah,
gonna be tuna.
and see that, and I think that, you know, this sort of like, this is gonna feel really good, therapeutic ass kicking, whatever, is I think what, you know, you're kind of going after G Hercub, and of like the, you know, they've been itching for a fight. But there is also, like, the later moral implications of exactly what Sam is saying, of, like, their innocence. Like, we're not going to kill them, we'll just beat their faces in, we'll see. I doubt that Craven Edge is going to let that happen, but clearly Keyleth wouldn't know that. How much got lost because I don't see a second VOD before? Wait, what? How much got lost? Hopefully none should have gotten lost. There should be a 40. There should be a 40 VOD. It just didn't happen today. Hopefully. I think every second should be accounted for somewhere. Hopefully, Ron Quixote. We'll see. I'm gonna hold the rest of my opinions for this fight until the resolution of it.
We're not gonna kill
They-
them.
they-
We'll just
they
beat their
threw a
face
knife
in
at our
little
head.
bit. Yeah, exactly.
Gorthok, did you leave
Those
it?
innocents are stealing Gilmore's stuff, right? Because Vox Machina has never stolen any. Vox Machina famously hates stealing. I don't know.
It's here.
I think they mean before this stream has issues. Yeah, I couldn't see a VOD either. Wait, so can you not go back in the VOD till before it had issues? Oh, wait, what? Are you not able to Oh, no. Okay. That should work out in the processing. Like, when the stream is getting processed, that should get processed out. This is sort of like the last time something like this happened. It took like an hour of processing for the full thing to come back. So it looks like of this current episode, we lost about, like an hour. Oh, no. I didn't realize that, Ron Quixote. Yeah, so it should work out. It should process out in the VOD, but that sucks. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize you wouldn't be able to go back. Fox wanted to steal it in Gilmore's honor, exactly. Anyways, I'm gonna hold the rest of my opinion until after the fight resolves. We'll see.
Did you know about this?
No.
I believe him.
Inside check him. Can I inside check him?
We literally just walked to where we were going.
Dude, that is the that is the biggest representation of of the difference between having Gorthak be a PC as opposed to an NPC. That is the biggest representation I've ever seen.
They threw a knife at our head.
Yeah, exactly.
Gorthok, did you lead us here? Did you know about this?
No.
I believe him.
If he was an NPC, dude, they would have turned on him like fucking that. They would have turned on him in an instant if he was an NPC. It would not have been an insight check. It would have just been, oh, you led us here, fucking stab. But he's a PC, so we believe him. And I'm not even saying this is like a feature not bug situation. Like, you can use this phenomenon right here to your advantage as a GM, either to introduce something that maybe is really fucking hard to introduce. Like, if you want to introduce something that you know the PCs are going to be skeptical of, but you want to introduce it quickly, guest player. Or the reverse of that, if you want to do a subversion where maybe they shouldn't trust every guest player, you can absolutely use this implicit trust to work some sort of subversion. You have to be careful with that, but it definitely can work.
Insight check him. Can I insight check him?
We literally just walked to where we were going. He led us precisely where we wanted to go.
That's true.
There's nothing clever about that.
All right, so placement, guys. Where would you like to be on this one?
He just led us where we wanted to go. There's nothing clever.
I suppose we'd be hanging back a bit. Well, no, you got up in their face, so you're.
The three of us got up in their face.
I was walking with backs.
Yeah.
I was hanging back a bit.
Thanks,
but
Scanlan and Pike were towards the back.
For sure.
I rolled a beautiful initiative.
I'm next to Percy.
Tag team.
I can't see him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Vex, you're up here?
Sure, why
Because
not?
you were up in their face right
Where's
there.
he?
Face, and I have trinket on my back. So
Which one's Jason Charles Miller?
That is, yeah, which one's Jason?
Jason is...
Charles Miller.
Garthok. Garthok. I'm close. I'm getting it.
Garthok. Here.
I had...
See what Garthok
there.
does.
Garthok, where do you want to be?
He's gonna hit.
I'm ready to tangle.
All right, we'll put you over here, kind of in the middle of the group being watched.
Yeah.
Also
Nice.
the rest of these thugs are all currently sitting over in this rubble.
What do you think, Garthok? I don't know. What do you think, Wayne Duck?
No, poor Theshel. Theshel doesn't know. Oh no. The first half of the stream got cut off. It should get processed, but you will miss the first half, unfortunately. They played right into Garthok's hand. Right into his hand. It was all part of his plan. He actually psyoped them. That's what he was telling Vax and Vex was, go to Gilmore's.
Party on, Garthok.
Party on, Wayne Duck.
Oh dear. Oh.
Those walls, look at that.
All right.
Look at all that fancy.
So, I would like...
Should we be at all concerned about drawing attention to ourselves?
Too late for that.
No, I mean like giant fireballs or anything.
Probably stay away from huge magical effects.
All right.
Fireball straight into the sky.
That's signal.
There you go. Pretty perfect. Alrighty, so initiative's 25 to 20 or higher?
27, natural 20.
Natural 27.
25.
Percy. 25, 20 to 15?
17.
All right. 15 to 10? What we got?
14.
12.
Oh, good point.
All right, so we got...
Good point for 1.75 for the combat. Yep, absolutely.
12 to 14.
And then 12.
I was like, man, this is
Already, into Spike.
the process of taking initiative is a little
lost completely.
I fell down in some rubble.
Mike's going
Twisted an ankle.
I figured she probably would have rolled last anyway, so Mike can last.
Yeah, I think she said she was probably gonna have to leave until the break when we could figure out the text.
Gotcha. Okay, no worries. Okay, top of the round. Vex, since you were the one who got the first attack and immediately reacting to it, you're up. What are you doing?
Okay, I am gonna cast Hunter's Mark on that motherfucker in front of me.
Alrighty.
And then I'm gonna cast Conjure Barrage! At all of them in front of me, like a big cone effect.
Okay. Okay, so, yeah, conjure your actions. That's your full thing.
Yeah.
So, which direction are you doing it?
Just towards all of the guys in front of me. I want to get as many of them in a cone
Okay,
as
you
I
probably
can.
need to move this way, else you're going to hit your brother as well.
Oh, that's my brother.
That's your brother right there.
I can see what's happening now. Yeah, I move over and then
It's a 60.
That's a great. Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay, so I have critiqued Matt a couple of times for essentially not keeping the best intentions of the PCs in mind. You know, like not necessarily thinking about like, hey, like when Keyleth cast Windwalk, right? That is like he was not thinking about. He's just like, oh, they misread their spell. This is what Marisha said Keyleth is doing. I am just going to do it, right? As opposed to saying, hey, Marisha, that's a little weird. Like, Keyleth probably wouldn't do that for like X, Y, and Z reasons, right? In this case, as opposed to that, Laura says, I want to get all of the guys in front of me. And he says, hey, you'd have to move a little bit. Otherwise, you'll hit Vex. And that is a small difference. But I think that in aggregate, it is huge towards getting the story to actually be what the players like really want. Like to actually get their intentions into the story. Because, yeah, obviously, Vex would not want to hit Vax, and real Vex would be able to very easily tell if she was going to hit Vax, but it's maybe a little bit harder for Laura Bailey, not Vex, to tell that sort of thing. So I think that the GM, working as the intermediary between the players and the world, can reduce a lot of that friction through exactly what Matt did there. I think that was perfect. Big thumbs up. You missed the classic music? Hell yeah.
60-foot cone.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
So all four of them are affected. Great.
Great.
So
Ticket is still on my back. He's a red panda.
Yep.
So
Until she breaks concentration.
I throw it on my gun and I fire it and I shoot forward. And that's it, huh? I don't have to like...
Conjure Barrage, you just roll damage and make it save. So
I'm gonna cast that at... Oh, it's already a 3rd level. Okay.
Yeah.
15? And then I add my type anything, or it's just 15?
It's just 15.
Assuming that he makes his save, Giorca. But if there's I know you're fucking around. But if there's an easy way to not, But I know you're fucking around.
And then you add 1d6 for the one dude.
For my hunter's mark. Do I add my bracers of archery, though, on that?
Technically... You know what, sure, because it is technically a race.
17.
I'll let it happen,
Okay.
sure.
17 additional 6 on
that
that.
guy? Okay. What's your DC of your spells?
15.
Okay.
Do I add my spell attack bonus?
You don't have to roll the attack. It just happens, and they have to try and save it.
I understand.
Cool. All right, so that's 17 damage to...
That is not true.
Those two takes half there.
Don't understand.
It'll sink in.
There you go. All right. Cool. All right. So as you release this spraying torrent of arrows down the way, it just fires outward. All of them all of a sudden kind of put their arms up to instinctually defend themselves with arrows piercing into their armor and ricochet off. It's not horribly damaging, but enough to sweep in all of them, and they all immediately look up angrily at each other, weapons that are ready to go ahead and get vengeance.
I take the rest of my movement to back up against a wall.
Okay. Oof, right there. Alrighty. Percy, you're up next.
All right. I'm going to hex the one that she hunter's marked.
Oh man.
Fuck that guy.
Alrighty.
Fuck that one guy in particular.
Fuck that one guy in particular. And I'm going to. Where am I? There I am. I'm going to run towards that other wall to the left.
This way?
Yep.
All right.
All the while taking a few shots at that bastard.
Yes, as you're moving, yeah.
So that's and sharpshooter shots because that's funnier. So that's
But you're Percy.
Yeah, so
You're
that's
fine,
not
right?
It's 14 to hit.
14 hits.
It's one hit. Should I just roll 3 shots?
Yeah, roll 3 shots.
Yeah, because they're
it's 20 that hits.
They're just grunts, dude. Of course it hits.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll damage for all 3 shots.
So that's
an additional 1d6 each.
Oh yeah.
No.
That's
Roll a
10, 27 points, 26 points plus 1 necrotic.
All right.
That's on the other
Opposite,
defense.
yeah. You go opposite.
17 points plus 6 necrotic.
Alrighty.
And for my final roll, 17, 19, 20,
I got the sleeves.
25 points plus 6 necrotic.
That guy's dead,
That
right?
guy.
Okay. So number one, yeah, he's super dead. It is not a downed situation because as we've discussed, ranged damage cannot be non-lethal. So that's kind of awkward. But also Percy's normal shots are also doing necrotic damage. So how does that work? Because that doesn't even sound like a class feature unless it is Agonizing Blast Hex? Did he cast Hex? Did I totally miss that Valkyrie? Wait. Did I absolutely miss him casting Hex at the beginning? I might have absolutely missed him casting Hex. Oh, who I just Hex. I totally, yep. I absolutely missed the guy who I just hexed person. Yeah. Okay. That makes way more sense.
17 points plus 6 necrotic.
Alrighty.
And for my final roll, 17, 19, 20,
Oh, I got the slaves.
25 points plus 6 necrotic.
That guy's dead,
That
right?
guy's.
Right, so as you go running by, each shot, as it impacts the guy who's already dealing with the array of arrows in his chest, each shot that blows across his shoulders is followed by a plume of black-purple smoke that just blasts off each impact until it digs a hole off his shoulder. This actually blows this arm off from the impact. The third one just destroys upper part of his head as he slinks back onto the rubble.
I move my hex to the next guy.
I fucking Sam be like, wait, I thought you guys said we weren't gonna kill them like just a second ago. What? I absolutely love that Vex and Keyleth were both like, we're not gonna kill them. We're just gonna knock them around a bit, do a lesson. Give them a little bit of a lesson. And then Percy's like, right. Like, just instantly blows a dude's head off. Instantly.
I pointed him as
I
I'm running.
moved my hunter's mark to the next guy because the other one went to 0.
That's an hateful agent right there.
All right, you guys use a bonus action to mark a new creature. Both you guys. Okay. So those move over when he just is blown off the map essentially.
I said when it went down to 0, I can just move it to the next person.
If it targets your hit points, first button can use a bonus action on subsequent turns of yours to mark a new creature.
I understand.
Okay.
There's so many rules, guys.
All right, it's their turn now.
You can't block
So,
me in.
out the side, after that final shot, you hear a little guttural grunt off to your left as you see a dwarf with a giant hammer come rushing up from the like, how dare you! And comes swinging off towards your direction there.
Oh, man.
Off the side. These guys here are going to move in. Both of these are going to run up to Grog, being the larger there.
Just sign your death certificate.
This guy comes up to Keyleth. These two come rushing around.
Oh shit, there's 2 more?
Yep.
I didn't see those guys.
No, you didn't.
I
saw one of them, but I didn't see all of
non-lethally blew his head
I
off.
don't get that far, so he's going to go through. All right, so.
Very good sneak attack coming.
Indeed. All right, so first and foremost, the dwarf comes up against you, Percy. That is going to be a 18 to hit.
My armor class is 18, so that does hit.
And it's going to hit you again this time. That's going to be a 15. So only one.
I was about to say, can I take that first 18 and make it? No, I'll take the hit. Never mind. Okay. Never mind.
You take 8 points of bludgeoning damage from the smack of the mace.
Okay.
All right.
Slap the mace. Slap the mace.
2 guys against Grog now. Their mace is out as well. They both, because they pack tactics, they both have advantage on attacks against you. So basically fine. So with that, that's 19. Hits. And the other one with advantage is a natural 20.
Ouch.
So you're not raging yet, so you take full damage. That's all right. 10 points of damage, bludgeoning damage in the first hit, and the second one, that's going to be 15 points of bludgeoning damage. So total 25 points of bludgeoning damage, as both of them just whacking with maces from each side. With the first round of attacks. Now the second one is going to attack twice with advantage. That's a 21, which hits, and a 15. So you then take 7 points of bludgeoning damage after that. Cool. That's those 2. There's one against you, Max. Doesn't get advantage against you. Rolls a 17.
I mean, he's uncanny. It does hit.
This is actually a good example of why lower levels in D&D are so can be so lethal, is because like the way that HP scales, as well as the way that like AC and like the 2 hit modifiers scale, it is actually like generally feasible to hit things no matter what level you are. Like a fucking CR 1/4 can still like I don't want to say reliably, but can like often hit even like a fucking level 5 combatant. They're just gonna be doing piddly damage. And so when you have like the lowest amount of health you'll ever have at like levels 1 and 2, the fact that any CR, like it is very, very common for like most CRs to like still hit, because even like most of these people do not have over 20, AC. Even I think Talison's like 18 and his is one of the highest. So it's like very feasible, unless they have negative modifiers, for them to just like roll well and get past your AC. But at this level, they're doing, 5, 6, 8 damage per person. Like, there is no shot that they are ever taking down this group of people. Even, what's Pike's AC? Pike probably does have the best AC, because I think she has a shield as well as plate. So I'm going to guess maybe hers is 20. She probably has the highest. I hope the clank, clank, clank is worth it. It better be. But like, this is sort of the corollary to, really, really low level lethality is that this damage is just not, it doesn't matter that they can hit Vox Machina. They're never going to plow through the fucking health pools,
Hit on these no, doesn't it? Because I got both daggers out. Doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, so you get bonus.
I have 3 armor classes depending on if my boots are on or if my daggers are in my hands.
Right. Okay, cool. Good enough. All right, so then leading up to that, there's one against you, Keyleth.
Yeah.
That's going to be a 14 and a natural 20. That is going to be 15 points of bludgeoning damage against you.
All right.
Whack, as the mage just swings past.
And that is a thing. So, sometimes people talk about like skill crits and like it's, so silly that you can like, there's like a 5% chance that you just succeed on a skill check, but then you get into a conversation about should you even have been rolling, blah, 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 blah. That conversation, like, there's no debate about it in combat. There is a 5% chance that the fucking 1/4 CR Sturge is going to hit the fucking AC 27 Paladin in full plate. There's just a 5% chance that attack is going to land and is going to do some amount of damage. So, the way that things scale up in D&D is bigger and bigger and bigger health pools and bigger and bigger and bigger damage amounts. So because of that scaling, these low-leveled enemies basically just have no chance. You're not going to whittle down these fucking health pools unless you have like triple the combatants or you have like some sort of magic that can disrupt or disable these people somehow.
And catches you right across the chin. The impact causes you to your head to snap for a second, like a very minor moment of whiplash as you look back.
And by the way, that's not a critique on this combat format. I absolutely encourage DMs to do pub stomp combats sometimes, where the PCs go up against people that are much, much weaker than them, so that the PCs have a sense of progression. Right? They see how far they've come and how easy this combat is now. That said, I don't know if I'd do it against citizens of Amon, but in a vacuum, not considering the context, a pub stomp combat is fun. Like, I absolutely recommend it for, like, higher level parties because, again, it gives them a sense of progression. So, yeah.
Back, you can feel the blood kind of trickling down.
Ah!
Yeah. And then there's 2 against you. That's which both do advantage because attack tactic. Let's say 13, even with advantage. Second attack is 23. And then the other one, there's 2 attacks, 22 and 17. 17 doesn't hit? Okay, so it's 3 attacks on you that hit?
No, 2 attacks hit.
2 attacks, that's one. So that's... Take 9 points of bludgeoning damage and 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And the one that's over here, there's nobody immediately around for it to pull its mace out. Instead, it pulls out its heavy crossbow, lines up and aims at you, Scanlan.
Oh, what? Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm... Oh.
And that is a 21 to hit.
That hits.
You're so grovelly. No.
You then suffer 10 points of piercing damage as the heavy crossbow sinks itself to your shoulder.
Ow.
The armor takes the brunt of it, but you can still feel the pain of it piercing just about an inch through. That ends their go. Next up, we have Keyleth.
Alright, I am really pissed off at this guy who just decked me in the face. So I'm gonna cast Call Lightning.
Alrighty.
You know what, G. Hercum? That is actually... I think you are actually hitting on Vax's internal... Vax and Keyleth's internal moral debates is that I do think that they want to be like the Bat Family. I think Keyleth wants to be like the Bat Family. Fucking Vax wants to think of himself like that. But in the reality of what they do, like, yeah, they take on the big threats. They disable the WMDs. But they have more in common with common street criminals when it comes to, like, their day-to-day actions. Like, yeah, they're not, going up and groveling to Thordak. Like, they take on the big, epic challenges, but they're not out there stopping people from getting mugged. They're not out there stopping B&Es, breaking, they are the ones breaking and entering most of the time. So I think that is a little bit of a moral debate within especially these two's heads of, are they the Bat Family Or are they more similar to the clasp than they might want to admit?
And can I reach out and the guy who hit me, can I reach out and grab him and just call it right into him?
Conductor style.
Yeah. Just like grab his face after he just punched me.
Touch something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the minute you do that, the polymorph fades and trinket turns into a full bear.
Even cooler.
Totally meant to do that.
Totally meant to do
You
that.
can, but no, wherever the bolt hits, it's everything within a 5-foot area. So you can hit the bolt behind him.
No, I wanna.
You want to take it?
I wanna take it.
All right.
I'm pissed the
I like
fuck
that.
off.
So as you put your hands up, the clouds that are already forming
I was
into a
gonna
storm,
say, I can
yeah, they begin to go darker, directly above you. And as you bring your hands up, your flames kind of slowly drifting off your fingertips. You bring your hand down. As you do, a bolt of lightning comes streaking out of the sky, blasting right into the guy in front of you. Go ahead and roll damage.
Is it 4? Do I get an extra D10? Is that what I get? Or an?
You get an additional D10. Yes.
So 4.
4 D10 lightning damage.
Do I get anything extra because I'm holding onto him? Because I'm channeling it.
I'll say no. That's just
Fire,
kind of
fire damage?
That'd be additional. That'd be a different attack, unfortunately.
Man.
You're holding him. The fangs are kind of looking up in his face. So it's a scary visual.
25 points.
25 points damage. I did not make a save, I believe. Rolled a 15. What's your DC on the spell?
18.
Yeah. So the bolt comes down. I need you to go ahead and make a save against your own spell.
Yep. I failed.
Okay, so you also take that damage.
Yeah. Oh, that's 5.
But it was cool.
But it was cool, and I used my bonus action to go Minxie.
Whoa, I
Okay.
like it. We ain't seen Nixie in a while.
It does. It's been a while. It's been a while. Nice.
As the guy's looking, reeling from the impact, from the blast, he kind of pulls away smoke off his chest. He gets his blade, his mace ready. As he looks up and sees you, just into this giant white saber-toothed tiger.
I get a little bit foam going,
Okay.
you know?
I like that right before it, he just saw a giant bear appear, and then
Yeah, I know, yeah.
appeared.
Yeah, but it just got somehow weirder.
This means I can
Somehow.
finally use my gift from Mary. Hang on, I can use my Merry Christmas present.
All right, that's Merry Christmas present.
That ends Keelan's turn. Garthok, you're up.
Great. I move 3 over and take that one on.
Over here?
Keep going straight. No, the other way.
All the way?
No. Yeah. Okay. Now. Sorry.
Up here?
Yes.
There.
No. Wait. Oh, okay. I was gonna go.
We have laser pointers.
Someone give him a laser pointer. Sorry.
Sorry, I had it and I was distracted.
So
There.
Oh, right here.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
so you rush up to
And I
there.
flank. And since they're engaged, can I use my sneak attack?
Yeah,
right
you
away?
hit with the sneak attack.
Right. Okay.
So as you rush out very quickly, you see he pulls out what looks to be a spear, like a short spear, but it's kind of curved crystal like at the blade, and it's smaller than most short spears you've seen. It's like a custom piece of work, and he kind of slides up and attempts to jam it in the thug in front of you.
You get it?
15.
15 hits. Go ahead and roll damage and sneak attack damage.
Hell yeah. So let's see. Need some more, dude. Sixes.
Oh,
Get those
those
D6s.
D6s.
Do you want me to do the sneak attack damage first or the weapon damage first, or just add it all?
Just add all the-
All right.
And then add your modifier at the end.
Sure. I'm so excited.
Roll your own dex. Be ready.
This is what life is about, you guys.
This was the night Marisha took somebody's eyes.
Oh, danger zone.
Please be
28.
28 points of damage. Nice. Alrighty. So as the spear easily pierces past the armor, and you can see the kind of haggard-looking woman, and look over, and the spear itself is stuck in her midsection. As you withdraw it, and you can see a gout of blood pour out afterward. The wound itself leaving behind pretty nasty.
My eyes widen in battle lust.
His orc jaw quivers, the teeth exposed. Okay, is that your turn?
Yes.
Yeah, you still have a bonus action if you want to disengage.
Oh yeah. So I can disengage without attack of opportunity.
Should hide.
Right.
If you use disengage and then move past, and you moved 3 spaces, you can disengage and move back 4 more spaces if you want to with your speed. Your call. Or you can stay there and lock him in place.
You know what I'm gonna say?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Grog, you're up.
After taking a few hits from the sacrificial lamb that stands between Bax and I unsheathe Craven Edge, feeling the goosebumps rush up my skin, and I look down at him and I say, please, run. And I draw the blade across my hand and I go into a frenzied rage.
Alrighty. At which point, the blood touching the blade, it curves down the obsidian and then sinks into the actual weapon. It doesn't even have a moment to drip before the blade seems to absorb the blood that you have.
We're both the match made in heaven. I would also like to use reckless attack as I take my 3 attacks at this piece of shit.
Well, it's a bonus action to rage, so you get 2 attacks this turn.
2 attacks this turn.
Reckless attack it up, man.
That is a 19.
That hits. Is it Great Master? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is not great. That's an 11.
11 still hits. Guys aren't very well armored.
Loser.
Loser.
Loser with your 11 AC.
That's a 22.
Okay.
First one.
Just keep going. You gotta kill it.
19 on the second one.
Okay.
And they both have to make the DC.
Both against the same individual?
Yeah, same guy.
Makes the first save with a 19. Fails the second one. So the first strike just streaks across. You can see cuts a huge gash across the upper body as the kind of burly-looking looter glances back at you, brings up a short sword and is about to go into the pierce. At which point you kick her away from you by a foot and draw the blade around. And this time you run the blade right into her torso, piercing her through it. She looks like you can see her skin go pale as her strength is drawn into the blade. You get to add a point to your strength.
What?
Whoa.
How long does that last?
It lasts to an extra rest.
That's cool.
Best ever.
So yeah, your strength's 19,
I want
so
an
add plus
evil
1 to your
sword.
attack damage going forward. And
Sword?
yeah, damage hit and damage with your attacks.
Wow.
But you pull the blade out and she just crumbles to the ground.
Every person you hit, it makes it better and better and better.
Can I look over my shoulder to the guy on the left? I'm like, you're next.
You very much can. You can see the visual of this presentation seems to have shaken their resolve, though not enough to the point where they're backing down yet. But the desperation kicks in. All right, that ends your turn, Grog. You staying there?
Stay there.
All right, Scanlan, you're up.
Okay, so the guy next to Percy is the dwarf?
Correct.
Okay. I will hand cone it up and I will cast Dominate Person on him.
Okay.
And I will try to bend him to my will.
That is a failed save and a half.
Okay.
We'll save for the purposes of that. Use the blue one. So yeah, as a bonus action each turn, you can just basically tell what to do.
Okay. I will tell him to just walk over to me and start emptying his pockets of anything he's looted. Just straight
the dwarf's face goes limp and kind of drops the mace on the ground and looks over towards you, the eyes glaze over and goes, certainly, master. It would be my pleasure. And begins to like rifle through the pocket. So that, okay, do you want to move anywhere? Yes, there you are.
No, I'll stay there to accept my treasure.
All right, back to you up.
Okay, so I'm going to take a dagger of life stealing, and I'm going to stab the person closer to you. Yeah.
Them not backing down yet is crazy. I'll have things to say. I'll have things to say after the combat. I'm trying to get better for the purposes of Critical Eyes at not updating my opinion every like 10 minutes. I have some thoughts that are forming, and we will definitely go over them after the combat.
So that's 23.
Hits.
So we'll do that first. That is 11. No, that's 10. 10. And then I'm going to use disengage on my bonus action.
Hasn't been 6 seconds yet. 2 of them are dead instantly. One of them has a hole in his skull. One of them has been stabbed through with Craven Edge, and one of them is just emptying his pockets towards Scanlan. What a ridiculous scene.
And I'm going to pivot, roll around Grog along the south side of him, and spin around and stick the king dagger into the neck of the guy behind him. Use luck. That's better. And that is 24.
Alrighty, that is.
Sneak attack. 11. Plus this, 11.
So wait, do you take your boots of haste on this?
No. So 2 attacks.
You get 2 attacks, but use your bonus action to disengage, which would have been your second attack. So
then I'm out.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm out.
Okay, so you move over there?
Yeah, I'll use disengage, and I'm going to back up against Grog.
Okay, right there?
Yeah.
Alright. So she's still in combat with the person.
Back.
Great, so you guys just like back looking around. Great.
Dude, this is something that I have been getting more and more on the train of. Like, I believe I have been quoted I could be quoted in the past saying like, hey, action, bonus action, ain't that hard, whatever. The more I play other systems, the more I'm coming around to being a single action Andy of like, the blades, dagger heart, whatever, like you do a thing. That's it. I am coming around on that. I'm also coming around on like the Pathfinder 3 actions where some cost differing amounts because it is really consistent. Especially when you get to higher levels about like what was the bonus action and okay, these things take this resource and they conflict over the bonus action resource, but they don't conflict over the other resource, but that resource allows you to do like multiple attacks, but some people's attacks only take 1. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I'm not saying it's bad. Again, I really don't think it's that bad once you get used to it. But seeing more and more systems that specifically don't use this type of thing, the more I'm like, yeah, maybe we could eventually leave the action bonus action system at the door. Maybe that could be gotten rid of at some point. I don't know.
Buddies.
Not really.
Pike, your turn.
Okay, does anybody need healing?
Not yet.
Fuck somebody up.
Time for attack. Am I close to the guy with the crossbow? Or can I be within? Can I get close to the guy with the crossbow?
You're about 30 feet from him.
Okay, I'd like to move up a little bit because I'm gonna guiding bolt him.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna do it at second level.
Second level guiding
First,
bolt.
I will roll for.
Alrighty. So yeah, what'd you roll to hit? With your spell attack modifier?
I rolled a 14.
14 hits.
Without the spell. Yeah.
So go ahead and roll 5d6 radiant damage on him.
Fuck.
Nice. Cool.
Bum, bum, bum.
21.
Oh, nice. So as you rush forward, you keeping your mace to the side, you put the shield down, and the holy symbol itself kind of drifts off you for a moment, and you just kind of focus for a second without having to even put your hands on it. A beam of divine energy just bursts forward, slamming into the crossbow, really individual, and it seems to surround their torso, kind of causing them to glow like a giant beacon that says, "Hit me!" They kind of look down at the time.
Holy shit! I just made the green screen look way better. I didn't even know. I saw like the huge line, and I was like, I wonder if I reduce the brightness of. I don't know if you guys can see it. Oh, it's just barely out of frame. I have a small light on the floor, and I was like, I wonder if I reduce the floor light, if you'll be able to see the edge down here, but you can't. And now there's like not nearly as much green outlining. Look at that. Anyways, I got distracted.
Tiny armored gnome that just knocked half their life out of their body with a bit of confusion, worry, and respect in a weird way. Well done, gnome.
Yeah.
Okay, then your turn.
Can I try to intimidate him to tell him to drop his bow?
As a bonus action, I'll let you do that, sure.
All right.
Drop your bow!
All right, go to roll intimidate check.
Which I don't think I have any of that. Let me see. Oh, this is going to be hilarious. 11.
11. As you shout, the individual kind of gives you a keen look and almost chuckles to himself, like, silly gnome.
It was a joke.
Puts the crossbow up in.
Silly gnome, as 2 of his companions are already deceased. 3. Ay, ay, ay.
Get right towards between the eyes.
Oh no.
All right. That ends your turn. Back you up.
Awesome. As my bonus action, I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns. So my next attack that hits turns into a poof.
First, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna shoot. Oh shit! Can I shoot through the guy in front of me, or to the guy with the bolt? Or is that too hard?
You could. I'd say you're at disadvantage already because you're in melee with 2 individuals, so all your attacks are disadvantage right now.
Balls.
You can try and move away and
But they would hit me.
they would attack you.
That was a poster image on the wall. Fuck yeah! That's exactly how I want it to be. Oh, it's a tunnel. Oh no. Well, I accidentally blocked one of the other lights so you can see it a lot better, but fuck yeah, that's exactly what it should look like. Oh no, it's a tunnel. It goes off into the distance.
I'm gonna move back 5 feet.
Okay, so you jump back that way.
Yeah.
All right, there's 2 then that swings at you. That's a natural 2, so no. That is a natural 8. That's just 13 that misses you.
Fuck both of you as I back up, and then I shoot. All right, then I shoot the arrow at the guy in the middle of the 2.
Right there?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
Okay. That is 13 to hit, 22, just a lie. 22 to hit. I don't know
That hits.
why. Okay. So that means I'm casting that at 3rd level, so that's 3d10 of damage.
Right.
Right, and that's just my first attack.
All right.
Where's my other attack?
And so 3 against the first one.
Come on! That's 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 already.
Then do I do that for each person, or that's it?
No, you then roll a d10 and they have to make a dex saving throw to try and not get damage. So just roll a d10. Fail.
That's 10.
Fail. Fail. They all fail. So 10, you did more damage to the guys around him than that actual.
Nice.
All right.
And then I'm gonna move Trinket around. He's gonna move up and attack the guy in front of him.
You've done a bonus and an action.
Yeah, so I get to cast.
Oh, I see. So attack, and you get your 1 attack as part of the attack action.
Right.
I see. Okay, gotcha.
So I wanted
Okay.
Trinket to do his Bestial Fury.
Okay, to move up now and do this.
Yeah, he's gonna do his Bestial Fury and claw that motherfucker.
Okay, this guy right there. Furious.
That.
This one.
No, the other one.
This one. All right,
Yeah.
go for it. So as the bear just appears now, rears back. You fire an arrow that explodes into a burst of sharpened wooden bits. As they all kind of reel from the impact, the bear just and Trinket rushes forward on his giant paws before releasing a torrent of claw strikes against one of the unsuspecting thugs.
That's 14.
14 hits.
And then 2d4 plus 7.
Correct. Get 2 attacks with Trinket, by the way.
Oh, sweet.
Because Trinket attacks twice when it does
That's
speed.
11 on the first.
11 damage.
And 13 on the second.
Okay. So Trinket runs forward and 1 claw just tears the face off. Jaw unhinged.
Oh!
The friend of the side looks horrified as Trinket then bears down with the secondary claw and just takes the remainder of the head off the shoulders.
Bear claw. Wait,
Nice.
loved him. Very nice, very nice.
Go Trinket.
Go Trinket. All right, that ends your turn.
Is that crossbow asshole still standing?
The crossbow?
The guy who just laughed at our little gnome? Okay, I've just noticed that my
Cannon
guy just kind
person.
of hit me and then started acting weird, so take a second, look around. I'm going to see that little laugh with the crossbow coming up and just Indiana Jones that shit.
Okay.
Yes!
Are you putting your hex on?
I'm putting his hex on, my hex on him
Okay,
first.
so bonus action to do that.
So, sharpshooter shot to that guy.
Go for it.
Don't hit Pike. Don't hit Pike.
I'm not going to hit
I
Pike.
mean, she's right in the middle.
It's okay. It's
It's
okay.
not, out of curiosity, I'm trying to remember what's my fuck up number for my misfire number for that guy.
Pistol?
Yeah,
It's 1.
it's higher than 1 I thought.
No, pistol's the most basic one. It's 1. Oh, this is the one but you rebuilt it though.
I did.
Yeah, to not be that terrible. So now it's fine. It's normal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
but before you reconstructed it to try and fix the mistake and remove that additional attachment.
thank you. Okay, I was just checking because I could have just rolled really poorly. 10.
10 misses, unfortunately.
Alright,
Okay, wait. Can I
Oh,
have
it's the guy with
guided
the guiding
strike?
bolt, right? Sorry. This
Guided
guy-
strike.
Yeah, this is the guy with the guiding bolt, so you have advantage on that, I'm
Oh,
pretty
so I'm
sure.
going to roll again.
Thank you, Pike.
Thank you, Pike.
You're welcome.
The same fucking row.
I don't know what happened. Okay, 10.
Okay, so that was...
I'm glad, Farrowin. I'm glad. And the Trinket does actually get to be involved during the pub stomp combats. That's very true.
Fire, so now you're out of bullets from that
I know, so I'm going to reload and fire again.
Okay, so your second and third attack. Go for it.
Oh my god!
Okay, wait, I have advantage though, right?
Advantage.
Just use a different.
I think you do. Hold on, let me see.
There we go,
Next
that's
attack.
better.
Hold on.
Why?
Doesn't matter, I rerolled it.
Next attack. No, it does not have advantage. So that one misses as well, probably.
Lord God's blessing.
So, War God bless it.
Why are we using War God's blessing right now? Come on. They're already dead. Let them rest. Oh my god. Is that pub stomp combat? Yeah, I just realized that pub stomp may not be like common parlance. I have no idea where it comes from. It's something that my group used. We used to use it for referring to we used to do Civ 5 lobbies, like Sid Meier's Civilization 5, where we would all go in and we would get like it would be like 5 of us and like 12 civs that were all on Chieftain, which is the easiest AI difficulty. And we used to see how quickly we could take over the world. By what era could we have eliminated all of the AIs? I have no idea why we called it Pub Stomp. But yeah. Pub Stomps is when you go in to destroy random lobbies. Yeah, I don't know what the term even, like, where like pub stomp comes from. But yeah, picture it just like a really, really, really weak combat. Like something super duper easy. Public stomp. That makes sense. Public stomp. Okay, yeah. I think Trinket has attacked a few times. Yeah, I think, yeah. He's attacked once or twice. Not much. Public lobbies versus your group. We also used to go into, we used to go into Gary's mod lobbies. We used to go into like public, Gary's mod lobbies that were like, I don't remember what the game mode was actually called, but like one of you was like a murderer and it was very Among Us-esque, but we would all be in a Discord call as well as in the Gmod chat, and we would pretend that we didn't know each other and just absolutely take over the lobby. So we also called that pub stomping, which definitely makes sense now that I know it's like public stomping. But yeah, it's basically where, so curb stomp plus public. Yeah, I think kind of. Yeah. It's basically to refer to like a very unfair combat, because sometimes doing something very unfair is a little bit fun. And that is sort of this vibe of like showing Vox Machina how dominant they are over like enemies that would have absolutely fucked them up, 10 levels ago, 5 levels ago. Yeah. So I absolutely recommend having some curb stomp, pub stomp, bug stomp type combats later. I mean, even early. I like to put them in pretty, not frequently, but frequently enough to remind them. A lot of times, though, I will have enemies like run away during it to drive the point home even further. But I don't even know if they could run away at this point.
Yeah, it adds 10 to his roll. Attack roll.
Okay, so now it becomes 20.
Oh, what is War God's Blessing?
So War God's Blessing is one of her cleric abilities since she chose the war domain after going at sea for a while. The specifics of it, just so you guys are aware of it, and why it's so useful.
It's something I forget about a lot.
Oh, yay.
She can basically, as a reaction, grant plus 10 to an attack roll.
Whoa.
Yeah, that hit then. That's
yeah,
it.
that
Yes.
hits. So you can roll damage.
Whoa.
So as you're about to aim, Pike looks over and sees you about to take the shot and just concentrates for a moment, and the barrel begins to glow with divine light as you fire. The bullet itself actually is white hot as it leaves the barrel.
Such a confused gun.
I know.
Okay. That's not bad.
Kill it.
That's 20 plus 5 necrotic.
Okay. The impact of the divine the divine enchanted bullet hits the current dark energy hexed individual, and in the blast of light versus dark, the upper torso of the thug is incinerated. It is just ash, with the waist below visible as it slumps over. No longer visible.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to start walking my way towards Keyleth's special friend. Yeah, about there.
There? Okay.
I'm not running. I'm walking.
All right. Your turn. The dwarf now moves over. Of course, and begins just taking all of its weapons. It throws its mace down, it throws its crossbow at your feet.
I was about to pause and give an opinion on the combat, but I need to wait until the end. I'm trying to get better.
Spends its entire turn emptying its pouch and handing you what gold and gems and things it gathered, and it's just doing everything with a big dwarvish smile underneath its crusty beard.
Thank you. You're doing a good service.
Make him shave.
No, that is mean.
I know!
These two rush up. This one is going to attack you. All right, so one attacking Keyleth now. This one attacking you, Keyleth. So you transform into
Silly Gnome is a hilarious last words, especially given what she must look like. Like, we know that these fucking bandits can get hit with an 8, like an 11 to hit. And Pike is rolling up with like fucking glowing eyes, glowing mace, fucking full ass plate. Like, yeah, she's a little short. But if you guys went fucking hand to hand, she would crush you every day of the week. I don't even care what species he is. So it's so hilarious. Silly Gnome are hilarious last words.
AC. That's going to be, what's your AC?
As a tiger? No, I keep my AC, right? Or do I take the tiger's AC?
It should be in your ability, your wild shape ability. I'm pretty sure you take it the creature.
Then 11.
11, it hits. Just making sure that's the case right now real fast as we go over to this point.
I know I keep all of my brain stats, but I use all my physical stats.
Correct. Yeah, you yeah, you get an AC of the creature as well.
Okay, so 11.
All right, so.
Oh no, wait. Where is it?
12.
12? Actually, AC.
12 is the AC.
Really?
First one misses. Second one hits.
Oh, cool.
Only
Okay,
11 on the
cool.
first attack. So you do take there'll be 11 points of bludgeoning damage as the mace swings out and smacks into the side of your shoulder. Feel the impact, but nothing too harsh. There are two of them now that are trying to go against Grog, being the angry one that just bisected their ally. They have advantage on you because they're both pack tactics. That's first attack is a 23.
That is.
Second one is a natural 20.
Sorry.
Third attack with advantage is 15.
Misses.
And the fourth and final one is a 17.
Misses.
So hitting a natural 20. Okay, so that is 9 reduced to 5 against you, and then 12 reduced to 6. So you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage between the two of them, just trying to beat on this furious, angry Goliath individual. And then there's the one over here that's attacking Trinket now, 'cause it's right in front.
You just saw him.
That's gonna be
Rip somebody else's
yeah.
face off.
And in doing so, it swings out with a 13. I'm pretty sure misses Trinket's face.
Oh yeah, it does.
He's got armor.
So as it swings out, kind of shaken by what it just saw happen to his friend, and then takes that anger and turns around, rolling a 23, which I'm pretty sure hits. The mace slams into the side of Trinket's armor with a resounding boom. The actual echo of the metal impacts audible in the immediate vicinity, dealing a total of 7 points of bludgeoning damage to Trinket.
He's resistant to bludgeoning damage because of his armor.
Yep, so that would make it 4.
Nice.
All right, then it's their turn. Felix, you're up.
Okay, really pissed off this guy still. I'm gonna concentrate and bring down a bolt of lightning kind of in front of him. Or behind, but
Okay.
yeah.
Dragons can see bolts of lightning.
It's also a cloudy day.
All right.
Second little lightning strike the ground behind the guy in front of you. He rolled a 20, so he did make a save, I'm pretty sure, against you.
Bastard.
So go and roll. Well, 40, 10, he takes half damage.
So, okay. 6, 10, 21 points, so 10.
10 points of damage.
And then I'm going.
Dude, I just thought of a silly little play, but like to try and convince like a group of villagers or a wise person or what have you that you can like see the future, you can portend whatever. You could absolutely say like a bolt of lightning will strike that place twice. You know, lightning never strikes twice. I bet it'll strike that tree twice or whatever, and then fucking call lightning and just boop boop. No point. That just something that came to my head about a potential out of combat use of call lightning. Also, a flurry of blows to the balls sounds absolutely horrifying, and I wish I wouldn't have had it put into my mind. That would indeed be a stunning strike. Keyleth and Vex tell Scanlan not to do big spells, then she does call light. I love Scanlan's little thing of like, dragons can see lightning, right? She's like, nah, it's cloudy. It's a little cloudy. Come on. What are you gonna do? The Panther lasted 1 round. Hey, man, at least that was temp HP that wasn't, all that temp HP wasn't your HP.
To do an attack on him.
You have to use your action to pull the bolt down, though?
I thought it was a bonus
It should say in the spell.
to a call. That I
I'll double check.
I thought I could do that with call lightning.
Call lightning. On each of your turns,
Oh,
you can use
you
your
only
action
can
to call
use
it
my
down. So yeah, the bolt's what you got.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. However, the individual now is twice hit by lightning and is looking extremely rough and barely standing on his 2 feet. Is that your turn?
I can't do anything else,
Okay.
can I?
Garthok, you're up.
Garthok attacks the right, the one attacking Trinket.
Okay.
And Garthok. You can see the attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's currently distracted between you and
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Oh, wow.
Roll for
Spear,
Roll
right?
to hit first.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
I'm
first
so
one.
excited.
What if you miss?
He won't miss.
13 Garthok.
13 does hit. Yeah.
Oh, yes!
Screw that piece of shit.
Nice!
Jesus.
That's hot.
Let the dice hit the floor.
20 points. All right, so take the spear and jam it into the abdomen of this looter here, who, the sheer force of it, from the strength as your muscles push in, lifts him and slams him against the wall, and you've partially pinned him against the stonework there. He reaches over and slams down your hand repeatedly until eventually you withdraw and leave him back on his feet. He's looking rough, but he's definitely still holding his own. Is that...
Can I use my cunning action with my hand crossbow, or...?
Well, you can use a bonus action to fire your hand crossbow at him if you want to.
Yeah.
All right, it's with disadvantage because you are in melee with him, so go ahead and roll twice and take the lower of the 2. Okay.
This will be sick though if you
If
get
you hit it, yeah.
Those are stinky dice. I know. 11.
11 just hit. AC. All right, so go ahead and roll damage with the hand crossbow. 1d6 plus whatever.
right in the face.
6 points of damage. As you pull the spear out, you reach to your side and over the arm, pull the hand crossbow out, fire, it goes right into his left eye socket as he... Rubble. With that, you kind of set the spear to the side and lock in the next bolt for your hand crossbow. Are you staying there?
Yep.
All right, that ends your turn. Grog, you're up.
The poor bastard that's closest to you, to my upper right. Yeah, that little fuck's gonna get great weapon master and relentless attacks.
Okay, all 3?
All 3.
Go for it.
That's better. 14.
Hits.
Yeah. I'll just take that one.
It could have been a 20 though. You
Yeah, roll again. You never know.
Okay, it was a
Which, as a note, you at your level have vertical, so when you crit, you do 2 additional dice on top of it. So you roll, double it, and then do 2 additional dice. That's one of your barbarian.
I just don't know if it ever happened. So now it's 2 because
You're this last level of 13. 2.
Oh, Jesus.
This guy's gonna be a puzzle.
So-
Oh, wait, does he get 2 more?
So
Wow.
Also,
Extra
or kills, it's extra hit.
attack. Okay. Okay. So first roll. Hold on. First roll damage for the first attack against
Put
this
me in
one.
the sword or vibing, man.
Right. Roll damage on the first one.
You're playing jazz, man.
Yeah.
Total,
Bravo.
18, 28 on the first one.
28. Okay. Which fails save. You get another +1 to your strength.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Just the strength, right? Yeah. It's not, I have to go up 2.
Exactly. Second attack, which is critical. So roll the dice, double that, add your modifier, and then add 2d12 to that.
Oh, that's a lot of math. 13, 22. Roll another dice.
It's a lot of math. Oh, what a pharaoh. Yeah. We're on, I think, a little bit lower, 1.75. Because some people watch the VODs at 2x, so them being on 2x, while I'm on 2x, is just a little bit too fast. 4x is just a tiny bit too fast. So we keep it down at 1.75, but yeah, otherwise these combats just, they take up a lot of time. And nothing, I don't want to say nothing interesting happens, but there's a lot less interesting stuff just because D&D combat is more about the broad strokes of the puzzle and the theming. Less interesting stuff is happening second by second, you know?
It's a 6.
Grog just tried to
29.
D12s.
Learning math.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely feeding them the blood of innocence. I have the theory going forward of Orthax's cursed weapons, of like Craven Edge is one of like Orthax's weapons, like the list was. And so I absolutely think that feeding him, every person that he fucking kills is getting absorbed into Craven Edge and not only making Grog temporarily stronger, but Craven Edge as a weapon, I think more sentient and stronger. To be fair, I don't know that, but that is one of my working theories about what's up with Craven Edge. On this rewatch, I never realized how much in early CR the players get way too caught up in the fun on morally ambiguous combat. They get very caught up in rolling dice. Absolutely.
29, 40, 44.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
And fail to save again. So
They're a little blood hungry.
That keeps happening.
So as you the first 2 attacks whoosh, just cut off the right arm of that individual, using that momentum, you bring it around and just bisect them in the midsection. As it happens, you can see the blood turns from red to black as the blade kind of drinks it up, and you can feel your muscles pulse with energy. It just kind of falls back on the ground.
So now you can check the other guy because you killed him.
I crit on the third one.
The third one, I'll say because you killed him, the third one is third crit goes to the next guy. So go ahead and roll damage on that.
That's kind of interesting. The blood turns from red to black? The blood turns, or the blade. The blood or the blade? The blood turns from red to black. I wonder if that is like purposeful. I'm gonna put a question mark around this as to whether or not it's actually like meaningful. Blood potentially turns from red to black, like it's drinking the fucking like hemoglobin. Like, it's like drinking up the iron in the blood. I'm wondering if he potentially misspoke and meant the blade turns from red to black. Like, you know, as like the blade like drinks the blood, you see the black of the blade. I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave it as a question mark, point of evidence.
Black as the blade kind of drinks it up, and you can feel your muscles pulse with energy. It just kind of falls back on the ground.
So now you can check the other guy because you killed him.
I crit on the third one.
The third one, I'll say because you killed him, the third one is third crit goes to the next guy. So go ahead and roll damage on that.
8, 13, 22, 25, 32.
Okay. And because you were, and now you get your additional attack because of the grip master.
Oh my lord.
Advantage because barbarians, man.
This is why we keep doing it.
It hits. Barbarians crit, man. Things die. That's why this attack is so good with them. Like they take the penalty to their AC.
24 points of damage.
24 points of damage.
Did he say
Oh no,
it?
34 points of damage because it's great weapon master.
Failed save. Alright, and they made the last one.
Oh, plus-
Alright, so you
plus
get
2, so
another
36
plus-
points.
So yeah, so there you go. So another plus 1 strength. However, this time you take the blade and the first attack you jam it into their abdomen like this. As looking at you, kind of grasping at your shoulders, your eyes just completely covered in bloodlust. The foam at the corner of your mouth. You then put all your strength at the bottom of it and completely cut upward the body.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I'm coming back as a barbarian if I die.
Scanlan, you're up.
Oh, there's more people?
There's one guy over here, Vakilith, who currently is just like hasn't even noticed what's going on because he got hit with lightning twice and is being attacked by a giant tiger.
All right.
motherfucker.
I guess I'll just try to intimidate him to stop, and I'll turn to him and say, "You there, idiot! You're not going to win. You should not fight anymore because you're going to die." And that's it. That's all I got.
Roll intimidation check.
Worst intimidation ever.
22.
And get the conviction behind the words, the heart behind each stuttered moment of that
Lightning
sentence.
bolts could have helped.
You know what? I'll sing to him to intimidate him. Would that help?
If you want to, go
Sure,
for it.
I will sing. Some people call me a gnome cowboy. Some people call me the gangster alone.
Nobody calls him a gangster.
Some people call me Maurice, because I'm a hitter. I'm a winner. I'm a bedroom shitter. My music and my charm.
Why would the car go? You hear the clanging of weapons to the ground as the other remaining thug looks around, sees the mess that you have made of all.
Taking my dumps out in the sun.
All the various compadres, and immediately just drops to the ground, hand over his head, going, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
We shouldn't have taken him hostage. I want to just kill him.
Oh, don't worry. And as my bonus action, I tell the dwarf to start collecting all the stuff from all the other people as well.
Certainly. Right away. So he makes a save. He does not. So he then walks over and starts looting the corpses of his friends for you.
I help him out. I do the same.
That's dark.
All right. So there's one guy who's on the ground now, hands over his head.
Is he the only one left?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the only
and the
one
dwarf who is looting things now.
I stay in minxie form and just kind of like stay on him, just growling at him.
Okay.
I actually, you know what? Instead of looting, I'm gonna.
Slowly, the rain begins to hit as the storm finally starts coming down, kind of elevated by the druid spells that brought the moisture to gather over the section. You walk over to him.
I'm actually gonna start using perception to look for any sign of Gilmore in the rubble. Or
Gilmore, use your dragon perception.
This would be more of an investigation check as you begin to pour over the rubble yourself to kind of gather it. Bless you.
Where's our
Okay, so now that we're done with the combat, let's talk. Okay. I actually, full on, I don't necessarily blame any of the PCs. I don't think that any of the PCs were acting totally out of character or anything. Oh yeah, back to 2.5 or 0.25. I don't think that any of the PCs were acting fully out of character. This could be construed as a a response to the trauma and incident that they have just been through when they see people looting Gilmore's home. Like, I honestly don't blame them. Thank you, Dev Conley. Welcome. I don't blame them for being this protective in general, for getting this hyper violent, and for doing it specifically over Gilmore's home. The thing I will critique is man's saying silly gnome instead of seeing like, oh, we started the ambush. They immediately killed two of my friends. I'm not just immediately running. They killed two of his friends almost instantly. That is like, I mean, I guess that's fight, flight, or freeze, right? But I absolutely would not have chosen a fight for him in that scenario. And on top of that, this is kind of an "are we the baddies" moment. Like, they are seeing the tyranny and the destruction of Thordak, and they're doing the exact same thing. They are responding to tyranny and destruction with tyranny and destruction. Follow what we say or you die. Little bit Thordak-esque. I see this as self-defense. This is sort of self-defense, like if a bunch of toddlers ambushed an adult. You know, a bunch of toddlers, and not just an adult, a group of adults. Like, yeah, you can spin it that way, but the power differential, like, it's like fucking, like a bunch of, like, it's like Daredevil ambushing Superman. It's just a totally different ball game, you know? And so there is a level of, like, are we the baddies? Right, and even if it was self-defense, they absolutely had opportunities to do this non-lethally, and they just absolutely chose not to. Like, they absolutely could have done the whole Batman knock him out thing, like, Batman, I don't take lives, even though he absolutely murders people all the time. But they could have done that shit, and they very much chose not to. So I what I will say is if you're not going to have them run away, which I think they, at least some of the later ones absolutely should have, without anyone prompting them to. If the people aren't going to walk away, I kind of want Matt to introduce a "Are you the baddies" moment later on, where like they try to help an innocent, but the innocent saw their combat with these people, and they're like, "Oh, but they were looting." It's like, yeah, they're trying to fucking survive, dude. You could have walked away. They were no threat to you. I want Matt to kind of make them answer for their actions later on in a similar way that he did with the woman and the tribunal with Uriel, right? I really want to have Matt make them answer for their actions. Because also, I mean, think about it from the looter's perspective. What is the difference between Vox Machina and them? These are just a different group of randos that want to loot that specific house. Obviously, we understand it from Vox Machina's perspective that they were very close with Gilmore. But they're like the actual actions that they're doing are still very much looting. So this is, I think all of their actions pretty firmly put them on the morally, like if we want to use the alignment chart, evil persuasion right now of like, this was a pub stomp. They did not need to murder these people in such extreme fashion, but they absolutely chose to. So I don't know. I guess this combat will boost their self-esteem. Yeah, fair enough. That's Dark Taliesin. Yeah, that single one. Oh my god. A weak attempt at fan wank, doing something related to the class pushed the players back towards the more murder hobo-ish attitudes they had in their home game. I mean, like I said, I honestly don't blame the characters for getting into that murder hobo mindset. I just want Matt to tie consequences to it. Like, if they are going to be murder hobos, if they are not going to be the righteous guardians of this city, they should not be treated like they are the righteous guardians of the city. It should be harder for them to drum up support after this display. Like, if I'm a random woman with just like on the street and I see this, am I going to trust Vox Machina over Thordak? The moment that shit goes bad, they start murdering people who are just trying to like appease the new ruler. Right? I mean, we have no idea that these people were planning on, like we say, it was an ambush. It was probably a shakedown. It was probably a mugging where they were going to take these people's valuables to give to Thordak. Maybe they would have murdered them. Maybe they wouldn't have. We don't know. But the other people didn't murder any of Vox Machina, and Vox Machina murdered them in glorious fashion. Gloriously evil fashion. So they are absolutely, at the very least, they are not on the good side of this equation. They are neutral to evil at this point, and they should absolutely not be treated as if they aren't. So we'll see. I hope that Matt, like I said, I hope that Matt gives them some consequences, It's not self-defense if you can just walk away. Absolutely, yeah. Dag did walk at them with daggers out first, yeah. It's a war zone, and they gave the guys ample warning. They absolutely did, which I think, again, I'm not necessarily going to blame the players too hard. I think that Matt should have had the enemies walk away, but since the enemies didn't, and Vox Machina insisted, I now want him to display some, not issues, but I want him to display some consequences for this. We'll see if he does. I think they went a little far, but to be fair, Vox did try really hard to warn them, and when they ambush them, I see it as a moment where they break and just kill. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't necessarily blame the players. I just hope that Matt gives them some consequences. The old woman was asleep and running away. Yeah, but like in terms of threat level, her being asleep and running away is about as threatening as these dudes. These dudes are super not threatening to Vox. Like, at all. Any member of Vox Machina probably could have soloed this combat. Even with the aspects of, action economy in D&D. If I was a betting man and you asked me to take the bet against this group of bandits versus a single member of Vox Machina, I would bet on Vox. So I don't know. And they could have knocked out anyone either of those combats and they would have been asleep too. Yeah. Shouldn't kill people after they surrender to you. Yeah. I do wonder what would have happened if Vex rolled like say a 21 or so because her failing that check directly led to the initiative. Yeah. It absolutely did. But the fact that there was a check there in the first place is still a choice on Matt's part. Like the fact that he's tying that to a check says that, both of the consequences are logical. Both of the consequences are reasonable and feel right, and it is up to the skill of negotiation, which I don't think feels correct to me. I don't think that there was a world where she could fail that hard enough to where they don't walk away. But that might just be a difference of opinion between me and Matt on how these people feel. History's written by the winners. I love morally gray protagonists, but it's a little bit more interesting if the fiction points it out at a certain faction. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, again, yeah, I got no problem with Vox breaking like this, but I will be eyeballing Matt to see if he follows through on it. Because the protagonists are only morally gray if, exactly like you said, AKL, the fiction or the GM makes them morally gray. It absolutely, if the fiction does not treat them as morally gray, then they might as well not be. Right? They just get to do whatever they want with impunity. I don't got any problem with Vox honestly doing all of this. I don't got any problem with it. I just want the fiction to match it out. You don't really know someone's threat level until you fight them in D&D. To some degree. There is the aspect of like anyone could be hiding powers. There is certainly that aspect in D&D, but I think on the whole, they probably knew what was up with these dudes. It was unlikely that there's a contingent of highly powered individuals running around in Iman scraping up loot for Thordak. If they're super highly powered, they're probably figuring out a way out, or they're like Vox trying to take down Thordak, or they are more directly serving him. Like, I think the fact that they are minions just scraping up loot to Thordak says something about their threat level just inherently. Reminds me of Epic NPC Man. There's two of us and only one of him. Yeah, to a degree. There's no consequences if you have no witnesses. I mean, not true. Not untrue. These thugs just had a 19 misses moment. They absolutely did. Although, to be fair, maybe they saw the fire hands and they saw the smoke sword and they thought they could still do it, but then they had a 19 misses moment. Yeah. Most players seem surprised when they find out a peasant has like 10 hit points. Yeah, true. Most players don't realize how low the stats of most NPCs, which, to be fair, is another reason to have more pub stomp type combats to really drive home what fucking gods they are at this point. So that they don't do something that is accidentally tyrannical, you know? Like, you make a good point that maybe they don't have an aspect of this threat level really knocked into their skull yet. And that's another good reason to have these sorts of combats in maybe a less morally gray situation. Like, if these are a bunch of imps or something that, serve the dragon, whatever. Matt would have done something before to make the situation for Vox look better, like having these looters roughing up an innocent person, or maybe Sherry is threatened, Sherry being the shopkeep assistant. Yeah, that's true. If you more distinctly make the looters more evil, but like the looters at this point are not that evil, right? He honestly kind of went out of his way to make them as gray as possible. With like we're just doing this to serve Thordak, but then also we've been back here a couple of times, and also we're ambushing you, but we're like normal folk. There's a level of very gray here. This is not what you're describing is almost an opposite of the Save the Cat scene. Right, the Save the Cat scene is, I'm reading a book called Save the Cat right now. And one of the ways that it opens is talking about how there's a way to very instantly make us like someone in a movie very, very quickly, get us on their side, which there's a shorthand for called the Save the Cat scene. No matter what happens, if you have like your protagonist at the beginning do something akin to saving a cat, we immediately go on their side. The example that they use in the book is, I don't remember what the old movie was, but there was essentially a movie where a cop is running a sting operation. They're in the middle of the sting, and he sees a criminal coming to the fake operation with his kid. And the cop basically tells the criminals turn around and walk away because he doesn't want to arrest the dude in front of his kid. That's a Save the Cat scene where we immediately are okay, this dude is, this dude is kind of more of a paladin than a warlord at this point. And what Ron Quixote is sort of describing is the opposite of that. Show them roughing up Sherry. That's the opposite of Save the Cat. Is regardless of what they say, they were taking advantage of Sherry. Right? They were roughing up this innocent person. No matter how sweet they talk, when no one was looking, they were doing the bad shit. Makes us feel way less bad about whatever Vox does to them after that. Yeah. That is a very good DM and just storyteller shorthand. 44 subs until 1K. 44 subs. We're close. It's coming. The opposite of being kick the dog. Oh, there we go. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, save the cat or kick the dog. Very, very good way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, have them do a kick the dog moment so that we feel okay about whatever Vox does to them. We could still think that Vox is going too far. We absolutely could still say, okay, even though they kicked the dog, maybe they didn't deserve that. But if you have a very explicit kick the dog, we can get over it. Even if they're brutally murdered, A level 1 wizard has more HP than common folk. Yeah, anyone with player levels has more, has a lot more HP, yeah. I've heard it as pet the dog versus kick the dog. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Save the Cat is the name of the book, and that's how they put it. But yeah, absolutely, pet the dog, kick the dog, yeah. Very easy way to remember it in your head. Yeah.
I leave him to you all.
Where's the meat?
It was my turn in
I believe, God, what's the fucking movie with Will Smith? Hitchcock? I believe Hitchcock has a pet the dog moment really early on in the movie where Hitchcock is a total dickhead for, to anyone, pretty much, for, the first half of that movie. But I can't remember exactly what it was, but I believe he has a pet the dog moment really early on in the movie that lets us know underneath all of this, he's a good dude because he pet the dog. So we can ride along with him through all of this dickhead behavior because we know at the bottom of it, he pets the dog. Whereas, the opposite of that is the kick the dog, where someone can talk as nice and as sweet as they can, But if we saw them when no one else is watching, when we saw them kick the dog, we know they're a shithead. No matter how nice and good they talk that shit, you know? We know that they're a dickhead.
Initiative, so I want to walk over to him. And
Natural 20 on investigation.
Oh, that's gonna be good. That's good.
All right. So you walk over. So she's investigating it. You go ahead and you walk over to him. He's like,
You're coming with me. No, I lift him up and I'm leading him off around the corner of a building.
I pace along as Minxie.
okay. Garthok, do anything?
I'd go with them.
Okay. So the half orc kind of saunters up next to the tiger, and you guys kind of disappear around the corner of one of the nearby buildings.
I just start cleaning my spear in front of him.
Okay.
I pace, kind of just pace.
All right, lead him in. You
front
can
of
slam
I'm
against
going to
the wall.
join Vex in the rubble.
Look. What do you want?
Nothing.
Oh, you're knocking him out?
Whack! You take him off the side of the head, and he just crumples into a pile there in the alley.
Pick up some shit from the ground and just sort of prop it up against him, a couple of pieces. Not bury him, just hide him a bit.
Okay.
And then I walk back to the group and I start picking shit up around where my sister is.
I go back, I guess. I was useful.
I thought we were going to interrogate him.
Me too. Along as intimidation.
Looters?
Well,
What are you gonna interrogate him? I agree. It's like, yeah, what are you gonna do?
he was bringing stuff back and forth to.
Well, he's still there.
Well, we got a dwarf. We still got a dwarf.
And we do have a dwarf that's mind controlled right now.
That's
That is
Currently,
probably
who's
the best.
looting the bodies?
Don't touch anything. I'm investigating.
As you are going through the rubble, you can see a lot of the rubble has been moved over, and you see remnants of shattered glass cases and shelves, and a lot of the things that you had previously seen within Gilmore's Glorious Goods, largely picked over and left behind. Many books lie tattered and burned and destroyed as part of the attack. You get the sense here that most anything that was of use or worth has been taken already, and what the people here were gathering, this was what he mentioned his third time back, they were basically picking up what remnants they could, which were pieces of broken objects, elements of gold that were left behind, but most of the contents of the store have been ransacked and taken.
Can I specifically look for the beaded curtain he emerges from?
Yes, actually, and as you guys go towards the beaded curtain, you can see it's torn apart under a big piece of rock. You push aside, and with the help of Grog and a few other individuals, you guys move some of the rocks out of the way to where the bedroom is, and it's completely destroyed. There's no sign of Gilmore or anybody else here, and as the rain's starting to come down a little heavier, and you all kind of get that sense of horror washing over you, Vex, you notice, looking underneath where the shattered remains of the foot of his bed are, there is a what looks to be a smooth piece of stone with a handle.
And a barrel of lube.
I rush over to it.
Okay.
And, can I detect traps now?
Well, you could
Or I can just-
technically detect traps wherever you wanted to try.
Oh.
Just,
All right.
you have a keener sight for it, so.
I mean, they're implying death, but it's off screen, so there's no shot. No shot for a very powerful sorcerer that ran a magic item emporium. You think he's fucking getting taken out like a chump? Come on. He doesn't even need to. He is probably more powerful than Keyleth. And Keyleth had all of these schlumps to worry about when she was looking to escape. If she didn't have all of them surrounding her, she could have just turned into a fucking rat, like in the D&D movie. Come on. We think that Gilmore's getting taken out like this? Come on.
If you want to, go for it. Go ahead and make perception.
That shit is the most off-screen death shit I've ever seen.
check.
To be fair, I don't know how seriously they are taking this off-screen death right now, but I certainly understand why they're feeling bad. Not going down in a blaze of glorious goods.
26.
26. You take a moment, inspect it. You follow the edge, and yes, it is indeed what looks to be a false door made of this kind of stone tile that comprised the floor of the room, and it is a hatch. It is not.
I start pushing on the bed and call for Grog and say, "Help me with this!"
Oh, run over. I'll help.
There's a door.
I hear her yelling and wander up as well.
Yes. Okay.
Still in Minxie, pace over.
The dwarf comes running up with you guys as well. Still kind of.
Did he get everything? I mean, did he loot everything? Are we...
What did he...
He comes up with all the various coin purses, which, interestingly enough, are mostly empty, other than a few copper. It seems like whatever they've stolen is not on them currently.
They gave it to the dragon.
What? Assholes.
They gave it to him.
The dragon.
The dragon.
Him. Whatever that is.
Did we ask?
No.
That's more assholey?
Well, he's still coming out.
Happy dwarfs then.
Yeah, oh, a dwarf.
Hey.
Who have you been... Who have you been collecting swag for?
The dragon.
Okay.
As long as we give him what's important and what's worth, he'll keep us alive. Even protect us.
He told you
Where
this?
are you taking it to?
Oh.
To the center of town. Which I've never been before, the cloud top itself. I mean, what stands is very pretty.
The gates to it are just open?
Aye.
And the dragon just sits there in the open, collecting his bounty?
There's lines. Folks lined up, bringing all they have to him.
That's great.
So if this is your third trip back, the first two you already took it to him, or did you take it somewhere else?
Well, we've put it all in a place so that then we can take it to him.
Take us to that place.
All right. He turns around, starts walking away.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, not yet. We're still
Almost. But wait, just tell us where it is. How about that? How about you just tell us where it is?
Oh.
Right now.
Certainly. And he explains about a 15-minute walk from here, there is a well that is in between four buildings in kind of an alley cross-section. All of it's been actually put into the well, which has been kind of hollowed out, or all the water's been repressed with dirt, and it's just been filled with all their everything they've gathered.
He's gonna save eventually. He's gonna break your mind control. Maybe you should just knock him out right now.
Knock him out, or
at which point he turns around going, ugh.
Knock him out.
Go ahead and roll attack. Sneak attack. Surprise, because he currently was not aware of the situation. So it's auto-crit, yeah.
Advantage, alright. No, that's better. 22.
Yeah, that hits. Go ahead and roll.
Okay. Yeah. Let's, okay.
Okay.
13, 16, that's still spinning. 18, 19, 20, 26. 26 total.
Did you double that from the surprise? Because he wasn't even prepared.
No, so, okay.
It's enough. If you double it, as long as you're over 40, he's down.
Something.
Yeah, so he just goes out. Little dwarven pile. He's out.
Tie him up. I don't want him waking up and running back to the dragon.
You know how you solve that.
Now you're right. Now they are using non-lethal force. I think because things have calmed down and they probably feel a little bad about it.
I understand that, Grog. Maybe we should just tie him up.
Tie him up.
Tie him up.
Okay.
Tie him up and tie him up to a big stone so he can't get up and run even if he...
Okay, so you guys take a moment to go ahead and...
Time in the little bow.
Little dwarven bow? Okay. You find a large piece of broken stone that was part of the building's base floor structure, and you tie it around in multiple ways where he's going to have a hard time getting out, especially in his current mind space when he comes to consciousness and the rain's still pouring down. He's soaked and kind of like...
Now.
All right.
Yes.
You guys gather around the hidden hatch before Gilmore's room, and we're going to go and take a quick bathroom break.
Dude, perfect timing. We're also going to take a quick bathroom break while ads run on Twitch. Go and get some water. Go to the bathroom, and we will be right back to discuss the aftermath of that scene. See you in a second. Boop. I forgot about music. I always forget about music.
Test your might. Test your might. Test your might. Test your might.
This is just what that combat made me think of. Hi. What? This is what that combat made me think of. And also, this was my favorite song in Drumline. I fucking loved doing Mortal Kombat. I played it on a bass drum, snare, and cymbal. It's a lot of doggy. Lot of doggy. Hug the dog moment so we can trust him for sure. Hi. Ah, no! I have been attacked. You are so much. You know that? Should we have left this for the break? Should we have done this off camera? Do you have something to say to me? Do you want out? I think she might want out of the room. 1 second. Test your might. Come on. Oh, I can? Alright, sounds good. Test your might. Unless it's a subversion of the trope. Look, I am an internet person. I am real person, not story. You do not know me. Let's see. Where's the next time code? We'll just jump there before we chat. Oh, there's an art break. Okay, we'll watch the art break. Well, we gotta watch the art break. I mean. Okay. So we absolutely gotta watch the art break. All right. Let's see. There's one moment I distinctly remember watching into horror as the party are straight up evil. Yeah, I mean, it's a little morally ambiguous because they did threaten them, but again, I would claim that they are at such a power, there's such a power differential here that I don't think they were in real danger, thus leading this into maybe more of an evil type bent. We need to see the dog or else. Is it okay to tell you about what if scenarios if Matt, say, confirmed it on Twitter after episode? I don't know. It's a good question. What does spoilers chat think of that? Because it's hard. I don't know. If we're fully done with the scenario that there is like the what if to, I think I'm okay with it. Maybe when the episode wraps up. Yeah, maybe then. Maybe we can do it. Maybe save it for end of episode or comments and we can bring it up in like a comment review or something. Yeah, I don't think I'm against it. Just as long as we're certain that the entire scenario that we're what ifing has wrapped. So yeah, I think keeping you caught up on community knowledge. Yeah, I agree. I just want to make sure that it's not hitting on anything that might, still happen. So, yeah, let's call it either comment review or just like after episode, like, hey, by the way, for this point, this is it. If Matt states it's himself, it's clear enough as wrapped. Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah. Also, good style of asking me like what would even be considered a spoiler. Good clarification, G Hercup. Very good. But after, as the community would have found out, yeah, I think that's a good point. Of like, yeah, like Matt wouldn't have confirmed that during, confirmed the what if during the episode. So he would have confirmed it between episodes. So that's a good point, Deadly. I think that solidifies my opinion of after the episode has wrapped, before I see any of the after action, we'll find it out at the very end or, between episodes myself. So that I'm finding it out as the community found it out. I think that's good. I think that's generally a what do you call it? Not a preference. I think that's the general preference of mine when it comes to learning exterior information, is learn it at the same chronological point that the community would have learned it. That's why I didn't watch Story of Vox Machina for a while, even though it didn't really spoil anything that I was going to run into. I tried to watch it when it happened. Rule of thumb, decent rule of thumb. Of if I'm going to learn exterior information, I learn it when the community learned it. Yeah. I'm thinking through this as we're talking about it, but I think I like that. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're going to go with that. Good question. Very good question. Doggy upset. Yeah. Good question. And you know what actually we can do? Let me confirm that it makes sense. Oh god, okay, that doesn't make sense. Wait. Hold. Pause. Get rid of that. Yeah. Just for an art break, we can get rid of a lot of the on-screen elements and go forward with that. Who was that supposed to be? Wait. Obviously Pike. But... who is this supposed to be? What is this crown? I kind of recognize this crown. Is this supposed to be like Grog and his dad? Like young Grog? What's going on here? These are incredible. Oh my god, these are amazing. That is actually, okay, this is one of my stealth goals for like going forward, for like skills I want to learn. I really want to learn how to draw. I don't think I'll ever be as good as that. I got really shaky hands, but I think it would be cool to learn how to draw better, because I'm not very good at it. But it's a stealth goal. It's like an off-stream goal, because I don't think it would be interesting to watch, and I'm not prioritizing it either. Case it, people, this time we're really going deep in on little knowledge. Interesting. Because that crown really reminds me of something, but I can't exactly place what that crown reminds me of. Like, that feels like an existing D&D object, but I can't place what the crown is. And this feels hyper specific as like a scene, you know? Interesting. Maybe Grog and the leader of his herd? Potentially, yeah. Grog and another member of his herd, yeah. Huh. Very interesting. Very interesting. I've always wanted to learn how to draw. I'm a terrible drawer, but I love imagining character designs in my head. Me too. I just wish I was better at like drawing like vague stuff where it like didn't look like shit, you know? Because right now, like, I can draw a thing, but it looks terrible. So it's like I might as well not. I really want to just draw, like, get like a basic foundation of drawing down. That's kind of how I am with like music. Of like, I'd like to just like I used to be like okay, like I used to be like passing at guitar, which let me like do a lot of songs and just like kind of like opened up like a degree of that. I wish I could do the same thing with drawing. You know, the art breaks become basically a staple. It's super cool, and there's some really awesome stuff that comes out of it. I've been told at first I was going to skip the art breaks, but very early on people were like, nah, the art breaks, like, I know they don't seem like a big part of it, but they really are. I was like very, very early on informed of like, not the importance of the art breaks, but like how much a part of the culture that they are, which is cool. I used to be good at drawing before my hands become too unstable to hold a pen. Yeah, draw a box. It's very difficult. It's a free online course. Oh, interesting. That's cool. That sounds like Wasp for hacking, or not Wasp. What am I thinking of? Oh, Wasp. There's like a God, I'm still that's not right either. I can't remember what it's called. But there's a course that will teach you through like it'll teach you about like web vulnerabilities and like basically like the basics of hacking ethically, like white hatting. I can't remember the name, but it's very difficult because fucking hacking is difficult. So, yeah, a lot of those like really good courses are really hard. It would be such a big thing if they removed them. Yeah. Anyways. God, Vex and Vex are so hot. That's crazy. Ah, there we go. How cute. How cute. Wait, where's... Timestamp after the break is 1949.
Exterior.
1949. Haisha. There we go. There it is. Ooh. There's an episode of Painting Minis with Taliesin that has tips for that. Really? That's cool. Might have to look that up. Mine aren't too shaky, but they've never been stable. They've never been like overly stable. It's actually one of the reasons that I find playing instruments a little tough. But mine aren't too bad. I miss art breaks so much. I feel like all I'm saying is I miss this, I miss that. I mean, I think that's one of the appeals, of watching. I hear a lot of, memes and people saying like, oh, like time for my yearly CR1 rewatch. And I think that's, one of the things, maybe not one of the goals, but one of the aspects at least of this for me is providing a way for people to do that where they also feel like they're doing a new thing and they're doing it with all the people. Like when I first envisioned this, I envisioned it sort of mystery science theater-esque, but not even really that, but just like the aspect of like, oh, like watching through somebody like me and my like old roommates, or the way that me and Paige fucking like got together was sitting on the couch and watching Star Trek together and like pausing all the time. Like that's how me and Paige consume television. She's more into like TV and movies than I am, but like the general way that we go about consuming them is like, we make fun of me of like my shit's, 2 hours. Like I have like a 2-to-1 ratio with CR, right? Of like I talk for an hour for every hour that we watch, and it's like the transformative meme. But it takes me and Paige a long time to watch shit. Like, it takes us a long time to watch content because we talk about it. We don't talk about it in, like, the analytical detail, that I talk about CR, but we talk about like, especially if we're watching Survivor, it's like, oh, I would have done that here. You wouldn't have done that there. What's a good strat? Like that's how we intake television. And so that was one of my like goals for Critical Eyes, was to try and capture that sort of feeling where even if you're rewatching something, you're doing it with a community of people in chat. You're, doing new stuff along the way. But anyways, I was so disappointed when I checked to see Mega's big spoilers for campaign 2 in it. So don't watch it. What has big spoilers? Wait, what? Oh, the mini paintings with Taliesin. Got it. Won't watch it. See, I heard a miniseries about painting with Will Friedle partway through C1, and it has spoilers, so off limits for now. I really want to do, I've never painted a mini before. I really want to paint something like either terrain or a mini or something with Ryan Immel, because that's like a big part of his content. I would love to do a collab with him about that, but it's just been lower priority recently. I tried rewatching C1, but couldn't. This is all new and shiny filling, and I get a C1 rewatch. Hell yeah. This has been a great way for me to watch CR because I never did sit down and watch it. Fuck yeah. I'm glad that, my goals are being realized, which is really cool. Yeah. This is much better. I've thought about rewatching C2 because it's my favorite, but I decided to wait until Mega finally gets there. We're going. We're on our way. I've been thinking about other ways to... I've been thinking about the pace a lot recently. Because it's hard, like having, basically 3 of my stream days with CR on them. But I can do other stuff on the half-ep days as well. But I've been thinking about, like, marathon days or marathon weekends. But I also I want to make sure I'm not going, like, too crazy in the paint, But I have been thinking about the pace quite a bit. Definitely stream it if you do it. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely will. I loved your reactions to it so far, but absolutely can't wait for you to react to campaign 2. Hell yeah. Thank you, Hyacinth. Yeah. I'm psyched for all of it. The only thing I did get like kind of an accidental spoiler about C2 is that I now know that it's the Mighty Nine. And C3 is I think Bell's Hells or something like that. Because I was looking for the playlist for C1, and I literally just typed in I think Critical Role C1, and it brought up like the 3 campaigns playlists. So I now know the names, but I don't think that's anything crazy. I think it's in the title, so not much of a spoiler. Yeah, exactly. It's like Vox Machina, Mighty Nine, and Bell's Hells, I think. But anyways, Critical Role.
All right, so getting back in here, as the rain now continues to pour down from above the open clouded sky of Amon, you reach down and pull open the false latch and top of this kind of open hidden compartment beneath the remnants of Gilmore's room. You look down into a dark, low-lit interior and what appears to be a figure who rushes up very, very quickly and stops. And you hear a voice from within the darkness, just out of view from your position, that says,
"Dude, is that what Mighty Nine means? Oh my god. I don't know if you're fucking around or if you're serious. That's fucking crazy. If there are 9 players in C2, that'll be so stressful. That'll be so fucking stressful to watch. I can't imagine, dude. I can't imagine unless, I mean, it's not, not crazy. It would be in like the first, couple minutes. But holy fuck, would that be stressful? I don't know. I think I do have an idea for a many player like one shot type deal. Like I have an idea for like, I think we've actually talked about it before. We talked about it during the Critical Trolls episode of like the Hunger Games style dealio, you know. So I think I would do a bunch of players in that, but not for a normal campaign. Oi, oi, oi.
Whoever you are, leave. Run away. I swear I'll kill you.
Sherry. Sherry?
Sherry.
You look down and it doesn't appear to be Sherry. It's just a woman with frazzled hair. You can't make out the details of her expression, but she's just holding this blade in front.
Don't attack.
Sherry, it's us.
Did you work here? We're looking for Gilmore.
You pass her shoulder. Sherry. And you see Sherry now approaches, her hair frazzled. She looks like she's covered in soot and actually has suffered some minor burns on part of her arm and the side of her face a little bit. She kind of steps into a little bit of light at the bottom of the shaft and looks up and goes, "Oh my God. Come in quick, please." And she ushers you down into this area.
I drop Minxie for him.
Okay. As you guys all head down inside, this is a relatively small chamber, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet. There's a couple of small chairs, and there is a few metal rods that are bolted into the stonework leading down as a ladder that you can climb down. This is obviously a hidden compartment that Gilmore uses to go up and down. You get a better view now. It is Sherry there. Trinket, unfortunately, at this moment, cannot make his way down into this, so kind of looks at you, looks around,
Stay and guard the unconscious fucks.
and sets into a defensive position now, looking out at the rest.
If
And
they start to wake up, sit on them.
Or kill him.
Or kill them if necessary.
gives a nod and stands there in the pouring rain, just soaking through Trinket. The armor, ting, 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 taking off the armor, just staying there, keeping guard. As you all climb down, you notice Sherry. Next to Sherry, you see a very frazzled and harrowed-looking, the woman who's holding the dagger in front. Her clothing is very, very nice, though currently torn and filthy. This is Empress Salda Taldore.
Oh shit!
Wait, who?
Empress Salda Taldore, the wife of Uriel.
The wife of Uriel?
Oh, formerly bad, now
Empress, is
good.
Uriel down here? Did you make it out?
She puts her blade away.
Children.
She looks over her shoulder. The children, and she kind of puts her hand to the side, and you can see in the back room, which now you can see there is a teleportation circle that is just slowly lit on the bottom of the floor within this room.
What was her first name again? Empress what?
Salda.
Salda. With an E?
Salda.
Just Salda.
S-A-L-D-A.
Okay.
She mentioned that she looks over and you can see her three kids, Odessa, Ilya, and Gren, their two daughters and son, are all kind of sitting in the corner, kind of talking to each other. They look like how children deal in these type of situations. They're talking and playing games and trying to distract themselves, but as soon as you guys all walk in, they kind of look over quietly and just their faces brighten up at the arrival of somebody new, and they recognize you as you begin to step into the low light of the chamber. Salda then puts her hand down and says, "I don't believe my husband made it. But we're alive."
Did you see him fall?
No. And she kind of looks over into the far corner. You can see what looked like, amongst the pile of rags and stuff, there was one long pile of kind of dark crushed velvet blue in the corner with a small puddle of crimson under it. It says, he saved us. And glancing over in the corner, you can now see the shape of what looks to be Gilmore, slumped in the corner, arm draped over his midsection, head down to the side, in the center of that pool.
I run right over. Is he awake? Is he alive? I've got my hand under his chin. Is he alive?
You reach over and touch Gilmore's face, and it is cold with sweat, and but it's feverish sweat. There is a very, very strong fever in his body, and there's just beads of sweat on the face. And as you look down, you can see where the arm is holding, there's just blood soaked into the robe. You can see parts of the robe right now are currently elements of it are burned and charred. You can see what look parts scraped away, and Gilmore is looking pretty rough.
Pike, Keyleth, come over here.
Okay.
Pike, what are you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna cure wounds.
Is this going to be all right?
Yeah.
It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Gil? Is there any consciousness?
I can try and assist you, Pike, with cure wounds. That's all I have
That's
right
I
now.
can.
Full epping charm, full ep. Oh, actually, you know what? I just realized would be a good idea. 1 second. Where'd my pen go? Oh gosh, I need to get the fucking keys on this more done up. But let's see. Critical roll. Nope. Campaign 1. No spoilers. Full ep Wednesday. Ep 41. There we go. I just realized if I have this big ass billboard, I might as well make use of it. You know what I'm saying? Stay live. Hell yeah, Ink Charm. What's up? Will you do a Lovum react? Yes. Yes. I think what I am going to do for any CR. Yeah, that's true. No spoilers for all of CR. For all of CR. Yeah, at some point I will do Lovum. There are some logistical hurdles, and there are potentially some impacts to the theories. So my thinking is that basically after campaign 1, I will look at how I'm going to do that. How I'm going to figure it out. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. CR is a bit cut off. Oh no. There we go. Yeah, I would love a Twitch watch along, but Mega feels that's too restrictive. It's certainly tough. That is restrictive, but what may happen is that is one part of it, and then I edit it down to a public VOD. We'll have to see. But yeah, that'll basically end up happening after campaign 1. Sometime after campaign 1, that'll happen.
I can do too. I can help and assist, but
Is he conscious?
No, unconscious and
He's unconscious?
Unconscious and looking.
Fading fast.
can you greater rest? I mean, what's the best cure you can do, Pike?
Hurry, Pike.
Okay.
You guys can both make medicine checks to try and put him in a
Stabilize him?
Well,
Yeah.
to try and put him in a position where he would be more susceptible.
I can
22.
I can use a 6th level and just heal.
Just use spell heal.
Yeah.
And I did a 16 on my medicine check to her 20 with her
Okay.
22.
22, yeah.
So you guys take a moment. You kind of go and you dress the wounds best you can, and put him in a position where Pike, as you bring forward, you grab your holy symbol, and clutching it between both your hands very tightly, you kneel down in front of the slowly fading body of Gilmore. You can see the shiver occasionally, instinctually in his unconsciousness, and you reach out and touch him. And as you do, the warm light of Saren Ray fills your torso, travels through your arms and into the body of Gilmore. His arms fall to his side limp as the warmth kind of swells up into the torso. And for the second, as the outside of the robe that you saw torn open opens up, you can see now the hideous gash that is currently torn through his abdomen. As the warmth kind of spreads through the body and the light visually shows the horrible jagged nature of this wound. The wound stitches itself up, and you can see it close, leaving but the tiniest of scar across. The blood itself still, all still caked into the material, but the wound is now closed. As you pull your hands back, you can see Gilmore's body, which is from the sheer power of the heal spell, has kind of actually been elevated a few inches off the ground, and then clatters to the ground as the spell finishes. And you can see shivers for a second and kind of curls over.
I just pull him into my lap. No longer.
At this point, Sherry instinctively goes, "Is he all right? Is he all right?" She kind of pulls her glasses for this moment.
I think so.
Who's this one? What is he doing here?
He's with us.
He's fine.
He's a friend. He fought with us. He's not corrupted by the dragon's influence.
We think. Yeah, Liam is a sad boy. This is one of the tough parts about D&D, and I don't think that, Daggerheart has done much to address it, of this idea of a lasting wound, It's tough to tell these sorts of stories when, you can just drop 50 points of healing on them. I do, Matt was talking about his body being feverish. I do think it would be, and something that I'm going to think about in my future games, is even something like that, of the wound is infected just because you healed it. It still needs an amount of tending, and that is just a condition that maybe, has a certain chance of healing every long rest. Working in something like that, these lasting conditions, these lasting sicknesses. But at that point, I think Greater Restoration or Lay On of Hands could still just heal that. So, yeah, it's an odd kind of factor of D&D of even if you try to get around the HP, Pike just has greater restoration, and she'll just kind of heal everyone to full. Like, there's not really, So I think that this is like really nice acting, but it's a little bit dissonant with the system itself being so easy to like heal people up, and where like even death isn't super permanent. Although I know that Matt has a bit of a, not necessarily a workaround, but a little bit of an addressment to that, I also think that Matt doesn't want to break the tension by having him spring up to full health. Absolutely. That's why I'm saying, like, I think that the narrative, like, everything that's happening here is cool and very interesting and evocative. But that is sort of in tension with the actual mechanics of the system, right? The cool and interesting narrative is kind of being pushed against by the mechanical stuff that Pike can do, Yeah, those dragons sure caught me by surprise, but Gilmore's glorious goods. Yeah, kind of like Vax's foot in the Underdark. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Dagger does appear to want to accommodate a variety of physical disabilities, which is addressing this sort of sideways fashion. Not everything can or should be healed or made normal. It's tough. It's very hard to do it without like lasting wounds, lasting conditions. I would be interested in some sort of like pervasive exhaustion mechanic. You could reduce max. You could consider a few levels of exhaustion, especially for NPCs like this. Like you have, I think honestly, exhaustion is a good way to address it. But it is still odd when, there's no direct mechanical reason. It is just the GM is applying layers of exhaustion because it feels right for the narrative. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Matt's doing anything wrong here. I think there's just an amount of tension between the consistency of mechanics and wounds and etc. With good and interesting narrative. Neither is really bad. Like having that tension is just sort of, I think, part of playing these games. And some systems like Call of Cthulhu or even Blades to an extent, although I'm not a huge fan of Blades' wound system. It's okay. But there are some systems that go after that a little bit harder. And there are some systems that just don't. And I don't know. I think it's hard. It's a very hard thing to address, He's probably still suffering from some exhaustion. He probably is, but unless there's like a direct mechanic, like why is he? You know what I'm saying? Like if we're treating him like a player, there's no reason that he should actually be exhausted, like based on the mechanics and the details of the system. But if we're treating him like an NPC that, I as the GM just ad hoc decided to give him some exhaustion for no reason other than that it matched the narrative, then we have a conversation, which I honestly wish exhaustion was more like that. And I think that within D&D, or within Daggerheart, there is a layer of stress, but the fact that stress gets full healed on long rests makes it a little bit less useful for that case. I do wish that there was something that lasted between long rests, which exhaustion is kind of the answer to that, but exhaustion is very tough to interact with in D&D. It's very punishing. I like 1D&D's exhaustion. I've said that before, but it's tough. It's very, very tough. You can limit the resources required for greater responsible. Plus, in a scenario like this, I don't know that I understand Mr. Steak, but I might be misunderstanding. I don't know. Barry or Gilmore's trope averted. I guess Regenerate is a 7th level. There's a very big conversation about DMs outright banning disability in their campaigns under the guise of being unrealistic. I mean, there's a large conversation. Yeah, I definitely don't feel confident having the discussion of disabilities and how you handle that within your games. Other than to say that I don't ban anything. I look for ways to accomplish whatever the player's fantasy is. But in terms of like Daggerheart making it very, very accessible, yeah, I don't think that I'm the correct person to moderate that sort of discussion. I'm like my party brings a lot of buy-in to the table. Sometimes we know we can't reflect something in the mechanics, but it exists for the narrative. It's a shame you can't reflect it in the mechanics, and there needs to be buy-in. Yeah. Which that's sort of what I'm saying is like, I don't think that he's handling it incorrectly. I don't think that any of them are handling it incorrectly, but it is a little bit at tension when you have a cleric that can heal most shit. You know. But, yeah. I do like Mark's system in Candela Obscura. It's very flavorful. Oh, interesting. What if someone wants their wounds healed but leave a surface scar because it looks badass? Does magic allow for that? I mean, it doesn't allow or disallow it. It's very weird. Like, magical healing in general is just kind of weird. And, like, long rest healing is just kind of weird. But a lot of systems don't want to get super gritty, which I don't think is, like, a bad thing for those systems. Like, if D&D doesn't want to be gritty, if it wants to be epic and heroic, it absolutely should be able to be. So it's tough. It's very, very, very tough. In their last campaign, they introduced a rule where you have a chance to sustain a more permanent injury when you go down. That's certainly interesting. It's certainly interesting, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird. There's a lot of open questions that you have to decide at your group, and it's basically a question of how gritty do you want the story to be. How heroic. Like, I've been kind of kind of stressing against the fact that stress and health full heal with some downtime, with some long rest actions in Daggerheart. But Daggerheart wants to be very heroic. It wants to just like pop up, you know? And it's just not as gritty of a system as something like Blades or sounds like Candela or Call of Cthulhu or, you know, all of those are much grittier systems. That's not what Daggerheart's going for. But anyways, it's an interesting conversation. And like, I think it goes towards the types of stories that are easier to tell. Like someone being on death's door and fighting for their life through illness is not a story that is easy to tell within D&D. You have to have buy-in, and you have to, like, as a GM, do some, like, odd mechanical choices to, like, get us there. And that's just how it is in D&D, you know?
Your name, Orchestra?
It's really cool. I'm Garthok.
Yep.
I bow.
She kind of gives you a sideways glance and... Keep your distance. I don't trust you yet. She turns back around towards Gilmore as you're holding him there. The children, at this point, are very quiet and kind of sitting at his foot as you all gather around this corner. A minute passes in silence. Another minute passes.
Smoothing his hair out. Hey.
His body's, the stillness is maintained, but you can still feel the heartbeat and you can feel the pulse of blood through the body just from holding the shoulders. And then from that silence here. And the mouth opens and the eyes begin to lull open, and the irises begin to try and find some point of focus, and Gilmore slowly lolls the head back up and looks into your face and smiles instinctually, a little blood at the corner of his mouth, and just looks up at you.
It's always what I assumed I'd see in my last moments.
Bad day, huh?
Strangely enough, I'm pretty sure I've had worse.
No offense, darling, but you look like shit.
We can't have that, can we?
He lifts his hand and kind of begins to try and cast a spell. You can see a bit of arcane prestidigitation begin to try and muster, and he kind
Gilmore.
of coughs, and the magic sputters and fades.
Give it time.
Need a rest.
So, either we're all dead or we're all alive. I'd like an answer.
Alive.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that.
Yeah.
Oh. I was so worried about you all. I went back for you.
What? We were so worried about you.
I'm glad you came here.
I'm sorry, when they attacked, my instinct was to grab the children. Not who I could, but Uriel pushed me away. He was trying to get others out of the fray.
Did you see him fall?
I didn't see him fall, but I went back, and I found him fallen.
His body.
What was left of it? I brought back Salda and the children. I brought back Asum. And that, kind of abrasive dragon girl. I don't know where they are right now. And Salda chimes in and goes, they both, actually, they left. They went topsoil to try and find out the survivors. I told them not to. I told them to stay, but they're assumedly off in the city somewhere trying to make sense of all this.
Trying to collect people at our keep.
Kind of turned it into a safe haven.
Well, that's kind of you. That's good of you. That's probably one of the only safe places in the city right now.
Yeah.
Anything?
I mean, I can cast Cure Wounds on him to try to help out at all. Will it help? I mean, you know more than I will.
Whatever you're fine. Angel of Serenade, I think will hold me fine for now. And he smiles and gives a very, very half-hearted wink towards Pike. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you dearly.
You've certainly earned your name today.
I could have saved more. I couldn't find you. I looked.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no,
We were hard to find.
I figured you would be taking care of yourself. I went to the dragon just in case you had decided to be your usual foolish selves and run into hell itself.
Perhaps send a spy and try to trick him. That would have been stupid, huh?
Yes. Very.
Gilmore, we called for you. I'm sorry we didn't wait.
No, I'm glad you...
Dude, that was... That just took the breath out of the room. Of, like, Vex, like, trying to joke about, like, oh, haha, that would have been so stupid. And Sam just deadpan, yeah. It's like, oh, oh.
You didn't. You may not be here.
Did you see any others from the council? Anyone else?
Well, and he kind of leans forward and kind of sits up out of your lap for a second to look at the rest of you. And there were quite a few dead, unfortunately. Brom Goldhand didn't make it. Most of the guards are gone. Half, if not more, of the Cloudtop district. It's been killed by the poisonous fume that took the entire area so suddenly.
Poisonous fume?
From the initial dragon attack. We've been staying here for safety's sake. I don't know how long I've been out. Could we perhaps make our way towards your place as well?
Be smart.
Be wise.
Is there any point to searching for more council members or allies before we go?
No. Anyone that was alive that you saw?
There were many that were alive by the time I returned. They were all kneeling before the beast. It's very interesting that when given the face of death before you, how quickly folks are willing to stay alive at whatever cost of morality and sense of society. I don't blame them. What other alternative is there but to stay alive and hope that others come and save them from this burden? He coughs up a little blood and kind of wipes it from his chin.
Does the Crimson King have the Cinder King? Does he have mind control abilities, or is he just super impressive?
I think it's more that he's very persuasive with his threat of how many did not fare this attack. I did get a good look at him before he... well...
He's ripped the heart out of this city. Let's go.
Everything's gone.
When you saw him, did you see anything important?
I did notice in his chest, where the scales of a dragon usually are uniform, there was an obfuscation source. There was something different about his his armor. It was hard to make out the details and how fast we had a duel. I've never dueled a dragon before. I've dueled a dragon now.
And fared quite well.
No, I did not. I survived longer than I hoped and got out when I could.
Weak spot.
Yeah, did it look like scarring from a previous fight?
I didn't get a very good look, but it looked like there was a different material, something smooth and jagged, something that pulsed with power.
I just have to think about this for a second. Taking a good look. Smooth and jagged. Something that pulsed with power. Sounds like a gem heart from Stormlight, am I right? Potentially the arcane anchor that well, I should specify this as one of my theories. Potentially Thordak embedded the arcane anchor because Allura said that the arcane anchor did I put this in Allura's thing or in Thordak's thing? 1 second. Was sealed in the elemental plane of fire by the arcane Pansophical, but broke out somehow. Maybe I put it in Allura's note. Allura. Oh, I guess I didn't specify it. Interesting. Was held in the plane of fire by an arcane anchor, I believe. We can confirm or deny this later. By an arcane anchor, which is a large gemstone, I think like 15 to 20 feet across is what Allura said. It's like 15 to 20 feet across. And Thordak is a big chonkin' boy. Thordak is a big boy. So potentially Thordak embedded the arcane anchor within himself, allowing him to escape the elemental plane of fire. Well, soul anchor. Thank you. I knew that arcane anchor sounded wrong. Soul anchor. He do be chonkin'. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Soul anchor. Thank you. Okay.
Doesn't sound like a weak spot.
Doesn't sound like a weak spot.
I didn't get a terribly good look, nor do I understand the nature of.
And potentially that means, if they could break the soul anchor, he would be sucked back? ? I don't know. That seems a little bit of a stretch, but we'll see.
Or whatever it was, but
it's the beginning of something. Something to start thinking about.
It is definitely the beginning of something. Identifying oddities.
Does anyone have any water? I'm a bit parched.
We got better than that. We got a potion. And honestly, if we're going to be moving about on the streets, I'd like you to not fall open like a can of baked beans, if you don't mind.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm quite touched by your concern, Grog. It's flattering.
And he starts trying to stand up, and as he does, Sherry rushes forward and grabs him and goes,
I'm under too. I'm helping him up.
Get him up, and he's kind of propping himself up. He's, what little strength he has, he's keeping himself up and keeping a smile through it all. Even in this weakened state, he's still trying to present the best of himself that he can.
All right.
Gilmore, before we go, one more crazy question. You're not a dragon, are you?
Oh, I wish I was.
What a crazy question.
That would have made this whole endeavor a little easier on my part.
All right.
But if you find a way for me to become a dragon, that would be sexy.
Sam is mega.
Should we teleport, or is there tunnels, or how do we go?
Can I have, like, just a little bit of time before we...
What, with Garthok?
Well, I actually...
Or with Gilmore?
Oh, up top. I'll, be right back.
You're gonna go up there?
Just for a second.
What, by yourself?
I mean, if you guys want to join, if anybody wants to come with me, but I'm
would
stealth like a motherfucker.
I mean, it seemed like we were heading out. Are we heading out?
I propose a plan. Let's get them back to the secret passage. I think we should... One of the reasons why...
Gilmore being a dragon? No, that is actively my theory for who Raishan is. Raishan's humanoid persona. I've got Raishan is a little. I'm actually the least confident about Raishan's identity, but I do have that Gilmore is basically my only theory for who Raishan is. But I absolutely am entertaining it. We'll see. That's why I've been listening to Gilmore's report so hard, because I'm a little suspicious. Deflected? He did deflect, dude. He was like, oh, I'm not a dragon. Oh, but wouldn't that be sexy? He's getting us thinking about how hot he is and not about his potential of being a dragon. Textbook deflection, I say.
A government allows something like the clasp to exist in a city like this is because it is a shadow infrastructure that will survive an attack like this. It is an infrastructure designed... Grog. It's a bunch of people who are really good at making money when everything's working. And when everything stops working, they get very angry and want to make everything work again.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, we have a group of people who are well organized with everything to gain by this dragon leaving. They're ready, they're prepared, they're probably more prepared than anybody else would be. And they might be willing to help us. They have tunnels, they have men, they have spies, they have everything we need. Please tell me if I'm wrong here.
You couldn't be more right.
They might be the friends that we need at this moment.
I take it you're one of these underlings?
I can't speak for the group, but I am a member, yes.
Would they listen to you?
I'm sure they would.
They don't like us very much.
A lot of us didn't like Mordeth either. So, more people like you than you may know.
Alright.
Where do you want to go?
I want to go get that.
Ooh, that's referencing a story of Vox Machina plot point. Wait a second. Gorthak said a lot of people didn't like Mordeth, the Spireling that VM killed. So potentially Mordeth was the bad guy, and now the clasp is cool? I don't know about that.
Fucking well full of fucking loot. Magical items, gold. Who knows what could be in there that could help us?
Wait. You want to go steal from Thordak?
No, it's not his, remember?
They never gave it to him. They gathered a bunch of shit and they hid it in a well.
Right, but I'm assuming under his
told them
instruction.
to.
No, they were going to get it all together and give it to him, but they never gave it to him.
They were keeping it in, they were storing it away in one place.
A small group goes and gets the gold, and the rest of us get Gilmore and the family to the secret passage.
Right,
wait.
The last time we took a dragon's gold, 5 of them showed
This is
up.
not the
Dragon
dragon's
doesn't
gold.
know about the
Yeah,
gold.
I
thought
Don't
they
you
said
think the
people
dragon knows everything that's going on right now?
He's not like Magic Dragon.
I'm the spy here.
If you're scared, then go with Gilmore. I'm going to go get the gold.
I would agree with getting the gold.
I'll go with the family.
Give me the bag of holding then. Where am I going to put all the gold?
She's got a point.
Do you all remember the last time I told you something was a terrible idea?
I've got the bag of holding.
It was a few days ago.
It was every time.
Yeah, it's
Right.
all the time, really.
Right. This is probably another one of those times.
I think it's
Has
a bad
passed
idea.
without
I
a
don't
trace.
think it's a terrible
And myself
idea.
and anybody else joining me?
I'm coming too.
Scanlan.
Facts.
I'll come. Wait, no, I should probably go.
I'll watch after.
I don't want to go, but I'm not leaving you. And I hoist Gilmore onto Keith.
We've got you.
Hello.
Vax.
I'm not happy.
Why are
Well,
we
then
getting
don't-
gold?
Don't be pissy about it.
I'm not leaving you.
Go get some magic
Right
shit.
back.
Yeah, go.
It's
Just
magic
go.
shit.
Go.
This is a terrible idea.
Why are we
I'm
going
gonna
to
get your shit
gold
back
now?
for you. All the
Remember
shit
the last time we went somewhere to go get a big pile of shit?
Thank you. Because, well, I'm going to need it to renovate this place a little.
Right?
Look, he's a fan of it.
That's
How
no
long
trace
did
on
you-
the 3 of us. Stealth like a motherfucker.
Who's 3? Us 3?
Yeah,
We 3?
us 3. Just stealth out. It's like a 15-minute walk.
Garthok?
You all, we
Don't
were
come.
we were
No, no,
flanked
no,
here
go,
at
go,
Gilmore's
go,
Goods.
go.
What makes you think that they're not going to have a ton of people sitting there
I'm
watching
gonna
that
look
well?
out for that
If she
shit
sees anything,
this
she'll call
time.
us.
Yeah, that. Right.
be
That's
alright.
worked well in the past.
Area where they're going, where the well is that closer to one of the entrances to the class?
The one you're going towards in the direction. It's a little bit past where you're going, so you'd have to double back to the entrance, but it is totally a way to do it. Yeah.
Oh, then we're all going to the same place.
See, look at this. I'm gonna stay separate than the group so I can stealth a little bit better. But
Sure.
cool.
Twins out in front.
And stealthing a little bit.
Right.
Just a joke.
So
That's a lot of trace on all of us then.
So
Good job.
stealth checks from all those that are heading towards the well.
Are we all heading towards the well to jump down in the clasp, or is anybody going back towards
So
the keep right now?
The well's farther, or the clasp entrance?
The
is
clasp
farther?
entrance is
Closer.
Sorry, it's closer. The well is further, so
Hang
you
on,
actually go past
hang
the
on.
well.
Hang on. We're all going to the clasp entrance?
That's up to you guys.
Which is in the same direction as our keep because we have a crippled guy.
Yeah, we wanted to get
on our
the
shoulder.
family and Gilmore back to the keep for.
And
to
the
And
children.
the kids. Get them back to the keep.
Can't you just tree shoot us and then tree shoot them there?
I don't want to use that in case we need to tree shoot us to Vasselheim or somewhere.
Let's hold
more
that off.
important.
We're going to the clasp entrance, right? To go to the tunnels and all the network of shit that we don't understand because there'll be allies and the people that are going to
Not
stealth
necessarily.
ahead.
I
are gonna go to the
Garthok
I
is
don't
with
think
you,
we
you'll
should
be
bring
okay.
children into the class.
This was my thought: is we take everybody who's down here, we get them back to the castle. In the meantime,
Castle? Keep.
Keep. In the meantime, you get the treasure. Once the treasure is gotten and they're back in the keep, we
Then we
get
go
together and
find
find the clasp.
Perfect plan.
Boring.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I grab Vax's hand,
Where are you going,
And-
Garthok?
kind of pull him back as they kind of pace away.
Okay, so as you guys all find your way outside of the remnants of Gilmore's facility, the three children in Salda kind of staying very close. She keeps the children like right at her side, with their arms around them protectively. Sherry's at her side as well, with her blade out just in case, and they're kind of forming this circle around the remnants of the Taldore family. As those of you continue to push forward before you disappear, Keyleth grabs and pulls you.
We're splitting off?
Yeah.
I have to go.
Why don't wait, Vax, listen to me.
I just pull away and go.
No, Vax. God, fucking you.
As Vax quite literally disappears from your sight after a few steps, vanishing into the shadow of the
I
rubble.
go through to my earring. Vax, talk her out of it. This is not the time to be looting for treasure that's only ever brought us grief. Talk her out of it.
29, 39 on stealth for me.
Okay.
So wait, who's
28.
Plus 10?
who's taking the kids home?
All right.
That would
Vax.
be
Trinket's going with you guys, by the way.
42.
you, me, Grog.
42?
I'm driving the yellow submarine.
Yeah.
42.
You're coming with us?
No, I'm going with the kids back to
I think the problem here is that Keyleth is basically convinced that there will be a net negative to them, going and looting, right? That is Keyleth's point. And I think the problem with that is that there has really never been a net negative. This would be more of a flaw, and I think it would be more of a discussion amongst the rest of the cast. I think that Keyleth is absolutely right that this is, unduly risky behavior for relatively little gain. But, she's talking about, the last time we went and looted a big pile of shit, right? Whatever. There's never really been anything negative that happened. They've not actually, the attack on Iman would have happened, presumably, whether or not they looted Krieg's house. From what we understand, at least so far. So, there's not really, I understand, Laura, obviously, expressing a flaw. Emotional support money. Emotional support money is pretty good. Vex is absolutely just flawed here. She just wants the money, and she is absolutely willing to risk things an undue amount for said money. But the rest of the people don't really care because there's never really been, they've never really gotten slapped for it. The worms did appear. Yeah, the worms absolutely appeared. But they got out of it. They got out of it with Keyleth accidentally debuffing the entire party. And they got out of it relatively unscathed. So, there's a there's a bit of a thing, and this is like, it kind of goes back to the like lasting wounds whatever conversation of like, how do you punish your players, not punish, but how do you present consequences to your players outside of the moment. And I'll be interested if there's any sort of consequence for it, but like if there's never any lasting consequence to them going and looting things, right? Because like even if we consider the Krieg house, the net effect of that was that they got a bunch of gold. That was the net effect, is that they got richer and they got more powerful. So why wouldn't they do that all the time? Like, yeah, again, Keyleth is right. This is like silly risky, but that risk has never gone against them in the past. So I think that's why you see like Vex is playing it flawed, but the rest of the people are totally down with it, even though that desire for loot isn't their core flaw, because Matt has never like lastingly punished them for doing that sort of risk. You know what I'm saying? Vex spent care about being rich. She cares about not being poor, since poor equates to powerlessness. No, that's very fair. Like I said, I think this is a good flaw. This is a good expression of Vex's character. But I think that this isn't... I mean, it is an expression of the rest of their characters, but they are not identifying the risk that Keyleth is identifying. Because up until this point, there's never been a downside to going and taking this sort of risk, you know? Yeah, I absolutely... like I said, I think that Laura is absolutely like, this is totally fair behavior on her part. But I think the reason that everyone else is ignoring Keyleth, and like why like Vax is just like walking away and ignoring Keyleth and not even trying to talk Vex out of it, is because why would he? They're probably just gonna get a bunch of gold and that'll be it. Like if they even run into an obstacle, it won't really matter ultimately.
With the kids, I cast pass without a trace on us, on team back to the keep.
Yeah. Have you guys roll stealth check as well?
Hold on. Well, wait.
Okay, and you're heading with them to
well, in what direction is the keep? Because
the keep is southward. It's away from the entrance to the class.
See, Garthok's Dilemma is his first priority. Is trying to
great book.
Well,
do what you
gotta do.
Garthok's Dilemma.
Do what you gotta do.
Do what you gonna do, Garthok.
From Torbeck.
Garthok's Dilemma is his.
Don't tell us, just do it. No, do it.
He's got to go towards the class because
All right.
that's what he's trying to make sure they're still alive.
As you guys divide, Garthok still stands there for a second, kind of looking back and forth, conflicted.
Oh, I did miss one up top. Keyleth sees finding the skull as a net negative. I think that's fair for Keyleth to think that. But in terms of the actual, like, impact of everything, it really hasn't been. Like, there's not actually been, like, a real consequence to it, you know? I mean, I guess it hasn't been directly explored yet, but I think this assessment of all their characters is fair. But I understand the hesitation against it, Deadly Spark, but I don't think anyone stepped over the line. That's only because Travis rolled a 1 on smashing it, Lamau. Well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, but that's sort of what I'm saying is like, even if there have been potential consequences, right? Even if there have been potential consequences, there haven't been actual consequences. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Did by this. Vex, you pick up on this as you're walking away.
What you doing?
I have to go. I have to find the class, but my number one priority. It's why I sought you guys out in the first place.
We understand. We've got the kids.
Okay.
Then-
I'll meet you.
What
at
entrance?
the class
Where do you want us to
Can you
meet
tell
you?
us where the entrance is? Do we know where the entrance is?
Which entrance?
It's the entrance that I know exists. It's in the same direction as the treasure, so I will travel with you until we get to the entrance, which hopefully is there and not
You
destroyed.
better fucking stealth like a motherfucker.
I'm ready.
S like an MF.
14.
Plus
Plus 10, 24.
Oh, 24.
Are we all rolling stealth?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone is. Plus 10.
27.
Pike.
Pike.
Yep.
5.
I rolled a 16.
Yeah, 26
Nice,
stealth.
Pike.
That was a disadvantage too.
Nice. Well played.
25.
31.
Alrighty. So as you guys split off in the rain, occasionally you hear the slam of something heavy echoing in the distance from the cloud top, and a guttural yell of frustration.
Keeping my eye out for any kind of anything in front of us.
Right. You're not sure what or why anything's happening, but twice during your journey northward to this, you hear like a low growl or roar, and there's like a flash of fire from over the wall. You don't know what happened. As you guys push, darting through the alleys to the team that's going for the entrance to class, you lead them into
A trap! Booyah!
That would be amazing.
Been waiting to trap you for 3 hours!
You lead them into a wine cellar that is locked over with a series of chains. You go forward, and you know where there are 2 triggers for 2 traps that are part of that entrance. You go ahead and deftly disable both traps through hidden mechanisms. You go ahead and pull on one of the chains, and it extends magically as you pull on it, almost an infinite, or at least for a period of time. You find the right link, you activate it, keeping this all kind of hidden to yourself, because it's what you're trained to do, and the chain disables itself and breaks into 3 different pieces. You then open up the 2 parts of the cellar and lead them down into what looks like a regular wine cellar. It's very dark, there's almost no light down there other than what's pouring in through this entrance. It looks like most of the wine bottles here have been taken out. It's empty other than a few small bottles that are set up in this vast kind of crisscross of wooden racks. And you go ahead and walk over to one of the barrels and lift up the top of what looks to be like a heavy, heavy whiskey barrel. Pulling off the top of the barrel itself does not move as he's wrestling with it. As he does, he climbs into and kind of stops for a second, looks around, showing you guys that this barrel itself is actually a chute ladder that leads downward into a subterranean bay.
Now, is all that shit up top going to be open for us when we come back?
I can wait for you here, or maybe come with you and get some of that treasure.
It's going to be a while, we got to get the treasure and then go back to the cube
You can
and then
come
come
with
back.
us. You can come with us.
I mean, it's up to you. I know you need to talk to the clasp. So if you need to talk to them and let them know we're on our
Enough
way.
treasure to go around. I can come with us. I can definitely let them know. So
It's up to you.
I'm relieved that it's there and not destroyed. So
Okay. So you guys, now knowing where the entrance is, you make your way back out. You kind of close the cellar and make your way towards where this dwarf's general description of the well is. I want you to make an investigation check.
all of us.
All of you.
27.
Natural 20.
Yes.
You're not with us.
Oh, I thought you said everybody.
Sorry, everybody in that group. Well, congratulations.
Oh, no! You
I escort the kids.
As soon as he's walking,
I'm a champ at babysitting.
Oh, kid.
You've had a Percy game today. You've just a lot of 20s. 14, 27, 19, 11. All right, so you guys take about 20 minutes kind of wandering the area, unable to find really which destination this is, partially because a lot of the the sections here are partially destroyed or at least are unfamiliar to you. You've not spent a lot of time in this northern area of Iman. Scanlan, you kind of dart off for a second, seeing a similar crossroads between alleys, and you find a well that very much appears to be it, and you know it's yours because there's this...
The fucking non-verbal right now is crazy from Sam. Not crazy bad, like crazy good.
Northern area of Iman. Scanlan, you kind of dart off for a second, seeing a similar crossroads between alleys and...
Look at him. The moment his name gets said, he perks up. And then when he says you dart off for a second, he starts kind of moving his shoulders like he's doing it. Like he's embodying the character right now.
Iman. Scanlan, you kind of dart off for a second, seeing a similar crossroads between alleys, and you find a well that very much appears to be it, and you know it's yours because there's this looks to be a number of copper and gold coins that are kind of scattered around the base of the well.
This is it.
I look around. Can I perceive anything for any people around? Anything?
Traps, man.
Make a perception check.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
That's true.
All right. You damn guys. You glance about,
It's not- I
and
ignore shit.
nobody is here. Other than the sound of the rain that is still kind of smashing down from outside, there doesn't appear to be any individual within visual range right now.
Bex, can you scan for dragons, please? I rolled a 22 for traps.
Okay. No traps from what you can tell. As you look over the edge of the well, you can see where the dirt has been packed in and kind of given a false kind of, or a somewhat muddy bottom to the well, what once held water. And around the edges, you can see where there are a couple of discarded shovels kind of thrown to the side and chunks of the earth that have been kind of just shoved in there to give it some sort of bottom. You also see there's maybe about 20, 30 or so haphazard coins in the bottom. What? Empty.
Ah!
You got it already.
Dicks!
You talking about the dragons?
No, whoever the fuck
came and took all the fucking
The
gold.
dragons came and got it.
Yeah, that's what
Can
I'm
we?
thinking.
Can I take one of the shovels and move some of the dirt to see if maybe it's
like a
deeper
drop
than
box.
it looks?
Okay. You go ahead and move some of the dirt, and you find a couple of more reward coins. A total of 35 gold. It can be really
A waste.
taken from it.
Can I see any signs of dragon claws or dragon slobber or anything?
There are none around you, and you gather just from the sheer immensity that is the Cinder King that if he were to come down here and retrieve this gold himself, most of the adjacent buildings in the well would be ruined.
These people put a bunch of gold there, and then someone else came and took it.
Well, allegedly a bunch of gold. Maybe that's all they found.
It's your fucking people from the class, isn't it?
Can I use like tracking to see if it looks like anybody's
Sure,
been
make
here?
a wisdom survival check.
19.
19. There are a number of footprints, actually, relatively recent, that all...
Is that 17 or 11? That's 11. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, looking about, you see the tracks pushing northward. There's about 4 fresh sets of prints, fresher than the others you've seen around it. And the trail of coins that kind of follow that for about 10-15 feet, you can tell that they were taken in haste. You gather just by the way it's set up that perhaps somebody else had found this cache before you
I
did.
never thought when we came out when we came back up out of the fucking trap door. Where was the people still unconscious?
Yeah, they were still unconscious.
Oh, okay.
Let's follow the tracks. They're fresh.
Are we really going to scrabble about in the mud for coin today?
Well, we've come this far. Alan, I'm very easily swayed.
Great leader.
I think I should go back to the keep.
You're right. You're right.
Waste of our time.
But if Vex could somehow convince us, I'd be open to it.
The reason I wanted to come get all of this gold is because I thought there could be a lot of Gilmore's magical items were probably put in here. People don't realize what they have. I just thought it could help us a lot.
I understand. It was not a bad idea, but this place has been cleared out. Let's
What if
get
it's just
out
like
of here.
1 or 2 people that came and stole everything and we could totally take them?
And they're like 100,
They're like
100
right
yards
up the
away.
alley, like right there. Can I just steal the head just a little bit and just see?
Okay. You stop the head, and at this point, you're you follow the tracks that go to the road, and they're following the alleys as well. You can see from the
Look, I'm not annoyed at anyone, at any real people. I am annoyed at Vexalia. I'm like, oh my god. I am feeling Vax right now. I'm feeling Vaxeldon. I'm like, dude, but I don't think Laura is doing anything wrong. I am supremely annoyed at Vex, but I don't think Laura is doing a lick wrong here. But the twins definitely both take up leadership role, especially Vex. I've said for a while, my interpretation so far is Vax as the leader. I have not seen it yet, at least, but I know that things might obviously change throughout the course of C1, but so far within C1, like Underdark, Vasselheim, up to now, I have identified primarily Vax as the leader. He's been a little bit quieter lately, but I think he's having kind of a crisis of responsibility. Well, I don't think he's having that. That's what he explained. I also know that Liam as a person was dealing with some stuff, and so that's why he's maybe a little bit quieter. But yeah, absolutely. I do wish the others were challenging her a bit more. I mean, it's tough. That's what I'm saying is, like, I don't think Laura's doing anything wrong. I don't think Marisha's doing anything wrong. I don't think that Vex is doing anything wrong. And I don't think that, well, anything wrong. I feel like Vex is playing her flaw and Keyleth is pushing her on it. But again, it's like, why would the others push her on it? It's the majority of it is just a waste of time. And if it's just a waste of time and they don't have anything time pressing, right? Like, Grog was the one saying, like, hey, we need to do this now. We need to do this now. We need to do this skull stuff now because they're destroying him on. It's going to be destroyed. He was the one really worried about the time pressure. And then the party decided they don't care about the time pressure. Like, Matt sort of presented them with a time pressure and gave a way out, and they collectively decided, we're going to sleep it off. Which is a valid choice. That's not like an invalid choice, but now there is no time pressure anymore. So the only thing that she's doing is wasting time in a situation where wasting time probably doesn't matter, or at least doesn't ostensibly matter. It might matter to something on the back end with Matt, but there's no reason for any of them to think that this waste of time matters at all.
From the way
I'm sorry, 1 second. You know, you're very charming, but you're a fucking weirdo. And I climb up after my sister stealthily and follow.
Okay, all right.
I just shrug. I think he was talking to you.
Okay, and what do you two do?
I'm going back to my trapdoor.
Okay, so Garthok, you just separate from the group, head back to the class.
So
Thank you for.
It's been a great day killing with you. I hope our paths cross again, and perhaps in the catacombs.
I will let the class know that you're coming.
Tell them whenever they see Scanlan Shorthall to open the door. They stealth, so I don't know where they went, do I?
Roll a perception check.
I got a natural 20 on my stealth.
Oh!
I got a 9 on perception.
You have no clue.
Can I look at the tracks? I can't read tracks.
Go ahead and make a wisdom survival check, just for the hell of it.
Nope.
Can I perception check with
Three.
Three? Okay. You begin following a set of tracks that you think is pretty close to theirs. Pike, you're with everyone else, bringing the rest of them back to the keep. You're with the other half of the group.
Go with me, Pike.
Yeah,
We're babysitting.
You guys are babysitting the family and Gilmore, getting him back to the keep.
Oh, wait, why did I stealth check?
To stealth with them to get out of the city, and we'll get to you guys in just a minute.
No, I thought I was going with
Do I even know how to get home from here?
Based on that check, you get really discombobulated in the center of the rainy midday of
I
Immelfun.
was gonna be right back, Scanlan.
You don't know that. A hand shoots out of the darkness and grabs Scanlan by the nose and tugs along.
Okay. All right, you guys continue along, and following the tracks a little bit, they lead westward and curve down a few more alleys, heading towards the north entrance to the cloud top.
Ah, shit. Fuck it, they're taking it to the fucking dragon. Dicks.
Do you continue to follow, or you head back?
No, we're fucking go back.
Okay.
Will you tell me how to get back?
The rest of this episode, so it says 4:32. The actual end of the actual episode is 3:04, so we have about 6 minutes, but there are some Critmas time codes that we have. There's about 10 minutes worth of Critmas time codes. So we have probably a total of like 20 or 30 minutes more of CR watching.
Could you say that again with your nose pinch?
We'll get back. What happened to... Where's Gorthok?
Garthok.
Gorthok, where is he?
Garthok told me he was going back to his clasp entrance. Our paths will cross again. He also said that you were kind of weird.
Oh, well, I am. I'm gonna start walking back to the keep.
Okay, you guys make your way back. The rest of you, you make your way further south, kind of retracing the path you took here, since you already know kind of what's there. You do reach a certain point where...
To be fair, Valkyrie, we had already watched some of it, so we started out a little bit ahead, but we have gone through it quick. I've been really, I think, frankly, me holding myself back from talking about it continually throughout the episode. I've also been reading less comments, which I'm trying to like train myself to do, because I really want to respond to every comment, but I know that that's not feasible long term. So I think I'm trying to get better at those aspects. I've always wondered why there are sick people in Skyrim. Oh my god. We can talk all day long about how fucking the Elder Scrolls likes to pretend that it's low magic while having a random schmuck. I mean, Skyrim, it's a little bit more reasonable because that random schmuck also happens to be the Dragonborn, but Oblivion is literally a random schmuck who just like learns all of this magic and whatever. It's like, yeah, the access to magic, especially like as you like level up and more like random goons get access to magic, really makes the world of the Elder Scrolls games feel at odds with the actual game itself. Because it's like, oh man, like why doesn't everyone just have bound weapons instead of actually crafting and smithing weapons? Yeah, that game scales oddly if you think about it too much. As if you're doing cameos for money. Yeah.
As you push down one of the alleys, a few individuals come out, kind of blades at the ready, and be just like, "Hey, drop your stuff. Give us what you've got." And then at which point Keyleth just socks one in the jaw as Sherry pulls out a wand and blasts one of the nearby pieces of stone off the wall with a bolt of lightning. Gilmore, who like steps onto his feet and carries his weight for a second, just raises his hands up, and as he does, you can see arcane bolts just whipping around him in this almost molecule-like electron pattern as he goes,
"Do you gentlemen seriously wish to start this ruckus?"
Yeah.
They all go, "No," and they
Super reasonable. And you know what I'm gonna say? That display, I don't think, was fundamentally more intimidating than the display that Vox Machina put on to the other dudes. Craven Edge is a terrifying weapon when wielded by this behemoth. Her hands were on fire. Like, yes, this is an intimidating display, but I think we're talking about, like, on a 10-point scale, we're talking about, like, a 9 versus a 10. And I think that random goons should absolutely put their weapons away and bounce. So this, I totally agree with what he's doing here. I think that before he was being a little bit more cagey about it because he wanted the possibility of a combat. Especially with a guest player being there.
slowly back away and then dart around the corner as fast as they can. You hear their feet kind of spattering against the mud.
Keyleth goes, yeah, you better run!
Way to tell him, Keith.
Thank you.
Well done. As
trying to get
Gilmore
better
lowers
at
his
it.
hands, he kind of begins to fall forward.
And we grab him.
You grab him and catch him, and he's like, oh.
That's a drop. Your
Kinda, yeah, actually.
That's the last of me. That's all I've got. Take me home.
Yeah.
Please.
We're almost home. Almost home.
Kind of pinches your cheek, Grog.
Oh, shit.
You guys continue through the path as you make your way through the groups of the dead that you passed before. A lot of them have since been taken off the street, and you can see now graves are being dug right outside of the gate as you find the south gate. Do you want to just walk through the field, or do you want to use the same path you took into the secret path into the keep?
I think the fields would be my vote.
I would.
You're not there.
No one's noticing us at this point. There's too much going on.
Out of the city is, I think, the safe.
Why wouldn't we take the secret passage? It's here, right? No?
As soon as you say secret passage, Gren, the little boy, says, "Did you say secret passage?"
I did.
It's not really a secret.
Got to like, I've never seen a secret passage before. Like, hey,
Do you want to go see it?
Can we see the secret passage?
Yeah.
She gets really excited, and you can see Salda for the first time since you've seen her smiles a little bit.
Can't disappoint the children.
Yeah.
Fine. Secret passage it is.
Okay.
All right.
Trinket's with you guys, don't forget.
Okay.
Trinket's been keeping guard through the mud behind you.
Let the kids ride Trinket.
As a relatively stealthy bear would try.
Noise.
As you make your way through the secret passage, successfully finding your way back to Grey Skull Keep, you climb up back into the kitchen, and there you can see Elena and Irvin, who are both, sweaty. Their stains are soaking through their outfits. They've been working around the clock to make sure that everyone who's currently held within the keep is being cared for and fed, and their faces immediately light up as you all start pouring out of the pantry again. Just like, oh, so glad to see all of you. I wasn't sure if you'd come back. Oh.
Are we there? Yeah.
They're getting there first before the rest of you. And she kind of runs up and kind of embraces each of you, kind of wipes her brow. I'll have food soon.
It's okay. It's okay.
And she kind of goes over and sees, and the children, you got children with you?
Got a few more with us.
We don't know whose they are, but
the kids get really shy suddenly and kind of quiet, and Pilgrim quick hide behind Salda. She goes, "It's all right. We'll take them. Where should we take them? Where should we go? Lead on. I've never been here before."
You can put them in my room.
Yeah, well, mine.
Yeah, we'll put them up. I can sleep in my workshop.
I think we've pulled a lot of our beds down. I think a lot of our
most of
rooms
the
are
beds,
filled.
most of your rooms are.
We'll find a place for you. Just get comfortable for right now.
All right.
It's a little cramped. I'm sorry. It's not castle top.
You saw where we were. We'll take anything at this point. Gilmore comes in and kind of looks around.
No, I'm not going to lie. I always wanted to see the place. Perhaps the door is in order. Tomorrow.
He kind of hangs his head, and you make your way into the rest of.
I find a bed. Where's like the nearest bed?
The nearest bed would be one of the beds that you guys moved into Sarah and Ray's
Is there
temple.
someone on it?
There's someone sitting on it, but as soon as you bring someone who looks as
I say, hey,
wrecked
beat
as
it.
he is, yeah, they get up and leave, and you lay Gilmore down. And he,
My elbow really hurts.
after a short time of kind of getting them established with Grey Skull Keep, the rest of Vox Machina arrives. the rain now pouring
Keyleth.
heavily outside. Looking back, you can see some of the smoke has lessened. It's helping put out some of the fires and the remaining piles of burning wood that were once buildings within Iman.
Keyleth runs up to Vax and gives him a hug. You're okay. You're okay. You did it? Did you talked her out of it?
Yeah, Keyleth. You talked me out of it. I walk past.
Thank you. And I walk away.
As you guys get everyone situated in the keep, your mind begins to turn to what the next step is in preparing for whatever the next step you want to be. And we'll go ahead and finish tonight's game at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I feel bad. I mean, it was a decent session, but I feel bad for JCM. Which, like, I feel bad, but I also don't know exactly what I would have done different, you know? It's just a bit of an awkward session to have a guest player, unless he's going to be there for the next episode, or he's going to be there for Critmas, but little bit of an awkward session to have a guest player, but, you know, whatever. Not too bad. It's just feel a little bad for the fella. Keyleth got her, and I walk away, and nice. Yeah. Okay. Let's do. I think let's do a break really quick. I don't know if it's time for an ad on Twitch. Oh my God! It's perfect timing. Ad starts in 50 seconds on Twitch. So we will take a break. We will go pee. And then we will come back. We'll do the Critmas time codes. And then we will organize all of this mess from this episode. So go get some water. I will be right back. And I will figure out, oh my gosh, what sort of music to put on. I was about to put on the one that Scanlan was singing, but that would absolutely get me copyright striked. So let's see here. He has like the voiceless mega. There we go. See you in a sec. Look at that good timing. What's up, everybody? What's up? How we doing? Okay. Let's get some Critmas. And then we'll talk all of this. And then we'll see what's up. So 422.55. 422.22. Ha! Most replayed is like right here. That's so funny. I can see why it's a time code because this is right on the most replayed spike. Is right where the 2 time codes are. That's so funny. All right, let's see it.
Take us home.
Do it. Take us home.
This is for like 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right, still, dear Critical Role. My name is Zarek Strife, and I'm...
We know you sit in the chair waiting for the music to end. Don't lie. Look, I won't lie and say that I haven't done that, but that is assuming that I know where the music ends. This is just a playlist that Slobs gives me, and I have no idea where any of the individual songs end.
I'm a very big fan. I've been trying for months to find a way to show my appreciation to all of you. My friend Justin, trying to get to watch Critical Role for months and didn't have the time. Then October came. My girlfriend decided to leave me, which was very hard on me. And I understand that.
All up in there, man.
In my work, I could keep my mind off it, then got laid off. Nothing to keep my head from spinning. I was struggling until the day I decided to finally check out what my friend had been so strongly praising. I binge watched every episode in that time week. You guys became a light for me, an incredibly bright one. You have become part of my family, and I've never met any of you. And as such, I wanted to give Matt this very special figure. I got this figure years ago from my D&D group, but had not used it in some time as we have not been high enough level. So I decided that Matt needed this, especially after the destruction of Iman. And for the rest of Vox Machina, I'm sorry. With all the love, Azareth Strife, P.S., long live Gilmore. Now, I want to preface this, that for 7 years, I've been longingly looking at this mini from a distance. And, well, for the members of Vox Machina that are here, I would like you to meet Thordak, Cinder King, who also breathes fire.
I got real mixed feelings about that.
Is that? Oh, right, because you didn't have a Red Dragon mini for the other one, right?
No,
At all.
not yet.
We
I
haven't
was
seen
looking,
it.
and this one was always like, I can't afford to find one.
Mini.
But that's legitimately like his
This was
scale.
like a special edition colossal. Yeah, actually, I think
To scale?
I think this is about as close to the scale as you'll get for Thordak the Cinder King. So I'm looking forward to that battle.
Did you
whenever
put a
that
little
happens.
mini in front of him?
Holy fuck!
You got one?
I think they're all packed away right now, but they're about there.
All right.
So that's cool.
Yeah, true story though. I've actually tried to get that for him as a gift a few times, and I was either out of my price range at the time or not around because they're hard to find. And yeah, so that's amazing.
I'm definitely having mixed feelings about that.
Yeah.
I'm not. This is fucking awesome.
But yes, you crossed
Oh
off
my
a
God.
bucket list item, dude.
Yeah, no, this is like a sincere bucket list item. Thank you so much. That's so awesome.
Holy. Look at that thing. That's crazy, dude. Speaking of like, not like bucket list items necessarily, but like things that I want to do. I mentioned like mini painting earlier. I would love to get like a 3D printer and be able to like, because I've actually taken a 3D modeling class. So like I could probably model, probably not something as detailed as that, but I've taken like a modeling class for Blender. But like at college, we had 3D printers so that we could actually print out our stuff. I don't know if I have anything that I designed. Oh man. I think I got rid of it a lot. I think I got rid of a lot of it during one of my minimalist beats. Did I? No, I think they're all gone. But I have a couple of things that I've printed out, but you know, that was again in college where we had like a printing lab, and fucking printers are so expensive. So but it'd be so cool to be able to have like a printer, be able to design it from scratch and then paint it. It'd be so sick. I would love to do that. But again, that's like long term. That's not even stuff that I'm like actively approaching right now because it would be a lot of like time investment to do it right, you know. Compared to Thordak's actual size, that's quite small. Yeah, from what I've understood, that looks like a normal dragon size, and Thordak's supposed to be like twice the size. But that's probably as close as you're going to get within like, you know, a mini or whatever. A comment Matt made about Gilmore after this ep was that he was rolling death saves for Gilmore, and if they went after the loot first, he would have died. Damn. Okay. Is that the what if that I think it was Hercub was mentioning? Is that like the what if? That's very interesting. That is very, very interesting. I mean, I like that. I absolutely like that. And that's the sort of stuff where I think, when people talk about like what's that's the what if, yeah. I think that's absolutely cool stuff. Like, and I think that there is I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. That is sort of like the Allura thing, where you absolutely want your players to know and think about you doing that sort of stuff. Like, you want them to feel like every aspect of your world is that stuff. But, like, that is something that's actually relatively easy to track, is, like, you just decide at some point, I'm going to start rolling death saves. Like, that's something that's relatively easy to track on the back end. You're not having to measure out distances. You're not having to do anything like that. So I think that including more things like that in your world can make it feel like Matt. I think that's a great example of, like, if you want your worlds to feel like Matt's worlds, to feel like the worlds of Critical Role, absolutely latch on to those sorts of strategies. Because that's not, like I said, that's not that difficult to, like, think about on the back end and to model on the back end. It's just like, okay, there's like a pretty, binary choice of if they go after the loot, like I'm, over here rolling death saves. If they go into the house, they have the opportunity to save them. It's an interesting detail because you said Matt won't kill Gilmore off screen. Look, I did say that. I did indeed say that. That is an interesting detail. You know what? To slightly amend my statement in comparison to reality, because now that you tell me that, I do believe that like, I've been skeptical when people have told me things of like, Matt was doing this off screen or whatever. I fully believe he was doing that. That is no question to me that he probably was indeed doing that. I will amend my statement. If he killed Gilmore off screen, I would have absolutely doubted if it was actually Gilmore's body. I would have forever doubted if it was really the body of Sean Gilmore. Even because it's like, if you do not directly observe the person die, and even then, dude, every death in D&D is just some level of suspicious. But also, to be fair, Pike does have something like Revivify. Like, I'm sure she has Revivify. The question is if they have, like, the material components for that. And I know that Matt's death system is a little bit more brutal than the base one. So there are still absolutely consequences to that. And that's also really funny with me talking about, like, what are the consequences, That's a great example of if they went after that loot, Matt, and they come and they find dead Gilmore, Matt needs to drive that shit home. Twist that fucking knife of like, yeah, he only, like, you can feel him. He's still warm. People around you are telling you that he only died a few minutes ago. Number one, to drive home that they could use something like Revivify. But number two, to drive home the consequence of doing that sort of looting. That is exactly the sort of thing that I'm talking about with, like, and it could just be luck. It could just be coincidence that Vox Machina has deftly avoided all of these consequences that Matt has been trying to put in front of them for, like, looting and wasting that sort of time. It is absolutely possible that they have been consistently avoiding those coincidentally without even realizing it. But from their perspective, they haven't run into any of those consequences. Which is tough as a DM, especially if you are trying to put some in front of them, like, Gilmore potentially dying. It's really tough if they're just narrowly avoiding all of your consequences. That's a little tough. Long rest of the keep. I rolled to see if he survived the night. If they hadn't beelined it to him directly, DC for survival would have been a 20% chance for success. Interesting. If Matt wasn't a coward, he would have made the deciding factor if they took a long rest before going to his shop. Honestly. Yeah. Like, I won't entirely disagree with you, Robin, because to that point, Travis was the one telling them, we need to do something now. I know that the thing within this skull is bad. Like, at no point was Grog arguing that the thing in the skull wasn't bad. He was saying, we need to do something now. And they ran into no consequences for wasting a bunch of time, for long resting. Gilmore dying? Absolutely an amazing consequence. So I don't disagree with Robin. It's, maybe a bit harsh, but like they haven't had any huge consequences for things that they actually care about. Grayskull Keep generally survived. The only person who died was Uriel, which they were already kind of on the outs with. They saved Gilmore even though they chose to delay. They haven't had a lot of really substantial consequences. I mean, yeah, they lost a lot of Iman, but clearly they don't care much about the citizens anyways. So I don't know. I have no doubt you would have. We all know there's a non-zero chance that someone sends them an even bigger dragon mini. Oh, now that they've called it out, absolutely. If I recall, Matt was also surprised they dropped such high healing spells on an NPC at the time. I mean, to a certain degree, it's like, you know what, Deadly? I'll tell you this. Why wouldn't they? During this conversation of there is no substantial consequence or downside to them delaying from their perspective. We can know all day long what was happening behind the screen, but from the perspective of the players, there has been no downside to delaying besides a couple more fucking randos getting iced. So if that's the case, why not drop your high-level healing spells on an NPC? Why not just blow a heal on Gilmore? Gilmore is so sick. He's a very powerful resource. Regardless of their feelings towards him, if you save a high-level sorcerer, that's worth a healing slot, And they can just sleep it off. Like, that's the thing about D&D is if there's no consequence to taking that long rest, why the fuck not? Waste all that healing magic. Why the fuck not? So it's a very interesting thing, and it is a struggle as a DM. I'm not necessarily, this isn't me like dogging Matt a lot. I totally believe, because I've been in the situation where my players are deftly dodging every consequence I try to put in front of them. I've been there. So I'm not even dogging him too much. But the result of all of this, of them not having any consequences for looting, of them not having consequences for taking long rests, is that, yeah, they'll drop their super high-level resource. They'll get sidetracked by a well full of loot. That's just the consequence of the lack of, of the lack of consequences. To some degree, at least. For very much a session 0 discussion, if my party adopts a particular NPC, I want limits on the type of harm that can befall them, just like on pets. That is definitely, like, if you want, like, a limit on, like, the lines or veils of, like, what can befall an NPC that you befriend, that is certainly a line or a veil that you might want to bring up in session 0. It legitimately, like, if you don't want, Trinket to die, which they built into Daggerheart with Ranger's companion. If you never want Trinket to die, and if you don't want a befriended NPC to die, that can be a line or a veil for you. Yeah. Peril, fine. Some pain and scars. Sure. Resurrectable death. If you can make it work in the narrative. Permadeath. Hell no. Yeah, that's a line to work in. Absolutely. I also know from personal experience, once I'm attached to an NPC, I do anything I possibly can to save them. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. What up, Terrace? How you doing? I know people don't like this being brought up, but CR, at this point in the show, Gilmore is their only LGBTQIA+ NPC. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, Vex is an LGBT PC, but I understand your point. There's a certain branding perspective, and we won't know. We'll never know how much that impacts any of their decisions. Yeah, we'll just never know. I don't think it's invalid to bring up, but it is sort of I don't want to say a fruitless discussion, but it is it's a totally like speculative conversation of like, we'll never know how much that factor does or doesn't factor into their decision making. So what are you going to do? Can't know. I don't think it was a must that they couldn't, but that they actively chose to on an NPC, which isn't always that common at the table. Usually they value is heavily in PC favor. Oh, fair enough, Deadly. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I do think it is fair as a DM to be surprised by that. But I think that the reason that they were so willing to do it just at the fucking drop of a hat is mainly based on the fact that there's not a super huge consequence to the utilization of those resources. You don't want to bury your gaze, at least not potentially in a way that seems careless. Yeah, absolutely. I'm giving up. Finally made it to bed. We'll listen to the rest of the VOD tomorrow. Hell yeah, Farrowin. I'm glad I could get you through. Have a good night. At this point, it's been revealed that Allura and Kima had a history. I get your point, though. Oh, yeah. Well, at this point, it was heavily implied. And they sort of made a joke out of it of like, oh, they could just be friends. But it was, yeah. It's just the thing where I know fandoms react, and I can't imagine, and I could imagine Matt being aware of that. Absolutely. Yeah. It is something that I agree with you. It was probably on their minds, but we will never know how much of a factor it was, I feel like in either case, we can only speculate. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can only speculate. Okay. Wait, do we have another time code? Wait. Let me check. 2609. Oh, yeah, I already went there. Okay, so this is another time code. 2 minutes.
Going on.
No. Is it another one?
No.
What the hell?
Is that Thordina?
Who is this from?
No.
One colossal figure. Is this just Thordak 2? Robin Marzel.
You and Azareth both together made me the happiest dungeon master in the world right now.
Just put them on the front of your house like gargoyles.
That's what I'm gonna have to do for this. Like these are centerpieces now. Like these.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my.
Look at the gleam in his eye, the glimmer.
My God.
Holy
wow.
Oh.
We could use those as like
Don't worry, brother.
gargoyles.
I'll save you. I'll release you from this prison. Very well, I await that moment. I'm talking to myself and playing with toys. This is what you've done to me. Oh my God.
Fight. Kiss.
I'm so excited. You don't even know. Maybe you do know. Oh my God. You guys. Better hope Thorak doesn't have a twin.
No, there's only 2 twins in this game. No.
The drop in expression.
Shut your DM mouth.
Oh my God, I didn't even know they still had these in boxes.
Wow.
Oh. Now you're like a spoiled kid on
He's debating if he even wants to unbox it. He's debating if he wants to keep it mint in box.
Critmas. You have one to open and play with and one to keep in box, so it goes up in value. is a collector's item. Look, he's like, no. Why would I do
I
that?
open my toys, Marisha. You should know this.
I
don't
also
buy them
open my
for
toys.
collecting. I buy them for playing.
I also open my toys.
I get that advice.
Confirm this, actually.
Yeah, my advice my whole life. My parents were like, don't open that. It'll be worth something. I'm like, it's worth more if it's in my hand and I'm imagining stuff.
The joy is worth more, Mom.
I can't even, guys. I can't even.
Dude, that's crazy. Thordak squared. Thordak has simulacrum. Oh my god. Matt feverishly rewriting the intended plot. I wish I had as many minis as Matt Mercer. Good recall that Matt Mercer used to wish he had / could afford lots of cool minis and map pieces. Oh yeah. I mean, absolutely. They are. I mean, look, they're successful and probably pretty well off at this point, and they're spending them on the things that they like. That's the benefit of having a lot of disposable income. You absolutely, like, you know, there's the whole phrase, like, you know, money can't buy happiness, but money can absolutely buy things that, well, money can reduce sadness, number one, but, like, if you do have a bunch of money, you should spend it on shit that actually makes you should spend your money on shit that makes you look like this. You should absolutely spend your money on these sorts of things. Wait, where's the surprise? Look at that! Money can't buy you happiness. Oh, look at Marisha. This is so cute. Look, and you know, don't spend it on a fucking stupid ass Ferrari or whatever. It's, you know, unless I guess a Ferrari makes you as happy as this, but I don't know. Oh man, a Thordak in the hand is worth 2 in the box. I agree with that. I've never kept a thing like that. The most that I've done is I have bought like big protective cases for my collectibles. So like, this is my, I don't know if anyone ever saw that little thing stuck in there, but this is my Crobat. This is my Crobat's my favorite Pokemon. And this is my Crobat card. So I have this big ass fucking sleeve for it. But that's the closest I get. I actually have. These are the closest I have to collectibles, and all of them are Pokemon cards. Because I used to do a lot of Pokemon. But this is the closest I have, and they're just all in sleeves, because I'm still gonna fucking play with them. There's no way I'm not gonna play with them, but I'll protect them. I've got Magmortar X. I've got Dialga X. I've got Electivire FBX. Hitmonchan EX. Oh, these were crazy cards when they decided to do the drop of these Unity cards. I think they're called Unity cards, where they're 2 separate cards that you have to like play separately, but then they form together into one. So this is Suicune and Entei. I have no idea what these are worth, but they're really pretty and I like them. This is so pretty, and it's so cool that it's 2 different cards. I have the same thing for oh wait, no, I don't. I have half of Raikou and Suicune. Raikou and Suicune. And Kyogre and Groudon, but I don't have the other halves. And then this is just a pretty Mamoswine. I think it's worth like 2 cents, but it's just pretty. It has a shiny background, and I like Mamoswine. Same thing with these Lantern and Raichu. I just kept them because I sold a bunch of my Pokemon cards. But I kept a lot of them just because they were pretty, and I liked them. I also like electric types a lot. But Crobat's my favorite. I got Rayquaza EX. This is the opposite of a normal like Pokemon flex of me being like, I have no idea how much these are worth. They're just pretty. and I thought they were cool, and I just like them. That's how I think about collectibles, but I got them in this little box. But I absolutely still play with them. I'm not going to keep them like in pack, you know. Matt lives in a dwarven forge house with 2 dragon gargoyles. They have foundation now, led by Ashley, and they still donate to 826 LA. Really? They still do that? Because I know that was like the intro, was like this like limited series is to raise money for 826 LA. That's crazy. That's really cool. No! Ah! Wait, hold. There we go. Get him perfect. Get him beautiful. Make sure he's always watching over you. Now you guys know. Crobat is great fave. Oh yeah, absolutely. When I came up with my fave, they didn't have oh god, what's the loud Pokemon? They did have like loud Pokemon. They did have Loudred, but I'm not even thinking of Loudred. They came up with a new flying one that's a little loud. They gave Loudred another evolution. We all know there's a fucking loud flying Pokemon. No, it's none of these. There's a new one that I liked. Oh, Noivern. 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 I like Noivern a lot as well. I think Noivern's really cool. I like those two. But Crobat's like an older school fave. Gen 3 fave. I think. Right? Gen 3? Hopefully I'm not wrong. English Pokemon names will never not break my brain because I grew up on the German names. Oh, that's fair. That's totally fair. I feel you. Gonna be collecting Daggerheart cards soon. Dude, if they have like cool art drops for Daggerheart cards, I would absolutely collect those. Those would be really fun. I got all the original 151 and then they came out with more and I was done. So then I finished my Pokemon TCG. Well, I actually played TCG was the big thing to me. Is like, it's one of the reasons that I still play TCG. There's a, I don't know if people know about this, but if you ever want to play Pokemon TCG, I think it's Live is the new name. Yeah. So they used to have Pokemon TCG online, and now they have Pokemon TCG Live. It's super fun. The ladder's a little basic. Like, I'm not as into the ranked system on it. But you can get on like the fucking app store. It has a Windows. I actually haven't downloaded it onto this new PC. I still have it on my phone. I play it on my phone at like night. I love Pokemon TCG, man. But yeah, when I was collecting them, it was always for the, I'll switch to just chatting. It was always for the purpose of playing with them, I was never collecting them as like a collector's thing, which I don't want to say that that's like invalid. That is absolutely a valid way to like interact with those cards. Just wasn't for me. I always was collecting them with the purpose to play with them. Like Matt, I collect things with the purpose to play with them, which is why I think TCGs are so cool. I'm a big TCG fan. Magic is just too expensive to get into, even, coming from a Pokemon person. Magic is just too expensive to get into. Even the online version has kind of a weird economy. Same thing with Hearthstone. Hearthstone is so expensive to get into, and the meta changes all the time. I liked Elder Scrolls Legends, but the player base is iffy on it. Like, it just doesn't have a lot of players, but... Oh, yeah. Decidueye is my favorite Pokemon. Decidueye is dope. Decidueye is super cool. Noivern, Gen 2. I think Noivern's like Gen 5 or 6. Crobat is Gen 2. Yeah. I think you're right. Crobat's Gen 2. Yeah. Noivern is cool. Yeah. I still have my Latios and Latios chips. Oh, dude, you still have chips? I gave away all my chips, dude. Like you mean the like the coins? Like the coin flips? Oh. I didn't sell most of them. I gave them to not my nephew, but like a family friend who was much younger, so that he could play with them. Which, that's it's while I kind of still wish I had them, I would also rather someone be like getting a bunch of enjoyment out of them. But I do miss. I had a ton of cool coins. Newish viewer here, and I gotta say, in the last 3 or so days, I've binged so many of your vids. Love your content. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. I love making it. I am so happy to be full-time, at least for the moment, and I'm crossing my fingers that the technical issues are hopefully in the past. But I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. MTG Arena is not bad for free-to-play, but MTG Standard is boring since everyone plays the same 3 meta decks. It's part of my problem with MTG. Like, I really wish that they had... the MTG Arena had... I don't know. It's not, like, terrible, but it's also... Magic is such an old game that... I don't know. The meta is so ingrained, and like the newer sets are, I don't know. I just have Pokemon ingrained in my brain at this point, so it's easier for me to get up on the new metas, with Pokemon. I'm sitting here enjoying Marvel Snap. I have legitimately heard good shit about Marvel Snap. I've heard that the Hearthstone... like, one of the main Hearthstone devs originally was the one who headlined Marvel Snap. I've legitimately been hearing some good things. So I'm not against trying it out at some point in the future. But anyways, this is a Critical Role stream, right? This is a Critical Role stream. So let's talk. Get rid of that. Let's talk this episode. Let's talk this episode. Oh my gosh, I should absolutely not make it this small. Or not make it this big. What am I talking about? Okay. So let's organize our notes. Is it bad that I'm excited to see some notes organization? Yeah, let's do it. Let's absolutely do it. Wait, what the heck? Oh, wait. Slobs got confused. Okay, no. Slobs is good again. Let's put you over there. I got to reorganize my side a little bit. Okay. So you guys are over there now. Okay. Let's talk. Oh my god, it's so small. Can you guys read that? It's so small, and why are the sides so fucking... Oh, man, I don't have a lot of the plugins on this one that I do on my other one. I'm going to have to get my my formatting plugin on here. Shit. Okay, we can fix this. We can fix this in Streamlabs. So I'm just going to make this side a little bit bigger. Make it bigger. Does it spark joy? Gotta go see you all next stream. Hell yeah, see you then. Blah, 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 blah. Wait. We can do this. It's hard, but we can do it. I believe in us. And by us, I mean me. Okay. That's a little bit. Can you control plus? No, you have to get... There is a plugin that I have for my other vault that allows you to reformat things a lot easier. But you either have to use like built-in CSS or it doesn't have quite that level of Obsidian is super nice, but like by default, it's the actual like viewing mode is a little odd. There's like tab indents. You can do some stuff with it, but in like the appearance, you can get like some default themes and such. Oh wait, actually, no, that's the font. Font size. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, you can. You just need quick font size adjustment. Oh, my God. Why are the sides so... Can I change that? I think the level bot in the Discord is messing up. No! It is? Why? Am I in streaming mode? Hopefully. Okay, yeah. Things are getting obfuscated. No. What's messing up about the level bot? Is the bot not working for anyone else? Oh, no. Fuck. It did this yesterday. And I thought I fixed it. Shit. Okay, adding it to my list. Adding it to my list of things I need to do is actually get the... I don't know why the level bot is being unstable right now. Honestly, I really wanted to do the Unseen campaign, even with everything, but I am considering like taking the bot offline potentially, but I feel bad because people have like made characters and like invested time and such into like the roleplay aspect, but I might put the level bot on hiatus because of Daggerheart taking the spotlight a little bit. I don't know. I have to think about it more. I don't know. I'll have to think more about the level bot. I don't know why it's fucking up. It's so crazy. I don't know. TBD on the level bot. I need to. I'm gonna put a note to myself of consider the level bot a bit more. I don't know. I don't know why it's fucking up though. I use Obsidian a lot, but I struggled with the inability to use it remotely for free. I have it on my phone. I don't know. I mean, I have a VPN that allows me to access things remotely. So like I have like my own VPN that I run for my own private network, but I understand if you're not, if you're not into networking, which clearly my networking is consistently fucking up. I have no idea why the level bot is not doing this. I really like the level bot. And sorry, to slightly clarify, I don't know that I'll be taking the level bot offline. Yeah, the level bot, I was about to flash this on screen, but I realized that there are just straight up IP addresses on this. I'm looking at my monitoring software for the level bot, and it says that it's going fine. I don't know what is... Something is happening when it's running for a certain amount of time where the actual handlers stop responding, and I have no idea why. Yeah. I need to put more effort into making the bot stream safe so that I can code it on stream and like make content out of it. Honestly, the thing that has been holding back the level bot, I want to get the level bot stable. I just don't know if the Unseen campaign will happen as soon as I wanted it to. We'll just have to see. But I like the level bot too. Man. This is off-stream stuff. Off-stream stuff, yeah. I wouldn't take the level bot offline. But it is how much time I want to put into it. Because I need to put in time to make it stream safe to then be able to code it on stream. But we'll see. I used to use Obsidian a lot, but I struggle with the... Oh, wait, I already read that, yeah. Anyways. Okay. First things first, second things second. Okay, now that I've zoomed in on the font a lot... We'll make this normal sized. I wanted to see if it was if I was level 5 after this stream, but yeah, I just wanted to mention it. Sorry for derailing. No, not on you at all. Absolutely not on you. No worries. No worries, no troubles. Okay. Now we can make this a little bit. There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay. So, let's take a look at this. So, first, we have a Drake Thunderbrand. Not even, like, potentially linked, just, like, definitely linked. I mean, I will be shocked if he is not directly linked to House Thunderbrand from Craghammer, but we don't know exactly what he is yet, Is it a bit like idle RPG type of thing? So what it was originally meant to be was a sort of West Marches style campaign where I like run sessions for people, but you level up via interacting in the Discord, and the unseen servant was a bot that I programmed to track that level up progress. But it's been having some issues, sort of related to the tech issues that I've been having. How do you get involved? There's a guide in the Discord on how to get involved. But it's I haven't even run the first session yet. I have a lot of plans for it. It's just that Daggerheart's been derailing it, and the general tech issues that I've been having have been derailing it. I've been self-hosting. Which is part of the problem. So like the tech issues that have been impacting the streams have also been impacting the unseen servant, the level bot, because I host it off of my NAS, off of my network attached storage. So really, the real priorities is that I need to get it to a point where the coding can be content in and of itself. Is the real of what I need to do. So yeah. Now that a lot of the stream stuff is stable, unfortunately, a lot of my plans have just been really derailed by the technical issues that I've been experiencing. So that is essentially where we're at. Is the source on GitHub or GitLab? No. Well, I mean, it is, but private. So it's not open. So yeah. But anyways, so Drake Thunderbrand, I'm gonna say pretty. I mean, I guess I could say like shaky points. And we could also have a theories section. But shaky points probably related to House Thunderbrand in... I don't think I have a Craghammer yet, do I? I don't. But we can make a Craghammer one. Because Craghammer is substantial enough that I think we should have a note for it. So that'll go into locations. Do we need anything for Craghammer, really? I mean, has an entrance to the Underdark. Has a relatively direct entrance to the Underdark. And to the Underdark. Vox Machina has some contacts there. Actually, that would more be within Vox's note. Substantial political ties. Saved Craghammer from potential invasion via Underdark. Which actually, Underdark should probably be its own thing. Underdark, which I don't even really need to put that much into the Underdark, but the thing that I will say is, and also Westrun should be in cities, Craghammer should be in cities. The only thing that I'll say is that Yug'Varil is located in the Underdark. So Underdark will sort of be like a linking thing. We don't need to put much into the Underdark note, you know what I'm saying? Okay, but to go back to it, so Craghammer has a relatively direct entrance to the Underdark. Okay, probably related to House Thunderbrand in Craghammer. Like, it's a shaky point. I'm pretty confident about it, but it's a shaky point. I believe Craghammer's in the same mountain range as Brim's hideout. This is more of a confirmation thing. So not Brim Crest. Who am I thinking of? Brim Scythe? No, not species, NPCs. Brim Scythe. A.K. Krieg. His hideout has a hideout that is connected that is connected to his house in Iman. Hideout located. It's in the Stormcrest Mountains. Is that correct? This is something that I know they've directly called out of like where his hideout is. So I believe it's the Stormcrest Mountains. Is that correct? And I believe that Craghammer is also located within. Is this also Stormcrest Mountains? Is this correct? Because this is something that I'm like, okay, I can directly confirm this with chat because they have mentioned where Craghammer is, and they have definitely mentioned where Brimscythe's lair is, and I believe they are both the Stormcrest Mountains. No, they are not both the Stormcrest Mountains. Craghammer is Cliffkeep. Okay, that's important. So this is located within the Cliffkeep. Craghammer's Cliffkeep. Is Brimscythe also Cliffkeep? Or is Brimscythe Stormcrest? Because I remember the name Stormcrest, but I can't remember. So located within Cliffkeep Mountains. So there are several different mountain ranges, and I know that they have said all of the names. I just don't remember what the names are. Pretty sure Brim is also Cliffkeep. What the fuck is Stormcrest then? I have Stormcrest as a mountain range. I don't have anything written on them though. Brimscythe and Thordak. Oh, wait. Oh, he was pillaging and shit in the Stormcrest. So that is potentially separate. Stormcrest is a mountain range. Don't know if it's Brim's lair. Pretty sure Brim is Cliffkeep. Okay. So we'll say both of these are Cliffkeep. Is Cliffkeep also where Grog's tribe is? Or do we need to look that up? It's not that hard to reference if we go and find the intros. Maybe I'll set that as like maybe a to-do. So Craghammer is in the same mountain range as Brim's hideout. They're just both Cliffkeep, not. They're both Cliffkeep, not Stormcrest. It sounds like. Thordak he was repulsed from Marquette 400 years ago. I wanted to add that. So, Thordak, Cinder King. Oh, no, wait. Stormcrest is kind of middle of Taldore. Interesting. Thordak. Okay, he was lorded over Marquette at some point in the past. So we don't, not at some point in the past. Lorded over Marquette, but was repulsed 400 years ago. As far as I can remember, Cliffkeep is a large mountain range. Cliffkeep is northern. I do remember some of this. I just don't remember where Grog is from. Grog and Pike are from one of the two mountain ranges, either Stormcrest or Cliffkeep, but I don't remember which. Before Penance, before the historical wiping of civilization. So Penance is, I believe, I'm taking these to be the same thing. This sounds like a totally new historical event. Is this Penance, the wiping of civilization? This is kind of a new event. Seems like some sort of historical apocalypse of some kind. Allura mentioned it in reference to a lot of knowledge not being available from back then. So it seems like some sort of apocalypse. Some sort of apocalypse, or maybe calamity? Maybe we might say. Some sort of historical calamity? How interesting! Maybe some manner of calamity? Huh. Interesting! Okay. We'll file it away in the back of our brains. Who knows, right? Who knows? It's funny. We'll keep it around. We'll keep it around in the old events thing. As far as I remember, Grog is from around Cliffkeep. Okay. We'll file that into Grog's thing. Current wielder of Craven Edge, from a tribe somewhere around Cliffkeep. Because this is interesting that, he's from Cliffkeep, Brim, Craghammer, all of that shit is from Cliffkeep, whereas Thordak was going and pillaging around the area of Stormcrest. Interesting that they're different mountain ranges to me. Grog's travels, I think it was mentioned that they don't have a set homeland when Grog was asking if they, from tribes somewhere around Cliffkeep, but they move consistently. Interesting. But they primarily range around Cliffkeep and Westrun. Calamities are great. It's like the gods shaking the Etch-a-Sketch. Fuck yeah, dude. Calamity originates from a Latin word, BTW. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Said out of character and in a different context about a computer game, lest anyone worry. Lol. Okay, so we've got that. Vasselheim has been the start of every cycle, quote unquote. Allura also mentioned that, you know what? I'm not even going to put it in penance because I don't know how related it is to penance, but I do know, let's see, Vasselheim. Allura mentioned that Vasselheim has been the start of every historical cycle, potentially related to penance, the wiping of civilization, and that the dragons would be foolish to attack it, even fucking Thordak, the Cinder King, even the fucking Chroma Conclave. Ziggurat under Whitestone is at least 600 years old. I found this very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. The Ziggurat under Whitestone is at least 600 years old, which puts it as older than when Thordak was repulsed. But we don't know how long ago penance was, so we don't know how, significant this is. Has anti-magic properties generically. It was unclear before if it, or actually generically. I don't even want to say if it was unclear or whatever. Keeler pitched the theory that the Chroma Conclave strike was specifically to take out the upper echelon of Amon during Uriel's speech, which is not a bad timing. Not a bad point. I think I'm going to put that into the Chroma Conclave thing. I'm just gonna fucking copy and paste that shit. Not a bad point, I would say. Also, the Sun Tree and Whitestone could be mentioned too if we're just mapping out potentially pertinent info. That is true. As a landmark, honestly, does it deserve its own landmark? Probably not. But that is true that for Whitestone has the Sun Tree. The Sun Tree, which is directly related. Is it directly related to Sarenrae? Just confirmed it. Krieg Brimside Slayer is in Cliffkeep. Sweet. Sounds good, Zenshi. Is it directly related to Sarenrae? Pelor. Thank you. Which is directly related to Pelor, who is a god. We'll do probably a totally separate folder for gods. No, gods. Have a totally separate thing for Pelor, because there could be something later that maybe is Pelor related. It is directly on top of the Ziggurat. That's true. Which is directly related to Pelor and directly on top of the old Ziggurat. Zigguro. Allura also noted that Ziggurat is older than Whitestone. Yeah, I mean, it's at least 600. Which I guess we don't know directly how old Whitestone is, but that's a good point. Allura mentioned that the Ziggurat is older than Whitestone. I don't know why. I kind of assumed that Whitestone wasn't 600 years old, but that isn't directly established. We don't actually know how old Whitestone is, which is kind of interesting. Dawnfather / Pelor. Yeah. Also, Allura noted, I can't wait to see how complex this gets by C3. Absolutely. Gilmore is sensed weekly near his shop, which, I mean, we know the result of that now. Uriel isn't sensed within Iman. So this is more of a current thing, right? Uriel Taldore isn't sensed within Iman. Gilmore reported as dead. We don't know about that. We're gonna call this current state. We're gonna call that current state. We don't know. I mean, potentially. So potentially off-screen death. I don't know about that one. I'll just say that. I don't know about that one. Fire Shari tribe is Pyra, which I didn't have before. Factions. Pyra. Fire Ashari tribe. VM's secret tunnel is not too dissimilar from the clasps in the Diamond Nest Inn. And then I kind of want Mega to publish this alternate Seor lore as a book. That'd be hilarious. Pyra with an H. Absolutely. I think this is interesting. Maybe I'll put it on Castle Grayskull, or Keep Grayskull, right? Wait, is that a landmark? Aha, it is. Secret tunnel within is not too dissimilar from the clasps. The clasps secret tunnel in the Diamond Nest Inn. You know what I'm saying? Percy mentioned in the Vasselheim arc that his ancestors founded Whitestone around the Sun Tree. Yes, I do remember that. So the Suntree absolutely predates Whitestone. I'm not, entirely sure about, I wasn't entirely sure about the ziggurat, Through the mountains, secret tunnel, secret tunnel, through the mountains, blah, 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 blah. NPCs are not necessarily an NPC. We're going to make a separate folder for guest players. Because it's sort of a unique category, Garthok. Garthok, member of the Clasp. And he was the one that reported... Where was this? He said that a lot of people didn't like Mordeth, the Spiraling, that Vox Machina killed. Kinda interesting. Little interesting. Off topic, but I just finished the Tiberius autopsy. Had an idea for supplementary content because your commentary is so funny. Oh, thank you. Have you considered doing a version of D&D Court like NADPOD? I don't know what D&D Court by NADPOD is. I'll look into it, potentially. Here, let me make a note of it. Look at D&D Court by NADPOD. I have not considered it. Unless maybe I have. I don't know what it is. But I will say I got a lot of plans, a lot of things I want to do. I am always open to content ideas, but a lot of it probably will not be anytime soon. A bunch of people just were recommending video games to me in the Discord, which I highly appreciate. But that's what I was talking about, the earlier in this, right? When I was talking about, I'm thinking about the pace a lot. It's like, I was thinking about, playing video games or, whatever, doing different content types. And it's like, doing Critical Role 3 times a week does sort of inhibit my ability to do other content forms. You know what I'm saying? But I also don't want to slow the pace of C1 at all. So it's a big back and forth in my mind on how to handle that, because I don't want to slow the pace, but I also would like to branch out and just do other types of content, even if it's still D&D related. Which might just mean stream more, but, we'll see. We'll see. It's Murph and Emily from D20 and crew giving rulings on fan D&D horror stories. Oh, interesting. Secret Tunnel was actually mentioned as Secret Passage, but I don't know if it matters. I don't think it matters. Yeah, while we're nattering at you, you mentioned wanting to prioritize the highlight videos. Oh. Yeah, so the problem with the highlight videos, man, it's so tough. They take so much effort on the back end. They take so much effort on the back end. I've honestly deprioritized them for now because they just take so much effort, but I also agree that I think I was right. I think I was/am right about that, but it's so hard because I think that they would be good for onboarding new people into the series. But also part of the series is that you don't necessarily need to have watched the previous ones. So it's not like Critical Role where it is absolutely necessary. Well, I guess not necessary, but it's very important that you watch previous episodes before watching, before watching previous stuff, or before watching current stuff, you have to watch previous stuff for Critical Role. It's not necessarily the case with Critical Eyes. But also, I want to make things that are easier for fans to, or that where it's easier for people to catch back up. I've been looking for potentially a software that could maybe analyze the videos and trim them down to where it's just me talking. That would be easier to watch through on my end. I don't know. It's so hard. It's so hard. I think maybe you could trim them down a bit. Like 5 hours is a lot for new fans to get into. Absolutely, Ron Quixote. I don't disagree at all. It's just the actual process of trimming it down is just a lot of work on the back end when I have all these competing priorities like Daggerheart and like, Unseen Campaign, and then doing, other things that I'm not currently doing right now. It's why I want to make my coding environment for the Unseen Servant stream safe so that I can justify doing it because it'll be like a stream product and not just like off-stream stuff. It's the reason that it's basically the reason that I kind of had to nix book club was not just because it was a lot of off-stream work, which like listening to the audiobook was just something I liked doing anyways, but it was honestly primarily the note-taking aspect of it. Because I had to take notes in order to make a product that I like. Because like I also thought about like I could just not take notes and just have it, kind of be shittier for the stream, but I wasn't cool with that. Because I had to take notes, I had to listen to the book while strapped to a note-taking device, whether it was like my phone or my computer, whatever. And so it made listening to it a lot harder and a lot more like work-esque. And the entire time I was listening to book club, it was time that I, wasn't doing highlight videos and such. So it's just hard. There's a lot of competing stuff, and I'm having to deprioritize anything that takes a bunch of work off stream but only gives me like one small product. Like that's kind of the problem with the highlight videos is that they take a bunch of work and then they make one video. And that one video is so like nice to have for the audience, but it is still only one video. It's a really big struggle that I've been thinking a lot about. Yeah. Draw us a map of Critical Rolia right now, freehand. What the mental world map is looking like currently for Mega. I can do a bit of that. Let's see. If I make this a little bit bigger. Let's see here. The problem is I actually have seen, maybe I'll do this off stream because I actually have seen a map before. I've seen a Critical Role map during one of the previous streams. So maybe I'll do that some other time. But I have seen somewhat of what things look like. So I don't know if it's as blind as all that, Whether you want to or not, but it's how you want to frame them to recappy they are. Yeah. I'm sure people who are willing to watch CR will be willing to watch long videos. I mean, to some degree. Yeah. It's all priority. I just have a long list of content that I really want to do, but I just have to prioritize it. As a temporary murder, how about trying for consistent timestamps in a pinned comment? Timestamps would take almost as much time because the part that is really draining is not actually the physical editing process. It is the rewatch. So rewatching to determine timestamps, that's the majority of the work. So, I mean, if there was a volunteer mini-phone that would do that part of it, it would be, I don't want to say trivial, but it would be pretty fucking easy to make the highlight videos. But community gathers the timestamps like you've got with Quest, then add a comment. I mean, if someone gathered the timestamps for every episode, I could make highlight videos dead simple. It is actually the gathering of the timestamps that is the big time sink. I already have Science Subsap. I already have. And like, I don't want to push the community to do a bunch of free labor more than, you know, putting it up in the Discord. So, book club was one or two parts at a time every 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, same problem. Yeah, exactly. Same problem. I'm not too familiar with how book club was run. Did you do a stream per book? Yeah. It was parts at a time. And someone actually mentioned like, oh, you could just do one stream for the whole book. But the problem was still that I felt like I had to take notes the entire time I was listening to it, just to make a product that I felt comfortable with, you know? So that is also the problem, is like, to make products that I'm comfortable with takes work. And so I just have to like prioritize them a lot. Anyways, all of that aside, Craven Edge. Definitely confirmed to drain the strength of those it hits kills. It seems like it is a saving throw. So, seems like a saving throw situation. And then blood is absorbed into the blade. Blood is confirmed absorbed into the blade. Blood is absorbed into the blade. Shaky points. Shaky points. Like, this is me taking Matt entirely at his, like, in what he said. Absolutely knowing that he totally could have just misspoke, you know? Knowing that he absolutely could have just misspoke. That's why I'm, you know, putting it under shaky points. Let's see. Possibly going forward, you could remind us at the start and middle of streams to make notes of funny moments as we go. I keep forgetting. I could. Yeah. It's hard for me because I also forget. I also forget, and I don't. There is an amount of like, I do not want to consistently push you guys or remind you to do labor for me for free, you know? Like, that is not something I'm super comfortable with, just as like a general practice of being like, hey guys, now remember, please do a bunch of work for me. Even if it would be like ultimately, even if it would ultimately produce nice products, it would still make products that like directly like financially benefit me. So I'm not sure that I'm like cool interacting in that way, you know. If you were an unashamed capitalist, you could give a free membership to whoever collects the most good timestamps. Honestly, Ron Quixote, I absolutely would. I can't target memberships. I can't like select one of you out of chat and be like, bestow membership. If I could, I might. But, or if I could give you like a special badge or a special name color, unless if there is a way, I'm not familiar with it. But I know that like for YouTube memberships, I can't like bestow it down on someone. Thank you, Zenshi. Yeah. So it's a little tough. Confirmed. Oh yeah. Confirmed teleportation circle. Let's see. I know that that's a landmark. Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Now, or wait, let's see. Current state, mostly in ruins. There is still a bunker underneath. Confirmed teleportation circle as well. Wait, how did I? Oh, wait, I went out. Uriel off-screen death. Yeah. Uriel off-screen death. Diary. I think I already noted this, but just in case. Yeah. And wife doesn't think he made it. Based on Gilmore's report. Reporte. Okay, so Gilmore saved Solda. I can open up Gilmore's. Saved Salda Taldore. Wife of Uriel Taldore. Saved Salda Taldore during the invasion of Iman is what I called it. During the invasion of Iman, according to her and he. Now, why would Gilmore have a secret bunker, conspiracy theorist? I mean, look, if you're a super powerful person, you need to take precautions. You absolutely need to be taking precautions. Found Uriel Taldore's body is the only one so far to have seen an actual corpse. It is only from him that we know that Uriel is dead. Also, potentially rescued Assume. I don't think we know Assume's last name. Original member of the Council of Iman. Original member of the Council of Iman. Potentially rescued Assume and others as well. Okay. Brom Goldhand didn't make it. I don't know who that is. Is that the Paladin boy? Brom Goldhand. From the council died. Rest in peace, go. Okay, so he is from the council. Died during the invasion of Iman, according to Gilmore. Assumi. Loop. Assume with two S's. Wait. Is that not how that's how I spelled it? Assume. Oh! Last name Assume, because obviously his first name is Seeker. Oh, yeah. Seeker Assume. Assume E. That's a joke because it spells I see. Okay. Paladin, maybe. Actually, I don't know what class he was. Originally on Council of Iman. Okay, now there's a very interesting detail about Thordak. Current state. Oh, wait, no. According to Gilmore, who dueled with, well, I'm going to put dueled in quotation marks, dueled with Thordak during invasion of Iman. The Thordak. I'm just gonna put this, and then I'm gonna have a theories. Potentially, Thordak embedded the soul anchor within himself, allowing him to escape the elemental plane of fire. Potentially, if they could break the soul anchor, he would be sucked back. I don't know. Scanlan asked Gilmore directly if he was a dragon. Yep, we gotta, let's see. Scanlan directly asked Gilmore if he was a dragon. Gilmore denied and deflected. And that's it. That's it for our notes. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Is there a dragons faction? There is the Chroma Conclave faction. There is the Chroma Conclave. Vox Machina, suck him back. Just curious if you have NPC. What NPCs have you been like, I trust them completely, besides good old Archie from Whitestone? Ooh, any that I have written down? You know I'm looking. You know I'm looking. Salda. I trust Salda. I don't think Salda's fucked up. I trust Salda. I mean, I know that she was like, she had her soul sucked out during pre-stream events. I know that part, but no, right now I trust Salda, and haven't really. Honestly, I trust Seek or Assume. I don't remember. Do we trust Trinket? Trinket, the most suspicious of boys. I don't remember if there was a point where What the fuck? Oh, that's behind, dude. I thought there was something on my armpit. That was weird. I don't think there was a point where I didn't trust Seek or Assume. But right now, I pretty explicitly trust Seek or Assume. I think at one point I thought that he might get his mind fucked with by the Briarwoods, if he went to investigate. But I pretty much trust Seek or Assume. Trinket is kind of sus. Yeah, busy plotting off screen. Trinket is Raishan. Yeah. I think that all makes sense. I think that all tracks. Vecna, Vorugal. Yeah, I think that these are probably the two people that I trust. Is Seek or Assume and Salda Taldore. Now, I cannot wait for this clip to be put up next to all the long list of people that I was suspicious of and were totally innocent, and these two to be the absolute only two that were really working from the sidelines. Salda is actually fucking Raishan, and these are the two that I'm like, yeah, no, they're fine. Vex is having dragons as her favorite enemy. That's just a guise to conceal her having a dragon animal companion. She's actually a Drake Warden Ranger. That subclass is based on her secretly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that these are the two people that I've trusted. To be fair, I've been somewhat suspicious on Drake. But I will also say, for a lot of it, I thought that he was a good dragon, but I don't know. She's hoarding her money for Trinket. It's all a dragon hoard. He's got mind-fuckery magic. The dragons were the friends we made along the way. Yeah, exactly. Drake Thunderbrand. Oh, don't worry, Zenshi. I've already got that in a theory. Where is it? Thunderbrand is a mole. Drake Thunderbrand is the biggest I'm a fucking dragon name I've ever heard. Absolutely. The biggest sus. Hey, look at me. My name is Draco Malfoy. Cough, cough. I mean Drake Thunderbrand. I'm a dragon. Nice to meet you. I mean not a dragon. Give me a fucking break, dude. Come on. And he was introduced at the beginning of the Chroma Conclave arc. Get out of town with that. You're not. No, you are not. You are not. Yeah, these are all my Chroma Conclave theories. Let's see. Let's think. Were any of them? I don't think I have any other theories so far. There actually wasn't a lot that updated any of my theories during this episode. This episode was a little, I would say, a tad theory light as far as episodes go. This is the full web. Vox Machina has a lot going on. Wait, why are the Cliffkeep Mountains? Oh, do I not? I didn't have a thing for them. The Cliffkeep Mountains are in locations, I think. Yeah. That works. You know what? I'm going to rename this from continents to regions. We're going to call this regions. And then we're going to put like the mountains, the Plain of Fire, the other mountains, the Underdark. Fuck it, Viscan, whatever. And then go back into it, yeah. So this is the current state of the web. Iman's got... Gilmore is suspiciously connected to quite a few things. I'll just say that about him. He's a little bit suspicious. Whitestone and Briarwoods obviously have quite a bit going on with them, you know? What's up, fellow humanoids? My name is Alucard. I am a very human mortal person. Exactly. Precisely. Guy incognito. He even wears red and black. I know! And he has fucking lightning magic. My man. Vox Machina is strangely connected to a lot of shit. You do point that out. I will say, the thing that is actually relatively suspicious, that like I actually think does bear out a little bit because of the graph, is the clasp. The clasp is oddly connected to a lot of shit. That's why, like, they are so, I don't want to say they're so trusting of the clasp. Like, that's not necessarily true. But the clasp is quite connected to a lot of shit. Like, they are connected to Winter's Crest, to Riskel, to Uriel, to Winter's Crest in Westrun, to Brimscythe, to Sky Sunder, to, like, Grey Skull. I mean, to fucking Eskel. The clasp is quite involved. And if we go out on the depth a little bit, their graph gets surprisingly large. You know what I'm saying? So I am keeping my fucking eye on this shit. Absolutely keeping my eye on this. You can look forward to many great theories. Oh, yes, absolutely. The class backwards is Pasalk. It's Pasalk. Matt really knows how to world build an underground organization. Yeah, they got their fingers in fucking everything. Yeah. Eskel and Riskel always confuse me. You know, I have considered that. As a, like, potentially, like, an actual connection. You know, I did actually think about, like, Eskel Reindarian and Riskel Daxio are like they're like, the sk is a very particular consonant cluster, but I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything there. Clasp final boss. Are you keeping your left eye? I've got my left eye on you, yeah. Clasp is an anagram for scalp. Yeah. Anyways, that's what the old graph is looking like currently. I think we got some good theories brewing. I think we got some good theories in the pot currently. think that's about it. I think that's about it for me. I'm gonna. Oh my god. So you remember when I was like, oh, like my monitoring software is saying that there's no fucking issues for the Discord bot? I just looked at it again and there were 56. Delightful. Okay. Well, anyhow. I'm going to work on some stuff tonight. Potentially, I've been thinking about doing some like no cam, no mic streams, like maybe some like Minecraft streams late at night or like just some gaming streams with no cam, no mic, just like kind of chilling out. I don't know. We'll see. I've been toying around with the idea a little bit. Now I'm going to go binge all the other episodes. Let's go. 56, I know. And 2 more just popped up while I was looking at it. So there's clearly something wrong. Or mic on Discord for fun. Yeah, I could mic on Discord. But most of it would be like so that I could like very much chill out and just like have like because like a lot of times when I like hang out at night, I'm like watching something or whatever. I've thought about doing something along those lines. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, I'm gonna peace out. Did you find a better live subs tracker? No. All of them suck. They either like don't stay updated properly or they require manual management. I didn't find a good one. Would be fun. I know. Too many things. Too many competing priorities. I'm going to be working on some stuff tonight. But I will see you all later. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. And I will see you tomorrow for maybe Daggerheart, maybe Baldur's Gate. Haven't done any Baldur's Gate in a while, so something tomorrow. And then CR on Friday.